Oh shit! Fuck! I was still trying to get shit together. Holy shit! What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed. I had a good show over. It was a good showing over at Easy's. You know what I'm saying? I didn't expect to get all the way to literally to the finals. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully it was good because I haven't been there in a while. You know what I mean? The old sleeping pattern fucked me over the past couple of weeks. Don't know if it was 2 weeks. No, it would have been 3 weeks at least since the last time I was there, if not more. You know what I mean? Been the old sleeping pattern been out of whack and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully, it's had a good show. I enjoyed it. Hopefully, you did too. Other man saying you should have won. It is what it is. But like, there's always going to be like a VK next week and all this kind of stuff. A lot of people kind of get, I think like too kind of bogged down in terms of like they just have a good time. That should be the main thing. And plus, like when you think about it, Steelborn's definitely going to be at the Bacon as well. So, fuck it. If I had won, I probably would have given him the prize anyways, because it was either that or roll it over. Because I've got a general rule where if it's below 1K, I always roll it over anyways. Started a movement called the Rollover Rebels. You know what I'm saying? We got Ghost Rider as well saying, Teriak, you kicked ass tonight, sir. My man. Ross Pro Jr. Like I said, I like to put on a good show. You know what I mean? I like to put on a good show, Wish I could stay up, but it's 3:25 a.m. here. Good night, y'all. No worries, Southern man. Have a good one. Appreciate you coming by as well. Stop in, just hit that like button as well before you go sleep. Please help us out in the algorithm, as they say. Next time, 100%. There's always a VK next week, folks. There's always a VK next week, Let's rock, not a win, but close. True that. But like for realsies, like I do hope that like Steelborn like sees what I'm talking about. Because a lot of people like they kind of like, oh, you're against free market capitalism, you're not a right winger. It's like no. Like they use like this whole like communist agenda, this whole globalist agenda. They use the free market capitalism to sound like right wingers and convince all these people to do free trade and all this kind of shit. You don't want free trade. You want fucking tariffs to protect your domestic economy and all this shit. Do you know what I mean? That was fucking dope, sir. Hopefully you enjoyed the accent as well. We do love the accents. Welcome in Uncensored Dialogue. Bruh, you were Maximus. It was honestly funny. I appreciate it, bro. I also have Russian accent. I've got a few. You know what I'm saying? We need protectionism, 100%. Protectionism and patriotism, baby. A lethal combo to the globalists. Protectionism and patriotism, baby. You know what I'm saying? But there's a couple of things I want to show you first before we get in as well. Before I forget as well. Our boy John Mosman sent me this. He wants to show you, gives it all a bit of an update in terms of how things are going, all this kind of stuff. So like this is all the way back in 2024. You know what I mean? Top left. Then we have, the 2025. You know what I mean? He's gone from 250 to 239. You know what I mean? He's feeling a bit fresh. You know what I'm saying? Then we got, I think this is December 2025, 220 pounds. You know what I mean? Nice little smile, all that kind of stuff. And then we get a bit more serious coming into 2026. You know what I mean? Gives us a little smile in April. You know what I mean? 2026. And then he's serious Mosman right here. Serious Mosman. And when we look at it, that's what? 250 down to 187, which is, what is it? 63 pounds. All right, one sec. I think he's lost a bit more as well. No, 53? Is it 53? Oh no, since the summer he's lost. Since last summer he's lost 53 pounds, but 63 pounds in total. So again, massive shout out to John Mosman. You know what I'm saying? Past 20 months, down a lot of weight. So big up to John Mosman. Big respect to John Mosman. You know what I'm saying? I do voices too, and I'm good. Game recognized game. Hey, mama. Well done, Teriak. I voted for the Irishman, but alas, it is what it is. Alas and all, as they say. You know what I mean? We got Shanti coming in saying gays, days, and U-Haul act. You know what I'm saying? Going with a wild one there. With customary sure up you think. Appreciate you kind of Shanti. You decide to become Yank, I'll sponsor you out. My man, my man. But we got that's the kind of conflict that I have. Like, I would love to be a part of America and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, like, I don't want to give up my country to these fucking globalists. You know what I mean? I don't want to lose Ireland, you know? And don't forget to smash that like button as well. We get the raid as well. I think it looks, yeah, we got the raid as well. So shout out to our boy Speakeasy. So let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank yous all for coming, ladies and gentlemen. And we here in Deductionist Files. I know we're doing a bit of an intro. I've got another clip to show you as well from our boy Chris Lestrange. Chris Lestrange, oh my god! But this is our boy John Mosman here. He's down 63 pounds from the first photo. You know what I mean? So massive shout out to John Mosman, making a lot of progress. Big up to Mosman, as they say. He's actually a legend over on Verbal Combat as well. He has his own clip and all that stuff, you know, all that kind of stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Deductionist Files. And because we're doing the Deductionist Files, we've got to make sure, in order to be able to deduce, you must be logical, right? You must be able to observe, and you must be able to reason, to be able to use to deduce, okay? And a key part of that is being able to use logic, and who better else to teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the 3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do
bro.
you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Bellissimo. Bellissimo, ladies and gentlemen. You know, welcome in Uncensored. We got Ghost Rider saying I support all the squad, but I rock with Rob Easy and now you the most. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, you know. Let me give you the Leonardo da Vinci toast for that one. And like I said, it's a good roster, you know. Because like again, I've had debates against Rob, and Rob, like when Andrew says that like Rob is one of the best debaters he knows, like Rob is like top tier. Like top tier. You know what I mean? Rob, like seriously, if you watch Rob enough, like you'll understand. But especially if you go against him against the debate, it's literally like, you know that scene, like when I debated Rob, the best way to describe that debate was, do you know the Avengers, when the Hulk literally picks Loki up and just starts smashing him side to side? That's literally what it felt like. It's literally like going against like the Hulk. You know, he does not let you set ground anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Shout out to Rob Nor, and shout out to Speakeasy as well. Welcome in back, Gramps. We got Mosman. Well, we're showing the progress of Mosman. Well, down 63 pounds already. You know what I mean? So big up to Mosman. Teriak tonight was a win. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate the sports. I am a Noron. My man. I don't like the number vote in VK. I don't like Teriak getting a big head knowing I vote for him. It is what it is. It is what it is. I see. I knew you loved me, Shante. Shante sound here. I plead the 5th. I meant to vote 2, but I accidentally pressed the 1. That's Shantae's story, and she's sticking to it. You know what I mean? Rob is a beast, 100%. 100%. You know what I mean? He's the Hulk. He's literally the Hulk. Like when it comes to debate, you know what I'm saying? Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. I call him Rob Riviere. Hey, my man. Or Revere. Is that Riviere or Revere? I always get those two mixed up. We got Shazzy Bear as well. Welcome in, Shazzy. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I mean? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the progress of Mosman. Shout out to Mosman. Absolute legend himself. But I want to shout out Chris Lestrange as well. Okay? So make sure you like because we have like 180 people in chat as well. So if you can, right, our boy Chris Lestrange done a stream just before VK. He's one of the boys as well. So if you can, just like I said, if you could just do me a favor here, go over to that stream and just hit the like, right? Because he does a thing called Chris's Brick Shithouse with him and Bricky. They kind of like they roast each other. They do funny clips and all this kind of stuff. And I want to give Chris Lestrange a shout out because it's like he's very like artistic in like the true sense of the word. You know what I mean? Like from like making stuff with his hands and from all like the chemical stuff and all this kind of stuff, like making like like basically anything got to do with art, you know. Chris is a really good person to shout out. The reason why I'm shouting out is because I actually kind of feel bad because I clicked into the stream, and like when he clicked into the stream, he was showing off this clip, and I was like so kind of like awestruck or impressed by like this cover that we're about to listen to, that I literally like I didn't even like comment in the thing or whatever in the stream. Like I literally just kind of like tried to look what fucking genre is this song, because I want to hear more of this type of genre of song, right? But this is one of the clips that he shows in that stream. So if you want to watch the stream, Chris's stream, or at least just give him a like and a sub and all that kind of stuff. Just good content and a lot of like artistic, like true essence of the word artistic content. Give him a like, and he always kind of gives shout outs to kind of like I guess like indie artists would be, but like kind of indies kind of lost meaning in modern day, but like kind of like lower kind of like artists, like not like well known artists and all this kind of stuff. He has like a lot of kind of like stuff like that, like a lot of clips that like you've never seen before, like he'll use and all this kind of stuff in the streams as well. But listen to this cover of Linkin Park Numb. It's one of the best covers. I'd say one of the best covers of a song I've ever heard, right?
Tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes, every step that I take is another mistake to you.
Absolutely savage, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely savage. But what genre of music, like let me know in chat, what genre of music would you describe that as? Because I want to get more into like whatever the fuck that genre is. But absolute savage cover. And again, shout out to Chris, because Chris is the reason why like I seen it. You know what I mean? I feel bad that like I literally missed like I didn't even like watch the stream. I was so focused on that clip. I was like, holy shit. Absolutely savage. So again, if you can, click the link that I'm showing on screen now. Give our boy Chris Lestrange a little shout out for that one as well. You know what I'm saying? We got Nick as well. Welcome in, Nick. We got Damage as well. Good morning, Terry. I can chat. What is upper? Daniel, the sky. And again, thank you, Shante, for posting the link as well. Give our boy Chris Lestrange now a like and a sub. We got Mosman in chat. Shout out to Mosman. We were just going through your progress as well. Congratulations on, I think it was like £63 since the first photo. So big up to Mosman as well. Revere, like Rush Revere and Paul Revere. Like Andrew, but Rob's my ninja. Hey, my man. W. Chris Lestrange. Exactly. Good time over in his channel. Exactly. And like I said, like to find kind of like clips that you'll never see before or you haven't seen before. And particularly he does a really good job of like shouting out kind of like lower artists and like indie artists and all this kind of stuff as well. Man literally kind of encapsulate that aspect of like artist. You know what I mean? What's up? I'm old, used to listen to Rush Limbaugh with my pops. Rob reminds me like a young Rush. Man, I'm telling you, Rob is going places. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, like what we see with kind of like the likes like Fox News and all this kind of stuff. Eventually, like that's going to succumb to like the whole kind of like new age kind of like media that we have and news and all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Rob is like literally one of those faces that like people will be like recognizing as like a Rush Limbaugh or a, you know, like what Tucker Carlson was like at that level. That's where I think Rob is going, like 100%. You know what I mean? And again, shout out to Mosman. You know what I mean? I learned to read and speak through all you guys. Hey, my man, you know. I love Linkin Park, 100%. Like I said, Shazzy, absolutely class, you know, epic cover. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to the Ghost Rider. You know what I'm saying? And as well, hope you get well better. Hope you get well better. Oh my God, I can't even speak. Ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? But yeah, I hope you get well soon, Shazzy. Why is she doing it better than Linkin Park? Exactly, that's my question. But the annoying thing about her name is Frankie White Music, by the way. I'll give her a shout out as well. Might as well. But like, she only does the shorts. You know what I mean? I wanted to do like a full version of that song, you know, but it's only the shorts, and I'm like, that's the kind of annoying thing. You know what I mean? Because it is what it is. I understand why like a lot of artists do the short, because it's like you kind of get more kind of like a wider reach and all this kind of stuff. But man, like, I wish you just do a full kind of like version of that song, because that is a fucking epic cover. You know what I mean? Pretty dope. 100%. Welcome in, Iwan. Exactly. You know what I mean? Damage all good. Knew what you mean. My man. Good cover. Doesn't deviate far from the original. Don't know type of a synthwave. That's what I was thinking. Like synthwave, alternative pop, like indie tronica was another thing that came up. But like it's difficult to find kind of like more stuff like that. I literally can't get enough of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, shout out to that. I would say dub pop, alternative pop, indie. Yeah, it's definitely like alternative or indie, but it's like also like electronica as well. It's like a fusion of like so many things. It's such an interesting kind of like fusion that she's got going as well. You know, it is what it is. Let me try catch up with chat before we get into it. I just listen to what I like, regardless of genre. I'm a bit hood, so I listen to a bit of hip hop and rap. Love lesser known artists and indie music. Well, make sure you give Chris an L like and a sub. He's got all kinds of stuff, you know. But the reason why I'm trying to look for the genre is because I want kind of more of like that sound, if you get me. Because like that mix of kind of like because the way she does the vocals is very kind of like indie, an alternative kind of thing. And I guess like, you know, like Linkin Park itself is kind of like that kind of like aspect of like the like kind of like indie rock or kind of like new metal, I guess, is the genre that could be thrown at it as well. But like mashing that with like the electronica, it's like, oh shit, that's an interesting fusion. You know what I mean? Rob actually did local radio. He's humble and based. Hey, my man. But like I genuinely think he's going like top tier. You know what I mean? Like Tucker Carlson kind of like levels, if you get me. You know. Just realized they can't blow smoke rings. Hey, it is what it is. It helps when your liver makes you stop. Exactly. You know. And make sure you give Frankie White Music an L like and a sub. You know. Check the artist out. Exactly. Frank White, you can come find me at the Plaza Hotel. I've got work for you. Hey, it is what it is. New age pop could be one, but it's like that kind of like that bass is just oof. You know what I mean? I love the bass. as they say. If you can describe Bjork or Kate Bush from back in the day, you can describe that. Maybe, you know. My favorite band is actually Depeche Mode. Probably pronounced that wrong, you know. I'm more from metalhead, but I like anything except 90s disco funk. I understand, you know. Disco kind of had its time. I don't know if it's ever going to be coming back, you know. Disco Stew has got a word for you, you know. It's like dub, indie, pop rock. Yeah, but it's hard to put your finger on it, Mosman. That's what annoys me the most out of it. And the fact that it's only a short and it's not the full song, it annoys me so much, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. Love music, love electronic music, 100%, you know. Depeche Mode is a top 3 band for me. I saw them live 13 years ago. Hey, my man, OG, Mosman OG in the chat, you know. I have about 1,000 CDs. Hey, now that's what we like to see, you know. Backgrounds grabs that some of the best cuts. Can't disagree. Can't. Defis. Okay, Defis mode. Appreciate you, Mosen. Thanks for letting me know. Like I said, my mom's took Tylenols. I can't read too good. You know, I'm trying to leer as best I can. You know, these quality leering centers didn't really do much for me. I'm not gonna lie, folks. I'm not gonna lie. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the Deductionist Files. Okay. Our first case, if I can get my scroll thing to work. There's this weird thing where it's like it'll scroll up and then scroll back down the same amount. Even though like I'm literally just scrolling up on the mouse. It's kind of annoying. I think I need to get a new mouse. You know what I mean? Fuck it, I'm just gonna do the click thing. Okay, right. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it, right? Our first case is called the case of the fabricated live stream alibi. Okay. This one's gonna be a bit intriguing, okay? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Deductionist Files. I'm your host, Teriak, and each week we approach true crime the way a careful investigator must, by collecting every available fragment of evidence, mapping every movement against time, testing every statement against physical and digital proof, and allowing the facts to build our own inescapable conclusion. We do not speculate ahead of the evidence. And that's a temptation that we all fall into, speculation, you know, or assumptions. You know, we all see how bad assumption can go, you know. You know, especially when cartel meetings are being brought up. But we do not fill gaps with assumptions. We observe, we cross-reference, and we let the record speak for itself. Tonight, our focus shifts across the Irish Sea to Northern Ireland, the town of Lurgan in County Armagh during the middle of December 2022. Winter in this part of the world arrives early and settles with a damp, penetrating chill. Days are short, streetlights come on by mid-afternoon, and the air carries the scent of rain on cold pavement mixed with the occasional wood smoke from chimneys. Lurgan itself is a compact town of terraced houses, small estates, and quiet residential developments where neighbours know one another's routines and the sound of raised voices can travel through thin walls across patios. One such development is Silverwood Green, a modest collection of flats where life on an ordinary Sunday evening would ordinarily pass without remark. On the evening of Sunday, the 18th of December 2022, a 32-year-old woman who lived in one of these flats had spent part of the day with her parents in nearby Craigavon, watching the FIFA World Cup final. She returned home after 5 in the evening. She was 15 weeks pregnant. Her unborn son had already been given a name by the family. Dean was his name. The streets outside were quiet. Curtains were drawn against the early darkness. Most residents were settling in for the night with televisions on or phones in hand. 17 miles away in Lisburn, another person sat in front of a computer screen. A YouTube channel with tens of thousands of subscribers was about to go live, or so it appeared. The stream showed a man playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City for 6 continuous hours, from 6 in the evening until after midnight. At the very start of the broadcast, the streamer mentioned technical issues that prevented live chat with his audience. Throughout the recording, he repeatedly referenced the current time, reinforcing the impression that the events on screen were unfolding in real time. Viewers who tuned in that night saw what looked like an ordinary gaming session from the comfort of home in Lisburn. What no one watching from home could see was the parallel sequence of events unfolding in Lurgan. Shortly before 9 that evening, neighbours in Silverwood Green heard screaming coming from the woman's flat. One neighbour saw a large shadow moving across the patio blinds. Around the same time, CCTV cameras in the area captured a figure wearing a beanie hat with what appeared to be a black curly wig underneath, carrying a rucksack, entering the development at 8:52 p.m. and leaving again at 9:30 p.m. The figure was masked or partially disguised. Following evening, the 19th of December, a 999 call, which is 911 for the Americans, was made from inside the flat in Silverwood Green. Caller sounded distressed. Police and paramedics arrived to find the woman lying in a pool of blood in her living room. She had suffered a prolonged and brutal assault. A knife lay a few feet away from her body. There were no signs of forced entry. The caller identified himself as her partner and claimed to have discovered her that way. He was arrested at the scene on suspicion of murder but was released the following day. The reason for his release was straightforward at the time. He appeared to have an unbreakable alibi in the form of that 6-hour YouTube live stream that placed him in Lisburn the entire evening. It would take weeks of patient technical detective work before the alibi began to crack. Digital forensics would examine the file creation date, software logs, deletion records, and the absence of any genuine live interaction during the supposed broadcast. CCTV would be compiled and cross-referenced with taxi records and bus footage. Witness statements about screams and shadows would be placed against precise timelines. Pregnancy, the nature of the injuries, the choice of weapon, and the absence of forced entry would all become pieces of a larger puzzle. What began as an apparently solid alibi would be dismantled piece by piece until only one coherent explanation remained. In the coming sections, we'll walk through that investigation exactly as it unfolded. We will examine the initial discovery, the apparent alibi that delayed suspicion, digital and visual evidence that gradually dismantled it, the forensic findings, and the way each new fact either confirmed or contradicted the statements given. We will do so without leaping ahead to conclusions. Every step will be grounded in the record that investigators themselves assembled. Only after every relevant piece has been laid out, we will step back and see the full picture that the evidence permits. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. And let us outline this investigation. It opens up on the evening of 19th of December 2022 inside a flat in the Silverwood Green development in Lurgan, County Armagh, Northern Ireland. Police service of Northern Ireland officers and paramedics respond to a 999 call and they find a body of a 32-year-old woman lying in a pool of blood in the living room. A knife is recovered a short distance from the body. Blood is present on the floor and walls. The woman's hands and lips show sign of cyanosis. Can't pronounce that word. I do apologize. There are no indications of forced entry to the property, and the caller, who identifies himself as the woman's partner, states that he arrived at the flat and found her in that condition. He is arrested at the scene on suspicion of murder. Initial inquiries established that the woman had returned to the flat after spending part of the day with family members watching a major sporting event. She was known to be pregnant, and the unborn child is later confirmed to have also died as a result of the assault. Neighbours reported hearing screaming from the flat around 9 p.m. the previous evening. One neighbour described seeing a large shadow moving across the patio blinds at approximately the same time. These accounts fixed the window of fatal assault to the evening of 18th of December. The individual arrested at the scene provides an account that places him elsewhere during the critical hours. He states that he was conducting a 6-hour live stream on his YouTube gaming channel from his home in Lisburn beginning at 6 p.m. on the 18th of December and continuing past midnight. Broadcast shows him playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City. At the opening of the stream, he mentions technical difficulties that prevent live interaction with viewers. Throughout the recording, he references the passage of time in a manner consistent with a live event. On the basis of this account, he is released from custody the following day. Investigators treat the live stream as a potential alibi requiring verification. They obtain the digital file and associated metadata. Analysis by the Cybercrime Unit reveals that the 6-hour recording was created on the 14th of December 2022 and saved in the early hours of 15th of December. The file was deleted after midnight on the 19th of September. Software logs from OBS Studio, the program used to manage the stream, show no background computer activity or user interaction during the periods when the stream appeared to be running live on the 18th of December. A genuine live broadcast would ordinarily leave traces of real-time engagement, such as chat messages or variable pauses reflecting live decisions. The absence of such traces, combined with the pre-creation date of the file, indicates that the material was pre-recorded days earlier and then broadcast on the 18th of December under the appearance of a live transmission. Further examination of the video content shows repeated references to the supposed current time. These references serve to anchor the viewer's perception that the events are unfolding in real time. The streamer also states that at the outset that the live chat is unavailable due to technical issues, a detail that removes the possibility of real-time audience interaction that would normally accompany a genuine live stream. When confronted with the forensic findings during later interviews, the individual acknowledges that the video was pre-recorded. With the alibi now under serious question, investigators compile and review all available CCTV footage from the Lurgan area and surrounding routes. Compilation shows a person wearing a beanie hat with a black curly wig visible underneath, carrying a rucksack, boarding a bus from the Dunmurry direction toward Lurgan on the evening of the 18th of December. The same individual is captured on foot entering the Silverwood Green development at 8:52 p.m. and departing at 9:30 p.m. Timing aligns precisely with the window established by neighbor statements about screaming and the shadow on the blinds. Additional footage and records show the same individual, now in different clothing, entering a taxi outside a bar in Lurgan Town Centre at 10:46 p.m. The taxi driver later identifies the passenger in a lineup. GPS data from the taxi confirms the journey to the individual's home address in Lisburn, arriving at 11:11 p.m. The disguise elements, the beanie and the wig, match items previously posted by the individual on social media. The change of clothing between arrival and departure from the development is consistent with an attempt to alter appearance before and after the critical period. Phone records show the individual's mobile device was inactive between 6 p.m. and 16 minutes past 11 p.m. on the 18th of December, a period that encompasses both the supposed live stream and the window of the assault. WhatsApp messages sent by the individual to the victim at 5:57 p.m. on the 18th of December state that he is about to begin live streaming. These messages are consistent with an effort to establish a timeline placing him at his computer in Lisburn. Post-mortem examination conducted by the state pathologist documents the extent of the assault. The woman sustained multiple stab wounds, including 3 to the neck, lacerations on the top of the head, strangulation injuries, several facial fractures, broken bones in the neck, and dozens of bruises and injuries concentrated on the upper body. The attack is classified as a prolonged rather than instantaneous. Either the stab wounds or the neck compression would have been sufficient to cause death. The unborn child also died as a direct result of the assault on the mother. The absence of defensive injuries in patterns that would indicate a prolonged struggle for life is noted, though the overall injury pattern confirms a sustained and forceful attack. The flat itself yields additional physical evidence. Blood distribution on walls and floor is consistent with a violent struggle occurring inside the living room. The knife recovered near the body is submitted for forensic examination. No signs of forced entry are present anywhere in the property, indicating that the assailant was either admitted by the occupant or had access through other means. Investigators re-interview neighbours and obtain more precise timings for the screams and the shadow on the blinds. These statements continue to place the assault between approximately 8:50 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. The CCTV timeline of the disguised individual entering and leaving the development fits inside the same narrow window. Taxi departure at 10:46 p.m. allows sufficient time for the individual to have changed clothing and travel from the development to the pickup point. The combination of digital forensics disproving the livestream alibi, CCTV placing the disguised individual at the scene during the exact window of the assault, witness accounts of screams and movement, phone inactivity during the critical period, and the absence of forced entry creates a coherent sequence that can be tested against any alternative explanation. An innocent party present elsewhere would not produce a pre-recorded video created days earlier, would not delete that file after the event, and would not appear on CCTV in disguise traveling to and from the victim's address during the precise time frame established by independent witnesses. Further background inquiries revealed that the individual had a history of previous relationships in which physical abuse had occurred. Messages exchanged in the months leading up to the incident include indications that the victim had considered ending the relationship. The individual had expressed excitement about the pregnancy to some friends while simultaneously engaging in behavior that suggested efforts to control or monitor aspects of the victim's life. These contextual details are noted but are not required to establish the core sequence of events. They serve primarily to illuminate possible motives once the factual timeline is secured. The individual is rearrested on the 31st of January 2023. He is charged with murder on the 2nd of February 2023 in Lisburn Magistrates Court. Bail applications are refused on multiple occasions on the grounds of the premeditated nature of the offence, the use of a disguise and a fabricated alibi, and the risk of flight or interference. Throughout subsequent interviews, the individual exercises his right to silence on more than 80 occasions. No alternative account is offered that reconciles the digital evidence, the CCTV movements, the witness statements, or the injury patterns. Case proceeds to trial in early 2026. Prosecution presents the full body of evidence, the digital forensic analysis of the pre-recorded stream, the OBS studio logs showing no live activity, file creation and deletion metadata, the compiled CCTV and taxi records placing the disguised individual at the scene, the neighbor statements fixing the time of the assault, the post-mortem findings confirming a prolonged attack, the absence of forced entry, and the phone records showing inactivity during the window. The defense challenges aspect of the interpretation of the digital evidence and the identification of the individual on CCTV, but does not dispute the core forensic findings regarding the pre-recording of the stream or the timeline of movements. After a 5-week trial, the jury returns a unanimous verdict of guilty on the charge of murder. The deliberation period is relatively brief given the volume of technical evidence presented. Sentencing hearing takes place on the 3rd of June 2026. The court describes the offence as cold-blooded and calculated, noting the deliberate pre-recording of the alibi material days in advance, the use of disguise, the prolonged nature of the assault on a pregnant woman, and the attempt to present a false narrative to investigators from the outset. A life sentence is imposed with a minimum of 31 years before parole eligibility may be considered. Throughout the investigation and trial, every major deduction made by police was subsequently confirmed by the independent lines of evidence. The initial appearance of a solid alibi was tested and found to rest on a digital fabrication whose metadata and software traces could not withstand forensic scrutiny. The physical presence of a disguised individual at the scene during the precise window established by witnesses could not be reconciled with any innocent explanation. The injury pattern confirmed a sustained assault rather than a spontaneous or accidental event, and no alternative perpetrator or sequence of events could have been supported by the record. The investigation demonstrates how digital evidence, when properly analysed, can either corroborate or dismantle an account that initially appears credible. It also illustrates the importance of compiling multiple independent sources, CCTV, witness timings, phone records, forensic pathology, and software metadata into a single coherent timeline. Each element on its own might have left room for doubt, but together they permit only one conclusion consistent with all the facts. And shout out to John Mosman for the membership. Welcome to the crew, bro. Welcome to the crew. You know what I'm saying? And chat is popping off. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Oh, one sec. Need to go back here.
He thought it was an airtight alibi, a YouTube live stream with timestamps and proof.
I just realised I'm literally going to be drinking and driving. In the game, by the way, I'm not leaving the house tonight.
But there's something this YouTuber forgot. Your internet history is never really deleted.
You give the appearance of being at home, playing Grand Theft Auto, and there is nothing to suggest that you were on that device between 6 o'clock and midnight.
And the receipts point to a sinister revelation.
Stephen, you're under arrest for murder.
This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. The holidays are generally a time to spend with family and friends, reflecting on the past year and treasuring the moments with our loved ones. And that's the exact message YouTuber Stephen McCullough put out to his some 37,000 subscribers in December 2022.
I don't have too many loved ones in my life, but the ones I love with all my heart.
It was a complete shock then when Stephen's pregnant girlfriend, 32-year-old Natalie McNally, was found brutally murdered in her Northern Ireland home.
Listen, you saying she's pregnant?
Yes!
And she's not breathing. Did you say she's cold?
She's cold!
Okay.
At first, detectives arrested Stephen, believing he was responsible. But when he provided an airtight alibi of 6 hours worth of a YouTube live stream, he was cleared as a suspect. It wasn't until later, when detectives took a closer look, they uncovered a terrifying truth.
You were telling the world that you were going to be live streaming on the 18th of December. There's no activity on your device between 6 and 12.
Today's scandal takes us to Lurgan, Northern Ireland, a large town in County Armagh. Lurgan was home to 32-year-old Natalie McNally. According to Natalie's family, she was a deeply loving person. She was the kind of woman who was always just a phone call away. She was there for her friends and her family when they were in need of a pick-me-up, someone who was there to support them in both the bad times and the good. And that's just what Natalie was up to on the night of December 18th, 2022. Natalie's boyfriend, Stephen McCullough, hosted a YouTube live stream under the account Vote Saxton07. The channel had more than 37,000 subscribers, and Stephen often live streamed to them while playing video games. In the spirit of the holidays, he titled the stream on December 18th, Violent Night, Christmas. Natalie and Stephen had matched on Bumble back in August 2022 and started their relationship shortly thereafter. By November of the same year, they'd announced they were expecting a baby together, a boy who Natalie planned to name Dean. On December 18th, 2022, Natalie, ever the supportive and loving girlfriend, texted Stephen good luck with his upcoming live stream. At 8:24 p.m., she even logged onto YouTube to watch Stephen and his stream. She probably saw something like this.
It's Christmas, it's a time of togetherness, you know, so like whenever I'm taking breaks, text a loved one, you know, or a friend, or just, you know, family member, someone you haven't spoken to in a long time.
Was like, oh shit, I forgot to do a full screen. Like, this whole thing is just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, you see this whole kind of like the streamers that kind of like get a lot of money, like they have sponsorship deals and all this kind of stuff. This is what was kind of like mentioned earlier in terms of like the like the finance aspect. It's like they can afford a family and all this kind of stuff, but you seen him there. It's like it's still that kind of like childlike mentality where he's playing with toys and playing video games and all this kind of stuff. Like, I'm not against, like, clearly I'm not against the whole live streaming thing and all that kind of thing. But it's, like, you want to make sure that you're actually, like, giving something more than just you just sitting there playing a game. You know what I mean? Like, we go into, like, obviously philosophy and all this kind of stuff. We have a theology show. We have this, like, true crime, which, again, like, justice and why it's important and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Reviewing debates on Film Room and all this kind of stuff. Like I said, like I've even mentioned that like maybe we have a gaming day, but like that was kind of one of the main things. And again, if anybody in chat as well is kind of thinking about getting into stream and all this kind of stuff, you want to make sure that you have something something that's like helping you grow as well. Like I mentioned this when Jungle Jungle done the whole kind of like appreciation thing that I read out on stream yesterday. Like you guys are like, you know, like I find this is like an actual kind of like what's the word? Like synergistic kind of like relationship, you know? Like I want the like you guys inspire me, I inspire you, back and forth, we inspire each other, and it's like that whole kind of like the flame. You know what I mean? Like all it takes is like one candle to light a room full of candles. I mean, so long as you have that initial spark, you have that initial flame, you know? But when you see, and this is why like I have hope, and it kind of goes back to that prompt that Easy had in terms of the culture. But yeah, right now, like you could say that like the big streamers are all, you know, like gamers and all this kind of stuff. But like that's starting to fade out now. Now you're starting to see the likes of whatever podcasts, like even like Fresh and Fit and like all this kind of stuff. And like I kind of explained the problems in terms of like that whole thing of like Fresh and Fit and all this stuff. But like the era of like being a gamer and like making millions of dollars of being a gamer and all this kind of shit, those days are over. You know what I mean? And like I said, the likes of Andrew, Rob, Speakeasy, you know what I mean? That's like you're getting like actual kind of like debate. You're getting serious conversation being discussed. You know what I mean? Like the last debate we had were based on like laissez-faire economics and all this kind of stuff. You know, it's time to like grow up. Whereas like this type of dude, well, clearly like this dude kind of referenced the chat like fucking, you know, to raise your hand to a fucking pregnant woman. Like what a piece of shit. You know what I mean? But like notice here, he's like saying he's talking about like family and all this kind of shit. Nah, bro. Like this is all just like lip service and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like you're saying like, and this is what like I notice a lot of lefties will do. It's like they'll say shit that like, oh, like this sounds nice or this sounds like what I should say, but like they don't mean it. You know what I mean? Like what's actually going on with like their own family, and this is the whole kind of like saying of like this whole kind of like virtue signaling and all this kind of stuff. Like you see like the you know Palestine marches. You know what I mean? It's very easy to say that you care about someone that you'll never meet, someone that you know you'll never meet. You know what I mean? None of these people that are walking in these Palestine marches are actually going to do jack shit for the Palestinian people. But it's easy to say you care and to virtue signal and you feel great and awesome about yourself and you're doing your fucking whatever at the marches. What about your family? What are you doing for your family? You know? What are you doing for your like your local community? You know? As he says, ego boost. Well, that's what it is. You know what I mean? Also, Jungle the Sweetheart. I keep trying to tell you, he's got a heart of gold. You know what I mean? You're putting the work in. You're putting in the work. It's not just getting on a stream. Andrew has done the same thing. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's like Easy had a gaming stream, and I'm pretty sure like Andrew had like Helldivers. I think he was playing one day or something like that. You know, good to have a break and just chill with chat and all this kind of shit. But it's like, what's the core aspect of the content? And if your core aspect of your content is just video games and all this kind of shit, you know, it doesn't matter how much money you have. If you're basically like a man child, that's probably why she wanted to break up with this cunt. It's like this dude literally is a man child. Like I want to have like a grown up conversation. Like let's talk about politics. Let's talk about economics. Let's talk about law. Let's talk about justice. Let's talk about philosophy. Let's talk about theology. You know what I mean? And again, that aspect of community, you know, I know, was it, I'm offended, you're offended, doesn't like this, but like that's ingrained in religion, like that sense of community, you know. I'm a total dork, definitely UNC and UNC, but I absolutely cannot stand red and black pill. To really fix men and women, we need to take the God pill. We can disagree, but we need God. Oh, 100%. 100%. Like that's what like I was that's why I made sure I kind of said it before I got kicked the first time. Like this whole thing they say, oh, like the red pill is calling out the women. It's like, but that's only half the job. I mean, that's only half the cure, and a half measure never works. You know? Like Jordan Peterson talks about this with the Cain and Abel story. You know? Cain was only given half measures. You know? And like this whole aspect of like, okay, if the whole kind of like solution that comes from like these fresh and fits and all that kind of shit is, yeah, we're going to call out the women, get the women to stop being boss babes and get them to actually submit. But if they're not going to submit to a man of God, then it's pointless. If you're like basically teaching these guys to just be a pimp, you know, fuck these bitches, fuck these hoes, make that bag and all this kind of shit. They're still going to be the same behavior. It's just coded in a different color paint. You know what I mean? So I had to prioritize my life. This disease forced me to put every single thought and energy into things. I try to make others laugh. I choose to be joyful. My man, you know? Like being like a comedian, you know what I mean? And like focus on doing like comedy sketches, all this kind of stuff. That'd be way better than this, you know? 100% great mindset to have, Mosen. They feel they relate to the oppression rather than form a Christian perspective as they're almost unaware of Middle East Christian minority and the history. But like that's the thing as well. You know, all these like Muslim countries in the Middle East used to be Christian countries. What happened? You know? Real love is family and God, 100%. You know? And that's why like the nation, what is the backbone to the nation? It's family. You know? What drives family? You know? There's a reason why all the lefties like try to attack the nuclear family. It ain't a coinky dink. And they're also atheists. You know? There's a reason why all these atheists don't see a point in like having kids and they all become anti-natalist and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? At 45, I'm my best version of myself. I was lazy and gluttonous. I usually focus on being joyful warrior. And my man, shout out to the Mosman, baby. Yeah, you can't call out hoes if you're a hoe yourself. Exactly. You know? Like, it's that kind of realization, you know? And again, like a key moment to this was Andrew when he pointed out the thing to Myron. It's like, you're saying like, you know, you're not a man of value unless you fuck 50 bitches. And it's like, well, aren't you just then contributing to the problem? Like you say, the problem is like these women are loose and all this kind of shit. But if each dude sleeps with 50 women, how are we going to expect to have virgins? You know? Yeah, the men are like more masculine, but the women are still hoes. You know? God created us to have joy. Real joy is righteous. Oh, man. Priceless. It's literally priceless. Like, you couldn't put a price on it. And again, shout out Andrew Wilson with like that legendary moment against Wes Watson. It's like, what good is having all the money in the world if I don't have a family to spend it with? You know? I love making others laugh, and when they meet me and not feeling sorry for myself, it impacts them. Exactly. You know? Atheists believe in God. They're just angry and rebellious to him. If you really don't believe in him, why are you so angry at him? Exactly. Brilliant point, Ghost Rider. Like this whole aspect of like atheists, like Abe was pointing this out, was like atheists like do believe in God. They just put themselves in that position of God. You know? I hate being angry or upset. I don't enjoy the feeling and it feels like a waste of my time. Exactly. You know? I was pointing this out to Are We Not Men. It's like if you genuinely are hate watching somebody, you know? And this comes from like our side as well. It's like if you find yourself like watching Destiny or Hassan and you're constantly watching their clips because you hate them and all this kind of shit, it's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, and to develop that skill to like let go of that shit. You know what I mean? Focus on like the solutions. We understand that they're the problem. You know what I mean? Watching more videos of them is not going to, you know, like solve anything. By forming an opposition to them. Now that's a solution, you know? But let's get back to the video, ladies and gentlemen.
flick a little text and go, Merry Christmas, how's things? Maybe it's someone that you've fallen out with, or someone that you've just not spoken to in a long time, because, you know, it's life. Life gets in the way. Fire them a little text. Just go, Merry Christmas. It's like what Bill Murray says at the end of Scrooged. You know? It's never too late. Give someone a wee call. Or a text, I suppose, would be, I don't know, message them. Is that the correct way of speaking? I don't know. I don't have too many loved ones in my life, but the ones I love with all my heart. So, you know, at least I've got that going for me.
These are clips from the actual live stream put out by Steven that night. In the stream, he references a few key things, including an ongoing announcement that Steven's chat feature wasn't working.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. So, by all means, talk amongst yourselves. I could use my phone to dip in every now and again and check it, but I've decided that I kind of hate live streams where people just sit and read comments and go, oh my god, yes, ask me questions, better. And also, if I go on my phone for too long, I'll end up...
What the fuck? Yeah, engaging with chat is, that's so cringe, bro. You mean engaging with your audience? What the actual fuck? Oh, 100%, Shante. 100%. Like, this was all, like premeditated, like, planned out and all this kind of shit, you know? And again, shout out to Muslims as well. If they make you angry, you're giving them power. That's a fundamental part of Stoicism. Exactly. Like, you're literally giving them views. Especially, like, in the example I was listening, like, you're literally, like, giving them views. You know? Why not give your attention to a better cause? You know? Like Andrew or Rob, you know? And also Ryan C. Mullally, you know, because like I said, I've been on record saying that, like, I hate lawyers on this show, particularly the Deductionist Files. I hate lawyers and all this kind of shit. But Ryan C. Mullally's one of the good ones, okay? I do love myself a bit of Ryan C. Mullally, you know?
Just scrolling through TikTok, and the amount of time that I've lost scrolling through TikTok is unbelievable. So yeah, phones away. Can't look at the live chat for some bloody reason, because if I do, it makes the whole thing freeze and OBS just screws up. Right, yeah, so I need to get my anxiety about whether or not the stream will crash just out of the way, otherwise it'll affect the whole bloody thing. But yes, if you have questions, comments, opinions, anything like that, tough. What I want this to be, right, is... Do you know, like, when you used to watch Big Brother back in the day? When, like, E4 had, like, a live stream that ran, like, all night and it was just live footage from the house? It's kind of going to be like that. So, you know, like, you can dip in, you can dip out, that sort of thing. And meanwhile, I'm just going to be focusing on playing the game. All good? All good.
This is really important because when creators live stream, they're able to interact and chat and read the comments with their followers. They can react to them in real time. But Steven says his chat wasn't working that day. He takes it a step further too, and even leaves the stream a few hours in to show he's taking a break.
Anyway, back in 5-10 minutes or so. So, go get yourself something to eat.
Is all of this just an excuse to bolster his alibi? Some of the subject matter Steven discusses is bizarre too, including police brutality.
Like, I was reading somewhere recently, like, the amount of police force that we have lost over the last 12 years is just frightening, and no wonder crime is on the rise. That's why I like sticking to just doing crimes in a video game. Keeps things simple, mate.
At one point, Steven even references making a crime look like an accident before saying Natalie's name in the live stream.
Holy shit. Before we get into that, though, welcome in Organizer Sanity and also Shante as well. Another excuse. Now it's going to crash, but 2 seconds ago it was cringy. Yeah, I don't like streamers who engage with their chat. Unbelievable. You know what I mean? It's like anytime you see, like, double excuses for shit, it's like there's fuckery afoot. You know what I mean? We're in a war with Satan and evil. I'm not a scripture and verse guy, so I'll never be a pastor. But I can pray for you and be a medic and get you the right direction, spiritual health. My man. Shout out to Ghost Rider. You know, this guy's pre-recorded this and has already planned how he's gonna murder his girlfriend. It's crazy to watch. Evil exists. Exactly. You know what I mean? Crazy to be able to sit there so casually when you know what you're planning to do. And like this thing, he's going to mention, like, they can't help themselves. This dude thinks he's so smart. He's smarter than everybody and all this kind of shit. And this is where it comes back to that whole essence of like the ego. You know, that's what feeds in and like, you know, invites the sin at the door. And it's like, you know, just more lies, more ego, all this kind of shit. Let's hear what he says.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the real world. Absolutely. Absolutely.
The stream goes on for about 6 hours until Steven ends the live stream with this.
I think I'll wrap up this stream with none of you watching at all. Just by saying, Merry Christmas, everyone. It's a time that we look forward to and we get excited about whenever we're young. And then as we get older, we get much more cynical and stuff like that. And then we reach a stage where we realize it's not about us anymore. It's about the younger generation, and it's about keeping that love alive and passing it on. And I think that's something I'm looking forward to doing more than anything else, really.
About 24 hours later, after he doesn't hear from Natalie, Steven heads to her home in Lurgan, and it's there that he discovers her body and calls the 999 emergency line.
Sorry! Is the patient breathing?
No! She's cold!
Okay, listen, what's the address of the emergency, please?
Goes because she's pregnant.
Listen, are you saying she's pregnant?
Yes!
And she's not breathing? Did you say she's cold?
She's cold!
Okay, listen to me. I'm going to help you, okay? You stay on the line with me, alright? Stay on the line with me. Okay, listen, if there is a defibrillator available, and send someone else to get it now in case we need it later. Tell me whenever you have it, okay? Is there anybody else with you who can go and get a defib?
No, there's blood everywhere.
Listen to me. I'm organising help for you now. Stay on the line. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do.
Natalie has been badly beaten, stabbed repeatedly, including once to her jugular vein. A medical examiner later determines she's broken multiple bones in her neck, indicating she was also strangled. On top of all of this, Natalie is found with blunt force trauma to the head, meaning she was hit at least 5 times in the face and neck. Tragic.
And like I said, it was brutal. Like we kind of described, but just look at, like, this is how like aesthetics can tell you a lot about a person. Like look at like the kind of like the dress that she's putting. Like she has that kind of what I'd call again, no offense, Shazzy and chat, but like this is like the typical kind of like loyalist kind of like aesthetic. You know what I mean? Like the like no like the throne, the gold. Like look at the fancy dress and all this kind of shit. Now if we compare this picture to I don't know if I can skip back too much. So 917 is what we're at. Right? To this dude. You know, you'd be like, bro, like they're not in a relationship. What are you talking about? It's like oil and water, these two. Like let me try to get it. It's literally oil and water between these two pictures. You know? Aesthetics is an important thing, you know? Ghostwriter says, Tarek, are you able to analyze the show first 48? We actually did try that either yesterday or the day before, and stream got taken down. Like typically, like this is not usually what we get from Long Crime. Again, actually, shout out to this channel. Give it a like and subscribe. Typically, they do stuff like the actual. Well, I don't know. They actually seem to do shows, but this is where we get like a lot of like the courtroom stuff and the interrogation footage and all this kind of stuff. typically we actually don't do like show type stuff. It's literally just we have the interrogation footage to work with and all this stuff. But with this one, it seems to be going well so far. Yeah, like it seems to be like an actual like proper show, which is nice to see. But yeah, like typically it's not as well done as this. It's literally just the interrogation footage and all this kind of stuff. So like I said, it is what it is. We gotta work with the tools that we got. You know what I mean? Like let me catch up as well. The devil knows the word, but he corrupts it. Jesus told the Pharisees that they knew his father's law, but if they really knew, they would not. They would know it's to love. True that. I got baptized Lutheran on Easter Sunday. I lost my family and friends, but I absolutely do not regret it. It was the greatest day of my life. God bless you. Hey, my man. But yeah, I'm not even sure if this is the same long crime that we were doing, or that we've done before. But
so strangled.
Let me double check.
On top of all of this, Natalie is found with blunt force trauma to the head, meaning she was hit at least 5 times in the face and neck. Tragically, Natalie and her unborn son Dean are both pronounced dead, and a murder investigation soon opens. Right away, detectives look at Steven. He's arrested pretty early on, but quickly released when he provides an alibi, the 6-hour-long YouTube live stream that quickly takes investigators off his trail. During this time, Steven plays the role of devastated boyfriend, openly mourning at Natalie's wake, making and posting a memorial video about the loss, and even pointing investigators in the direction of her ex-boyfriend as a possible suspect. Even still, some detectives have a weird feeling about Steven. So despite this live stream alibi, they follow up on his whereabouts at the time of the murder and soon come to a grisly realization. The live stream that Steven posted the night of Natalie's murder wasn't live at all. In fact, tech experts were able to determine that Steven recorded the entire ordeal long before the night it was published. Remember when Steven claimed the chat wasn't working?
The worst part is I can't even use my phone to check the live stream comments either, because I'm pretty sure that will with my internet and with this stream. So that's good, isn't it?
It's not that the chat wasn't working, it's that the video was recorded. There's no way to predict what viewers would write in the chat, so he just pretended like it was malfunctioning. That means when Steven claimed to be going live, he was actually ending Natalie's life instead.
From 4 o'clock on Sunday the 18th of December, Stephen. I see you're studying the video there, I'll just give you a minute. Okay. So from 4 p.m. on the
I just have to point this. Oh, how crazy the COVID fucking lockdown was, man. Like, we have this huge fucking like plastic, because we don't want this cunt to get COVID from this or vice versa, but he's sitting right next to the other dude. Like, how crazy that whole lockdown was, man. Holy shit. Anyways, I digress.
On the 18th of December, you were telling the world that you were going to be live streaming in 2 hours' time, from 6 o'clock till midnight. You had sent out a Twitter post and an Instagram post saying that you would be live streaming the Violent Night Christmas live gaming stream. Streamy goodness. You give the appearance of being at home, playing Grand Theft Auto, Vice City, on your device. Now your device has been examined. It was seized and it was examined. And there is nothing to suggest that you were on that device between 6 o'clock and midnight on the 18th of December. There's no activity on your device between 6 and 12.
Investigators soon discovered that at 4 p.m. on December 18th, the day of Natalie's murder, Stephen scheduled the live stream. At 6 p.m., the pre-recorded video goes live, and just a half an hour later at 6:36 p.m., Stephen is caught on CCTV video leaving his home in a disguise. Minutes later, there's video of him on a bus heading towards Natalie's home. Doorbell camera video later shows Stephen approaching Natalie's house at about 8:51 p.m. Nearly an hour later, at 9:31 p.m., Stephen is caught on the same doorbell camera, this time leaving Natalie's home. After that, he's seen hailing a taxi and fleeing the crime scene, headed back to his own home. It would be about another 24 hours before Stephen returned to the crime scene, pretending to find Natalie's body and calling the 911 emergency line. When investigators finally gather all this information, Stephen is arrested for the second time on January 31st, 2023.
Stephen, you're under arrest for murder. You do not have to say anything, but I must caution you that if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court, it may harm your defense. If you do say anything, it may be given in evidence.
Dear. Wait. Stephen, the state is on suspicion.
About the entire ordeal, the Northern Ireland Police Service released a statement reading in part, McCullough was very confident of avoiding justice for this and was playing the role of the victim across his friendship group, across the McNally family and the public in Lurgan. This young woman, a much-loved daughter and sister, was 15 weeks pregnant and excited to be planning the rest of her life as a mother. Here, he carried out a sustained and shockingly violent attack, which took Natalie's life and that of her unborn son. This was an attack that sent shockwaves right across the community. Not only was it distressingly brutal in nature, it was meticulously and coldly premeditated. A loving family are left with unimaginable heartache. They have lost their beloved Natalie and the baby boy they so dearly wanted to welcome into their family. Steve.
Man, what a piece of shit. Holy shit, man. You know? And that's why, like, this whole kind of... What would be the words to describe like this? It's like, you know when you lift up a rock and it's just like all these like weird fucking like insects, woodlice and all this kind of shit. It's disgusting. You know what I mean? And when you dig deep enough into the philosophy and all this kind of shit, the whole like postmodernism, the antinatalism and all this kind of shit, it is kind of like one of those things, man, where it's like holy shit, man, it's evil obviously is a word, but it's like why not just let her go off and do her own thing? This is the whole kind of aspect of like taking your ball and go home. You know what I mean? Fair enough. Like we kind of compared the photos, like him holding up the toy and then her in like the fancy dress and the you know, the nice chair with the gold rim and all this kind of shit. Like obviously it was oil and water and all this kind of stuff. But and we've seen this before on cases as well, where it's like, well, if I can't have her or if I can't have him, then no one can. You know what I mean? And I don't know if this was a thing where it's like he was just so focused on like the woman and all this kind of shit and like making sure no one had her or whatever, or if it's just like he did not want to be the father or he didn't want to have to be a father and all this kind of shit, which again kind of goes more into like that whole kind of like anti-natalism and all this kind of shit. Man. So wait, they were having yeah, it was his kid. It was his kid. And he done that to her. Murdered her. In cold blood. You know? We get back to responsibility, we get back to accountability. You know? Like these like man-childs that like never want to grow up, never want to take on responsibility. Murdered both, exactly. And yeah, Carl, that's like the silver lining, I suppose. Like these people are so fucking retarded. Like they're gonna make mistakes, you know.
Stephen was eventually charged with 1 count of murder, as Northern Ireland has no separate charge for feticide. Stephen pleaded not guilty to the charge, and his trial began on February 16th, 2026, in the Belfast Crown Court. It lasted for about 6 weeks before a 12-person jury returned a unanimous verdict of guilty. On June 3rd of this year, a judge ruled he must serve a minimum of 31 years in prison. All right, so we know the outcome of the case, but how did we get here? I want to take a deeper dive into all of this. And for that, let's bring on today's guest. It's friend of the show and international attorney, David DeFury. David, great to see you. Thank you for coming on Scandal as always. And let's kind of wind back the clock. Pre any sort of sentencing, pre any sort of conviction, at the very beginning, we have this woman, 32-year-old Natalie. She's found murdered. And something we say a lot in the true crime industry, I guess, is that phrase, it's always the husband, it's always the boyfriend, always the significant other. So do you think that's where investigators would start taking a closer look at the significant other?
I think so. And notably, the defendant also knew that. And so he actually tried to point the finger at her ex-boyfriend. And that was part of the obfuscation that he engaged in. But he was arrested twice. So originally he was arrested right away, apparently, after they came to her apartment where the body was. And they must have seen something that suggested to them that although he was claiming he had just come and found her, that he actually may have committed the murder. And then he, as you probably already talked about, used this way of creating an alibi. And then he was later, much later, re-arrested. So the police seemed to be...
And like, I don't know, maybe she got back in contact with the ex-boyfriend, and like the ex-boyfriend was like, listen, like I'll raise the kid and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, they don't do that. Like I said, man, fucking, there needs to be an overhaul of our fucking... Well, Northern Ireland would technically be separate laws, but like, they need to do an overhaul in terms of the like we need proper like reform for our laws. Need to go back on that abortion thing. Murdering a pregnant woman is automatically double homicide. You know, a lot of different things, you know. It's usually, yeah. Again, that's why America's a great nation. Double homicide, motherfuckers. But in Ireland, we don't have the fetus. It's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Derek is basically running 2 channels at once. His actual show and his chat. Hey, I like you guys, you know, talk to each other, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But I do get like pretty focused in terms of like the especially interrogations, because like I get like really focused in terms of that, because it's like you're watching for body language, like any little tells and all this kind of stuff. What words are they using? How are they describing certain events? Like a key thing is that it's like anytime there's a disappearance case, like how they talk in an interrogation. Like if they start referring to their like wife or their husband as like, oh, he was like this, he was like that, like in the past tense, that's a telltale sign that they know that they're dead. You know? Little things like that, you know? Shaday's like, Shaday wants to say this to the chat.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Shaday's saying, shut the fuck up. Plead the fifth, motherfuckers. Don't you know you're supposed to remain silent? You know? There, brother, I love how people talk, but you can see their lies. Hey, like I said, that's what I'm trying to train you guys to do as well, because you can use this shit in debates. You can pick up on a little shit and you're like, bro, you're fucking lying. You know? Like you're able to tell whether or not the statistic and all this kind of shit, whether or not like they're confident on it, or if they're just bullshitting and all this kind of shit. You know?
focused on him from the beginning. The alibi convinced them it wasn't him at first. They also heavily investigated this ex-boyfriend that he pointed the finger at, and then led them eventually back to him.
Okay, we have to talk about the alibi because this is kind of crazy. You mentioned, so Steven, the boyfriend, he's arrested right away. Investigators think it's him. Then he's like, wait a minute, hold the phone. I have this 6-hour alibi. I was doing this YouTube live stream. So they take a look and they're like, okay, yeah, wow, you were on YouTube, you were live. Okay, I guess you couldn't have been committing the murder at the time. Great, good to go. Now, later, of course, this has a couple of holes poked in it, and that'll lead to his future arrest. But what are your thoughts on the fact that he went to such great lengths to create an alibi? I mean, it's 6 hours worth of him making this live stream. That to me screams premeditation. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's very unique, obviously, taking advantage of modern technology to try to create an alibi. It's an interesting way to try to do it. And I'm surprised others haven't tried to do this in the past. But of course, it ultimately backfired. And thankfully, the police and the investigators looked deeper into this supposed live stream, which actually wasn't live at all. And so this is one of the most interesting parts about this case and why.
And this is why it's like you got to be able to I call it like you got to be able to think in terms of the big picture, where you've got to be able to look at the whole puzzle, and like being able to do that, you're then able to kind of like eliminate shit and all this stuff. But the reason why they went back to this dude and like was like, we need to look into the metadata or some shit like this with this dude, because it's like there's no forced entry. So she must have known the dude, and then when you have the CCTV footage, it's like, okay, this dude is wearing a disguise, the dude that entered the building. So it's like, why would she let someone who's wearing a disguise into the house? So it's not like, it's basically kind of like once you start to piece that together, then all of a sudden you start to kind of say, okay, no, this has to be the boyfriend. You know what I mean? It starts to lead you down the path once you start like, and it's very difficult to do as well because you're keeping kind of like multiple facts in your head and all this stuff. But again, like I've watched Poirot, I've watched Sherlock Holmes, like all the different, like even like the Granada versions, and all that stuff, like Mentalist, like all those types of things, all these like true crimes and all this kind of stuff. It's just like something I've always been interested in. You know what I mean? Like even as a kid and all this kind of stuff. Like me and my dad like would watch the one on the Discovery Channel. I can't remember the name of it, but there'd always be like one kind of like just before I go to bed, it would always be like a case on and all this kind of stuff. You know, something that was always interesting. Like the character of Sherlock Holmes was like something like I was always just had like a fascination with and all this kind of stuff. You know, Tarek, I'm telling you, bro, come to the States. I'll sponsor you, bro. My mum was Canadian, sir. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ghost. I'm in like two minds of it. Like, I honestly it would be a privilege and an honor. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like that nationalist part of me is like, no, I don't want these cunts to ruin my country. You know what I mean? This is my island, bitch. You know? But who knows, man? Depend on what way it goes. If it descends into civil war and all this kind of shit, you know? Calculation must be weighed, as they say, you know? You had me laughing with your accent time. Speak easy. Appreciate you, Carol. Glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, I love to give the folks a good show. You know, like John was saying, you know, I like making people laugh, you know? I love the video where the guy is arrested for having drugs in his pocket, but says, that ain't my pants. He was doing one of these things. That ain't my pants, bro. What are you talking about? It wasn't me. I didn't do nothing. You know? I was just borrowing these pants. You know what I mean? As you do. Like good friends lend each other pants, right? Like who wouldn't lend their best friend their pants? If your friend was in need, would you not lend him your pants? You know? It is what it is. Yeah, Baron, exactly. Cannot cede the ground to the communists. You know? Free Ireland, baby. But like, and this is the thing that I've paid attention to, like mainland Europe and all this stuff. Even Australia, you're seeing it with the One Nation. Is like you're starting to see this surge and like this wave of nationalism start to come across. But of course, the danger of that is like if it turns into ultra nationalism, and like, fuck, man, like that's just as dangerous, if not, you know, something you need to constantly be kind of like vigilant for as well. Which is why how they handle like this, you know, World War II myth is going to be crucial. And Charlie was a master. Charlie Kirk was a master of like finding that balance and like, you know, on the one hand, like showing liberals that it's like, dare I say, like showing these liberals like what reasoning is, what logic is on the one hand, and like Christianity ain't what you think it is, and all this kind of stuff. But on the opposite hand, like he was preventing a lot of like people, like right wing people, from going too far on the nationalism front as well. Like he had that kind of like he was able to kind of like captivate the center in terms of like that, like when people say like Charlie was a moderate, you know, like that, like that's the kind of moderate you need. Whereas there's a lot of people that would claim to be a moderate, like CNN would claim to be moderate. You know what I mean? Like that's how fucking crazy, you know. Have you watched Russell Williams' interrogation? He was a colonel in Canadian Army. Oh yeah, that was like I think one of the first. I think that was like show number 3 or something like that. Man, I wanted to vomit reading that shit. Like holy, and like he even lied in the interrogation. Like the stuff that like he said he done, like even when after interrogation when he breaks down, he goes, okay, yeah, like okay, I done this, and this. Like he was even lying about it. It was way worse than what he was saying in the interrogation. You know. We got the rewatch as well, Carol. We got the rewatch. Don't worry. So we got this is what our 18th stream of this. You know what I mean? Should make playlists. I'm really bad at making the playlist and like actually managing the YouTube account. Like doing all the. Because another thing they do is like they change. This is what like the big channels. If you notice that they'll do like if like they'll release the video and then like a couple hours later they'll change the thumbnail and slightly change the title to dupe you into thinking it's a different video and all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of little tricks like that you can do, but like even just like just making the playlist and all this stuff. Something I need to get better at. But if you go back on the channel, it should be one of the early episodes we've done. You know, appreciate you, Carol. They're going to still round up here though and do the Great Crusade again if we have to. But like that's the thing. That's what kind of like gives me hope. Like my kind of because a lot of people that say, Terry, like, you're Irish, why do you care so much about American politics? It's like if America fell, if Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris had won, and it was key for Trump to get into the second term as well. It was over, baby. It was over. America would go down the same path as Britain, and it would not be a good story, you know. But like I said, man, Trump said not today, you know. And like we need America. Like this kind of sounds fucked up as a European, but we need America to turn around and like get these fucking Europeans back in line. Like this whole thing of like Trump putting pressure on NATO and saying like, you know, in the past like 20 years, we've spent almost $1 trillion. Whereas you like the next best person has spent what? 100 billion maybe? Like that's Germany, obviously. Like Germany spent 100 billion and like America spending like $1 trillion on on Europe's protection, on Europe's army. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Like that's what like is another thing that's kind of like led into this like welfare states, free healthcare, all this kind of like bullshit. Is that it's like they no longer actually have to spend money in defending ourselves. So like this whole thing of like what Trump is doing to NATO and all this kind of stuff, like that's I want to see that from America, you know. Sober these, you know, these European socialists up. No more champagne socialisms. We're getting back to proper shit. We're getting back to nationalism. We're getting back to, you know, like proper economics. You know?
I think it has received a lot of media attention.
Yeah, I think you're right because so many people we always have our phones on us. We're always using social media. I mean, we live stream here on Law and Crime all the time. I mean, it's something that people do. So you're right. It's interesting that we haven't seen more things like this. But to your point, it's great that detectives took a cursory look, and they're like, oh, wow, okay, so this guy has an alibi. But they were like, wait a minute, something here's kind of fishy. Let's dig a little bit deeper. And so it turns out that they ended up using their cyber investigation team to kind of crack the case way open. Do you think that's why it took an extra hot second before he was arrested for the second time and later charged?
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently, they interrogated him numerous times, something like 8 times, I believe I read. And so they must have become suspicious. There probably was, you know, significant evidence to suggest he did it, but then they had this really strong alibi that showed he was in a completely different place at that time, live streaming. And so eventually, I guess that led them to bringing in the right experts to try to investigate, could he have faked this live stream, which ultimately he did do. And it makes you wonder, did he know that he had this weakness? Was he worried that they might be able to figure out that it wasn't a live stream, that it had been pre-recorded? But it's still a very unique way to try to present yourself as in one place when you're committing a crime in another.
Yeah, all of it is, like I said, I think there's showing huge premeditation here. The fact that he went through and created this, that he presented this alibi to detectives and was like, hey, I wasn't even there. I was good to go. And I think the deception is really what stands out to me, and something that you brought up too, why a lot of people are really interested in this case, because we have the unique factor that he was kind of well known on YouTube, the fact that he had this alleged alibi with this live stream. And then on top of that, I just have to say it again, the deception here. I mean, the fact that he was very publicly saying, oh my God, I loved Natalie so much. He went to her wake. He consoled her family. He posted on social media talking about this tragedy. I mean, do you think when this eventually did go to trial, if you're one of the prosecutors, that you would highlight this, the fact that this is the guy who turns out to be the killer is also consoling her family?
Yeah, I think they absolutely would highlight that. And that was definitely, from what I read, part of the sentencing.
For me, though, personally, it's like this whole aspect, like, what set him off? What set him off? Like, what was the trigger point in terms of like when he made that kind of like choice to do all this shit? And I think it's something got to do with like the fact that he tries to blame the ex-boyfriend. Like that, the fact that he acknowledged the ex-boyfriend, did she say something that like this whole thing of like, this is brought up by like the likes of like Fresh and Fit and whatever and all this kind of stuff. Like if the girl is like constantly talking about a particular ex on this kind of stuff, probably has feelings. You know what I mean? Like bringing them up like completely unrelated or whatever, is usually kind of like a sign of that. So, like, again, this is all like speculation and all this stuff. This is just kind of like my theory of trying to like think through like the means, motive, opportunity, like in terms of the motive. Relationship is not doing too well. Like we showed, like she's kind of like more like, wanting to be kind of like upper class. Has that kind of aspect of like, or just like the aesthetic of kind of like, aiming to like a higher principle, all this stuff. This dude's clearly like a man child and all this stuff. She's pregnant with his child. He's, like I said, a man child, doesn't want the responsibility, doesn't really want the kid and all this kind of thing. She's dead set on keeping the kid. And then he tries to abdicate responsibility. He just wanna be a father. He wants to remain a kid and all this kind of stuff. You know, if it was just that aspect, they could have just went their separate ways. But there's something that triggered him into, you know, like murdering his girlfriend and his child, you know? And I would say it was probably something along the lines where she basically kind of like made a comment kind of saying, "Oh, don't worry, like I'm gonna go back with the ex and he's gonna take care of the kid because he's a real man," or something like that. That would be my 2 cents on it, but that's all speculation, that's all theory, opinion, all this kind of stuff, you know? No, it was his child, Baron. It was his child. And like I said, all that was speculation, just my own opinion, all this kind of stuff. Because the fact that he pointed the finger at the ex-boyfriend, that to me is like a little glimpse into his mentality or his mental state, you know? Yeah, it's his own child. So I think like the final breakdown in the relationship, I'd say she probably knew for a while that this dude's kind of like a man child and all this kind of thing, but she thought, I can change him, I can get him to become more responsible, all this kind of shit. This again, to the ladies out there, don't be getting involved with these these man childs, you know, because they avoid responsibility like the fucking plague, you know. Um, and the fact that like he's willing to kill a girl and like a pregnant woman, it's his child, you know. Again, like that's my 2 cents on it. Like she like made a comment saying like, "Oh, don't worry, I've got like I'm gonna go back to the ex. You're not a real man," or something like that. He'll actually be a father to the child. Something along those is what I'm thinking.
Decision that it impacted the sentence that he got. The judge noted that he had engaged in this behavior where he pretended to be so to be mourning her, to be communing with her family over the tragedy of it, to be putting things out there on social media about how upset he was, messaging with his friends about her. I mean, he was a complete act, and I think that influenced the very significant prison sentence that he received.
That's what's so scary in cases like this, because if a tragedy like this happens, and we cover it all the time, there's a murder. Obviously, people react in different ways. We can't necessarily blame them. But if they're coming together with the family and, they're mourning the loss, you feel for them. And then when it turns out that they're the person who committed this act, it's so scary at the very least. And I guess if we're talking about how Natalie actually was killed, this to me, I'm wondering if you think prosecutors would really focus on this too. The way that she died, I mean, it seems so intense. There were multiple stab wounds, strangulation, heavy blows to the head, blunt force trauma. And to me, when I'm hearing all
there was a lot of like, that's what I'm saying in terms of like what set him off to do that shit. You know what I mean? Like we kind of discussed in terms of the outline, like this wasn't like one kind of like hit and then she's dead kind of thing. Like this was like prolonged fucking like prolonged assault. You know what I mean? Like multiple stab wounds, multiple face trauma, all this kind of shit. And again, we were talking about like hate and all that kind of stuff earlier on in chat. Like that's what I think. That's why I think like she'd mentioned like she referenced like I've been talking to the ex or whatever, and he's gonna take care of the kid. Fuck you, you're not a real man. And that's why he was like, he was personal. Exactly. There's something in terms of the motive. There's something along those lines, I think. And because he's a man child, like that whole aspect of like This is why they say like morality is an objective thing. You know what I mean? Like some other dude like taking care of your kid because you're too much of a man child. Oof. Oof. The ego does not like that. The ego does not like that. And then you've seen like the whole like all the deception that he done in both in the build up, but then even in the aftermath, going to the wedding, all this kind of shit. This is what happens when you live a life of lies. When you're a pathological liar and all this kind of shit, you know? It was personal. He hated her for whatever happened. I wonder if he thought maybe she cheated and the baby wasn't his. No, I reckon she wanted out. I reckon she kind of like went as far as she could because she wanted the kid to have like their biological father. And then it got to the point where she realized this dude's a fucking man child. This dude is a fucking man child, and he's not actually going to be a good father to the kid. And then she's like, and again, he's the one that pointed the finger at the ex, which would lead me to believe that she said something about the ex being like being a better father or something like that. You know, so much for just walking away. But this is what happens when you're like a pathological liar and all this kind of shit. It's like it's all kind of like ego. You're all feeding your ego with this thing. You know, all these lies and these illusions. You know what I mean? The lie that we tell, like who we think we are versus who we actually are. You know, and then when you get confronted with it, you know, the ego don't like that. You know, he got triggered big time. Yeah, 100%, 100%. To be that violent, you know. Oh, so you start talking in chat when you think I'm gone. I see how it is. I think she's calling you out, Picasso. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Picasso. Called out. Called out. You just have to get over yourself at some point. I know I needed to. But like this is what I'm trying to point out, Farron. Like some of these people, like they get away with all these lies. It becomes like it's like pathological. It's like instinct for them, and their ego literally cannot handle reality anymore, and they lash out and all this kind of shit. You know. I'm not saying that she cheated. That's what he believed. Yeah, that's why I'm saying like this is just opinion on my end, Shante. This is all just like speculation, opinion, all this kind of shit. Trying like focusing on the motive. But like that whole kind of like mentality that the dude has, like he's a man child kind of thing. I'd probably say he would look at that as a relief if the kid wasn't his. You know? He'd say, oh, like now I can break up with her and I'm the victim. You know what I mean? Because we know like these people love to play victim and all this kind of shit. Oh, I'm the victim. She cheated on me. She's having a kid with another guy and all this stuff. You know, you'd have like the perfect victim card and all this kind of shit. But again, like this is all opinion, this is all speculation. Let's get back to the video.
All of those things kind of added up. It seems like this was a very intense crime and emotional. It's not like this was a sniper from, across a football field away. And it seems like a very intimate crime to actually have to strangle someone. It doesn't happen instantaneously. What are your thoughts about all that?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. First of all, this also does play into intent. And in order for the prosecutors to get a murder charge, they had to show both that he did it and that he, intended to kill her or cause serious bodily harm. And first of all, the way it played out, how violent the killing was, that he stabbed her and strangled her. I mean, there's no doubt what he was trying to do. Plus the fact that he had created this alibi in advance also shows intent. The way he traveled to her place in ways that he hoped he would not be traced. I mean, all of that went to help prove the intent. But the crime was brutal, and part of that may be that it's very much harder to get a handgun in Northern Ireland and in the United Kingdom. And so maybe he wasn't able to get a handgun. With a handgun, it probably would have been maybe less violent in a way, a quicker death. But maybe he also wanted a slow death. And sometimes, unfortunately, you can see from the way the crime is
I'm gonna speed this up to see if they actually get to the motive, but it doesn't seem like that was ever established.
carried out. Someone intends to actually create, enhance the amount of violence because they're so angry at the person. And that is also probably maybe what the jury thought.
Oh my God, that's what I would be thinking in a case like this when it's all laid out the facts of how she died. And something that I don't want lost here, of course, we have a 32-year-old woman who died and didn't just die, she was brutally murdered. But on top of that, she was pregnant too at the time. I mean, is this something that would pull on the heartstrings of the jury even more?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he killed an unborn child, supposedly his unborn child, and and the judge noted that he intended to do that too. He was aware that she was pregnant, and so it also makes you wonder, why did he do it in such a violent way when he knew she was carrying someone inside her? It's really sad.
I mean, the facts of this case are really, really disturbing, and we've talked a lot about the prosecution because, of course, we know how the case.
Like, that's another thing that points me towards this. Like, he didn't want, like, the kid was his, and he didn't want the kid. You know what I mean? But then also to what Shante was talking about, like, if he thought that the kid wasn't his. But that's why I point back to the whole man-child aspect. Like, that would be a victim card for him. They could pull. It's like, oh, like, she cheated on me. She's such a piece of shit. I'm such a victim. All this kind of shit.
Ended, but let's pretend that he's just been charged. We haven't gone to trial yet, but we're preparing and you're the defense attorney. What sort of defense would you even come up with for this guy?
Well, notably, he did not testify. And so because he chose not to testify and he probably made that choice, or his, in consultation with his lawyers, because he did not want to be cross-examined, then they're limited in what kind of defense he could provide. What they tried to do likely is just pick holes in the prosecution's evidence and to, try to say that there's not sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime. I'm not sure if the defense lawyers tried to stand by the live stream or not. If they did, they would have had to probably have a tech expert to help explain that. Maybe there was, some of that went on where they were kind of battling over the technology. That could be confusing for the jury. Frankly, it was confusing to me how how the prosecutors were able to figure out that it wasn't a live stream when it was presented as a live stream. It had something to do with how the data runs behind the live stream when it's recorded versus when it's a live stream. So you needed technicians to help do that, and they likely testified to help prove that. I don't know if the defense brought in their own experts, but they would have had to try to pick holes in that and try to keep the alibi and allow it to stand up.
Yeah, it's really tough to combat because you're right. I'm no tech expert. I'm just trusting what the experts are testifying to. But basically, it sounds like the data is different when you live stream versus when you record and post it as if it is a live stream. And that's what's so hard in so many of the cases that we cover. If there's a cell phone, a text message that's sent or your phone pings somewhere, it's kind of hard to combat something like that. And that's obviously what ended up happening here, that he was found guilty. But I do want to ask this to you. You mentioned something that it's more difficult to have firearms over in Northern England, Northern Ireland is where this happened. England too, but that's a separate thing. So, I mean, what are the other differences here? Do you think that the criminal justice system is pretty similar to what we see in the United States as far as the trial in Northern Ireland? Like, was it similar? What are your thoughts?
Well, it's very similar to England, and because they're both part of the United Kingdom, they both have common law systems, and that way it's similar to here in the United States as well. It's a common law system. In the United Kingdom, they have different courts. This would have been in the Crown Court, I believe, because it's a very serious crime. It would have entitled him to a jury, which he did have a jury. So it's a bit different in terms of its procedure from a criminal case in the U.S. and how it proceeds, but there are a lot of similarities, both in terms of the law and in terms of the process.
Yeah, you mentioned things like if he took the stand in his own defense, he would open him up for cross-exam, something we're obviously very familiar with here in the United States. He didn't end up doing that. However, a jury still ended up finding him guilty in this case. Are you surprised by the verdict?
No, I'm not surprised at all. Once the prosecutors were able to find out that this wasn't a live stream, and they, using tech experts, probably presented pretty strong evidence that it wasn't a live stream, then I think his whole excuse falls apart, and it becomes evident that this is a ruse. And after all, he is the one that pretended to discover her a day after he actually killed her, and there must have been substantial DNA evidence linking him to the crime. And so it was in some ways probably an open and shut case, especially because he probably didn't have much of a defense. If he did have a really strong defense, or he thought he would appear credible to the jury, or he could make an emotional appeal to the jury that would stand up with the jury, he likely would have testified, but he declined to do that.
Yeah, it's hard to combat if we have DNA, if we have cell phone data, if he had his phone with him and it was pinging him in certain locations. Plus, we talked about this YouTube live stream. I mean, there's a lot that was stacked against him. I'm not really surprised by the verdict either. And I'm wondering if you're surprised by the sentence. So 31 years is what he was sentenced with. And here in the United States, I mean, obviously it depends on which state you're in, whether there's, death penalty eligibility, or if it's like in prison without parole, like with or without, whatever it may be. But over there, I feel like every time I talk to you, the sentences that they receive for crimes that over here would be, life, you're never getting out. It's a little bit different. So can you explain the sentencing to me, the 31 years that he got?
Yeah, I mean, 31 years is a big sentence there. Obviously, there's a little bit more of an emphasis there on trying to reform and rehabilitate someone after they've committed a crime. So the sentences can sometimes be lighter, but this is a very...
Bro, it's ridiculous. Like, this whole thing is, oh no, we can reform. There's some people, they're too far gone, bro. They're too far gone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know, but seems like they've moved on from the motive, and it doesn't seem like we end up actually getting the motive from it. But ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap this case up so we can get on to the grift break and then get on to the next case. We got at least 3 cases coming up today. Yeah, it's literally that I can fix them fucking thing. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable over here. Like, people literally get away with murder. But ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap this one up. We now have the complete record. The individual responsible for the murder of Natalie McNally on 18th of December 2022 in Lurgan, County Armagh, Northern Ireland, is Stephen McCullough. McNally was 32 years old and 15 weeks pregnant with her son, who had been named Dean by the family. McCullough, then 32, was a content creator who operated a YouTube gaming channel with approximately 37,000 subscribers at the time. The relationship had begun in August 2022 after the two connected on a dating app. By November, McNally had informed her family of the pregnancy. Messages exchanged in the months leading up to the offense indicated that she had considered ending the relationship. McCullough had expressed excitement about becoming a father to some friends, yet the evidence shows he planned and carried out a calculated attack. On the 14th of December 2022, McCullough recorded a 6-hour video of himself playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City. He saved the file in the early hours of 15th of December. On the evening of the 18th of December, he broadcast that pre-recorded video on his YouTube channel under the appearance of a live stream titled The Violent Night Christmas Live Gaming Stream. At the start of the broadcast, he stated that the technical issues prevented live chat with his viewers. Throughout the recording, he repeatedly referenced the passage of time to reinforce the impression that the session was occurring in real time. At 5:57 p.m. on the 18th of December, McNally sent a WhatsApp message stating that he was about to begin live streaming. At approximately 8:52 p.m. on the 18th of December, a person matching McCullough's description, wearing a beanie hat with a black curly wig and carrying a rucksack, was captured on CCTV entering the Silverwood Green development in Lurgan. The same individual left the development at 9:30 p.m. Neighbours heard screaming from McNally's flat around 9 p.m. and observed a large shadow moving across the patio blinds. The assault lasted long enough to produce dozens of injuries. McNally was beaten about the head and face, sustaining multiple facial fractures and lacerations to the scalp. She was strangled, suffering broken bones in the neck. She was stabbed multiple times, including 3 wounds to the neck. The attack was prolonged. Either the stab wounds or the neck compression caused her death. The unborn child, Dean, also died as a direct result of the assault on his mother. A knife was later recovered a few feet away from her body in the living room. Blood was present on the floor and walls. There was no signs of forced entry. After the assault, McCullough changed clothing and left the area. At 10:46 p.m., he entered a taxi in Lurgan Town Centre. The taxi driver later identified him in a lineup. GPS records confirmed the journey to his home in Lisburn, arriving at 11:11 p.m. His mobile phone showed no activity between 6 p.m. and 11:16 p.m. on 18th of December. On the evening of 19th of December, McCullough returned to McNally's flat, made a 999 call claiming to have discovered her body and attempted CPR while appearing distressed. He was arrested at the scene but released the following day because the pre-recorded live stream appeared to place him in Lisburn throughout the evening of the 18th. Digital forensics conducted by the Police Service of Northern Ireland Cybercrime Unit examined the YouTube video file and associated computer logs. The analysis revealed that the 6-hour recording had been created on the 14th of December using OBS Studio software. No user interaction or background computer activity occurred on McCullough's device during the period the stream was broadcast on the 18th of December. A genuine live stream would have left traces of real-time engagement. The file was deleted after midnight on the 19th of December. When confronted on these findings, McCullough acknowledged that the video was pre-recorded. CCTV compilations, taxi records, bus footage, and witness identifications placed a disguised individual at the scene during the exact window established by neighbour statements. The disguised elements matched items previously shown in McCullough's own social media posts. The change of clothing between arrival and departure was consistent with an attempt to alter appearance. McCullough was rearrested on the 31st of January 2023 and charged with murder on the 2nd of February 2023. He was remanded in custody after multiple bail refusals, citing the premeditated nature of the offence, fabrication of the alibi, the use of disguise, and flight risk. During interviews, he declined to provide a substantive account on more than 80 occasions. The 5-week trial in 2026 presented the full body of evidence. Digital forensic proof that the alibi stream was pre-recorded days earlier, software logs showing no live activity, file metadata, deletion records, compiled CCTV and taxi evidence placing the disguised individual at the scene, neighbor statements fixing the time of the assault, post-mortem findings confirming a prolonged attack on a pregnant woman, the absence of forced entry, phone-in activity during the critical window, and WhatsApp messages establishing the timeline McCullough himself had attempted to create. The jury returned a unanimous guilty verdict on the 23rd of March 2026. On the 3rd of June 2026, McCullough was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 31 years before he may be considered for parole. The sentencing judge described the offence as cold-blooded and calculated, noting the deliberate pre-recording of the alibi material days in advance, the use of disguise to travel to and from the scene, prolonged and brutal nature of the assault on a pregnant woman, and the sustained attempt to present a false narrative to police from the moment of discovery. McCullough had a documented history of physical abuse in a previous long-term relationship. He had also recorded private counselling sessions of an ex-partner without her knowledge following a stillbirth. These background facts provided context for patterns of controlling and abusive behaviour, but are not necessary to establish the factual sequence of the offence itself. The motive appears rooted in a desire to end the relationship and the impending responsibilities of fatherhood without direct confrontation. The planning, pre-recording the alibi days earlier, sending a message to establish a false timeline, traveling in disguise, carrying out a sustained attack, changing clothing, and returning to discover the body demonstrates premeditation and calculation rather than a spontaneous loss of control. The selection of a gaming stream featuring a mission titled Waste the Wife has been noted by some observers as a possible dark taunt, though the court focused primarily on the factual evidence of planning and execution. The case generated significant public concern across Northern Ireland, both because of the brutality of the attack on a pregnant woman and because of the sophisticated attempt to manufacture an alibi through digital means. The investigation and trial demonstrated that even carefully constructed digital fabrications leave traceable metadata when subjected to proper forensic analysis. The convergence of independent evidence streams, digital forensic, visual identification, witness timings, phone records, and pathology left no room for any alternative explanation. McCullough remains in custody serving the life sentence with the minimum term of 31 years. No successful appeal altering the conviction or sentence has been reported as of the current date. This matter stands as a clear illustration of how modern investigative techniques can dismantle even elaborate attempts to create false alibis. The initial appearance of an unbreakable livestream alibi was methodically tested and found to rest on pre-recorded file whose creation date, software logs, and deletion record could not be reconciled with any genuine live broadcast. Once that foundation collapsed, the remaining evidence, CCTV movements, witness accounts, injury patterns, and the absence of forced entry aligned into a single, coherent, and inescapable sequence. Every major deduction made during the investigation was subsequently confirmed by independent lines of proof. The case required no speculation, only the patient assembly and cross-verification of observable facts across multiple disciplines. And thank you very much for joining me on this examination of this case's evidence, a case that hinges on digital footprints and timeline reconstruction reward precisely the kind of careful step-by-step deduction that defines this program. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go on a grift break, so hang tight. Now's the perfect time if you to empty the bladders. You know what I mean? Fill the water back up, maybe some coffees, maybe something stronger perhaps. Grab the popcorn, stretch the legs, get the circulation going. You know what I'm saying? If you got any spare coinage, now would be the perfect time as well to help a wee little leprechaun out. We're going to go on a grift break. And if you've already done all that stuff and you don't have any spare coinage, that is no worries. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy the music. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be right back.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobbling and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terriac. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's tile and old twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
And we are back, folks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And also shout out to Shantae for the links. Appreciate you kindly. Make sure you get onto the Discord. We got some informations on there. You know what I'm saying? We got Mosman on the server as well. Let me give you a little salute for that one, sir. Appreciate you kindly, Mosman. And like I said, we got a bit of finance, bit of fitness, bit of philosophies, all this kind of stuff in the info channels. And if you just want to talk shit like Shantae in the general chat, more than welcome to as well, ladies and gentlemen. But let's get into the next case. kind of running a little bit behind. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Gotta keep myself in check. You know what I'm saying? Let us get into the next case. So, oh wait, come on, fy favore, fy favore. And also another thing to note as well, is that it's good to see that like that one, like we don't get pinged for. We got Ghost in the Discord as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in both these gentlemen. But it's good to know is that like some of the documentaries don't get flagged. So like and shout out to the Law and Crime Network, because like they do those kind of like documentary style ones on cases, and then they also do like just the raw interrogation footage, and they also give you like the court footage and all this kind of stuff. I think they have something crazy like 40,000 videos across the channel. So again, shout outs to them. We got John as well coming in with $2. Says no more Lucky Charms, my Irish brother. Good night. It is what it is. Appreciate you stopping by and appreciate you for the donation, John. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you kindly, and congratulations on the success so far. I want to hear more good news. You know what I'm saying? Mama. We got Farron in the Discord as well. We'll do another welcome as well. Welcome in, sirs. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Mama. Have a good one, John. Stay blessed, as they say. Stay blessed, you know? I'll send you some more good stuff. Mama. But ladies and gentlemen, this case is called the case of the hammer in the night. Okay? Today, well, not today, but our next case, we travel to Bonita Springs, Florida, in the early summer of 2015. Picture a quiet, upscale residential community in southwest Florida, wide streets lined with palm trees and well-maintained homes. The air heavy with humidity and the scent of salt from the nearby Gulf. It is the kind of neighborhood where residents know one another by sight, where children ride bikes in the evenings, and where the rhythm of daily life revolves around work, family, and the occasional social gathering. On one such street, in one such home, a respected physician was about to become the victim of a meticulously planned attack that would shatter the apparent normalcy of the community. On the morning of June 29th, 2015, Dr. Teresa Severs failed to appear for work at her medical practice. Colleagues and family grew concerned when calls went unanswered. A welfare check was requested at the family residence. Officers arrived and found the home secure from the outside, but discovered signs of disturbance inside. Dr. Severs was located in the kitchen area, the victim of a brutal and sustained attack. The scene showed clear evidence of a violent struggle. There were no immediate signs of forced entry through doors or windows, and nothing of obvious value appeared to have been taken. What began as a welfare check in a peaceful Florida neighborhood quickly became a homicide investigation. Detectives processed the scene for fingerprints, DNA, footprints, and any trace evidence that might identify the attacker or attackers. The nature of the injuries, multiple blunt force trauma consistent with a hammer or similar tool, suggested a personal and frenzied assault rather than a random burglary gone wrong. The absence of defensive wounds in certain areas and the positioning of the body raised questions about how the attack had unfolded and whether the victim had known her assailant. This case would require investigators to look beyond the physical scene and into the victim's personal and professional life. Financial records, communications, travel patterns, and relationships would all come under scrutiny. The investigation would span multiple states and involve several individuals whose paths intersected with the victim in the months and weeks before that June morning. Every lead would need to be tested against physical evidence and digital records. Small inconsistencies in statements would gain significance when placed alongside cell phone data, financial transactions, and witness accounts. Over the coming sections, we will present the investigation in the order the facts emerged. The initial welfare check and the crime scene processing, the early interviews and canvassing, the digital and financial trails that pointed investigators outward, the recorded statements from persons of interest, and the forensic and circumstantial evidence that ultimately tied the threads together. You will see how ordinary communications, travel records, and physical traces formed a pattern that could not be explained by coincidence. Only after every layer has been examined only after every layer has been examined will the complete truth be disclosed. And what do we say about coincidences? The universe is rarely that lazy, ladies and gentlemen. The game is once again afoot. Let us outline the case. The investigation opened on June 29th, 2015, when officers responded to a welfare check at a residence in Bonita Springs, Florida. The home belonged to Dr. Teresa Severs, a local physician who had not arrived for work that morning and could not be reached by phone. Upon entry, officers discovered Dr. Severs deceased in the kitchen area. The scene showed extensive signs of a violent attack. Blood spatter and pooling indicated the assault had occurred primarily in that room. A hammer was later identified as the likely weapon based on the pattern of injuries. There were no obvious signs of forced entry through the exterior doors or windows, and the home did not appear to have been ransacked for valuables. Crime scene technicians processed the residence methodically. They documented footprints, fingerprints, DNA swabs from multiple surfaces, and any items that might have been used or moved during the attack. The position of the body and the distribution of injuries were carefully recorded. Detectives noted that the attack appeared prolonged and personal in nature. Initial canvassing of the neighborhood yielded no immediate eyewitnesses to the assault itself, but investigators began compiling timelines of activity around the home in the preceding hours and days. Early leads focused on the victim's personal circumstances. Detectives learned that Dr. Severs had been married and that the marriage had experienced difficulties in recent years. Financial records, insurance policies, and communications were examined for any indicators of motive. The absence of forced entry raised the possibility that the victim had known or admitted her attacker. Phone records from the victim's device were analyzed for any unusual contacts or threads in the period leading up to the attack. As the investigation progressed, detectives identified several individuals whose movements and communications intersected with the timeline. One person of interest, a long-time acquaintance from out of state, was located and interviewed. During the recorded session, the individual initially denied any involvement in the events in Florida. Detectives presented cell phone data and travel records placing the person in the Bonita Springs area around the time of the attack. Confronted with this information, the account began to change. The interviewee eventually acknowledged traveling to Florida and participating in the events at the residence. The interviewee described being recruited for the task by another individual with close ties to the victim's household. He provided details about how the attack was planned and carried out, including the use of a hammer as a weapon. He stated that he and a second person had traveled from out of state, conducted recon on the target location, and executed the assault before leaving the area. He further indicated that payment and arrangements had been handled through intermediaries connected to the victim's family. The second participant was subsequently identified and located. His cell phone records, financial transactions, and communications were analyzed and cross-referenced with the first interviewee's statements. Patterns of contact between the two men, as well as other parties in Florida, were mapped over the preceding weeks. Text messages and calls referencing the planning and aftermath of the Florida trip were recovered. Travel records, including hotel stays, gas purchases, and flight or driving routes between their home state and Florida, aligned with the timeline provided by the first interviewee. The recovery of the murder weapon and forensic examination of the scene provided strong corroboration. The hammer was linked through DNA and other trace evidence to the individuals who had traveled to Florida. Ballistic style analysis of the injuries matched the tool described in the statements. Footprints and other physical traces inside the home were compared against items recovered from the travelers. Investigators also examined the broader network of communications and financial activities surrounding the victim's household in the months before the attack. Records showed unusual transfers and cash movements consistent with payment for services. Wiretap authorizations and analysis of phone data revealed conversations that referenced the victim in terms of suggesting ongoing conflict and discussion about resolving personal and financial matters through non-legal means. One particularly significant series of communications occurred in the weeks leading up to the attack. Individuals in the network discussed logistics, timing, and payment in coded or indirect language. These conversations provided insight into the planning process and the roles played by various participants. Financial records showed payments and reimbursements that aligned with the travel and execution of the plan. As more evidence accumulated, detectives identified additional layers of involvement. A third individual with close personal and financial ties to the victim became a central focus. This person's communications, financial activities, and statements were scrutinized. Attempts to create alibis or distance this individual from the events were examined against objective data such as cell phone pings and witness accounts. The pattern of behavior before and after the attack raised significant questions about prior knowledge and motive. The investigation required coordination between local Florida authorities, out-of-state law enforcement, and federal agencies due to the interstate travel involved. Grand jury proceedings were used to secure indictments against the two men who had traveled to Florida and carried out the assault. One provided a detailed statement in exchange for consideration. The other proceeded to trial. At trial, the prosecution presented the converging evidence, the statements from the cooperating participant, cell phone and travel records placing both men at the scene, forensic links between the weapon and the attackers, and the financial and communication trails connecting the plan to the third individual. The defense challenged the credibility of the cooperating witness and argued that the evidence was circumstantial. The jury weighed the totality of the digital, physical, and testimonial evidence. The case against the third individual, who had the closest personal connection to the victim, relied heavily on a circumstantial web of communications, financial incentives, and the absence of any plausible innocent explanation for the patterns of contact and payment. Prosecutors argued that the attack was motivated by a combination of marital discord, financial pressures, and insurance considerations. The defense maintained that the evidence did not provide direct involvement or prior knowledge. After presentation of all evidence, the jury returned verdicts on the charges against each defendant. The two men who carried out the physical attack were convicted based on the combination of the cooperating statement, the physical evidence, and digital records. The third individual was also convicted after the jury found the circumstantial case sufficient to establish participation in the planning and arrangement of the murder. Sentencing followed the verdicts. Two men who traveled to Florida and committed the assault received lengthy prison terms, with one receiving life without parole. The third individual, found to have orchestrated the plan, received the maximum sentence available under Florida law for first-degree murder. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Sorry, I was supposed to do this before I play a clip. Shout out to Law Crime Network again. Make sure you give them a like and a sub. They have like over 7.5 million subscribers and 40,000 videos. So if you're into this type of content, this is the channel that I mainly pull from. Law Crime Network. Shout out, they do great work. Because this is basically like a documentary. You know what I mean? And they're not pinging my channel. So shout out to... We appreciate people that actually let us review the content. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Law Crime Network. I also don't mind bugging Teriak. I don't care if he's annoyed about me. Well, I got the Tylenol force field. It takes a lot to annoy me. It is what it is, Shantae. It is what it is. But shout out to Shantae as well. Got to mention this. I think it was like a couple weeks back. I made Shantae mod on the Discord as well. So again, same way in chat, behave yourselves. Because if you're not behaving yourselves in Discord, Shantae will take the shot, so to speak. You know what I mean? So appreciate you, Shantae, and congratulations on the Discord mod. Let's wait. What? StreamYard's being a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Actually makes me kind of bummed when I get super busy in here and I gotta act like mod and behave. Hey, it is what it is. I hope you're annoyed by me. Actually, see you, Shantae. Unbelievable. I'm trying to investigate and shit here. You know what I'm saying? Do you not see my pipe? You know? Unbelievable. I'm here. I'm trying to smoke my pipe and deduce and shit. You know what I mean? We be deducing and shit. Unbelievable. Like that's kind of one thing that I probably don't highlight enough in this. Very easy when we have the interrogation and we know it's the murder and all the stuff. Shout out to detectives. You know what I mean? Like to piece all this together and like not to lose the head or to go away in terms of like conspiracy theory and all this kind of stuff. And I mean, like, because like fundamentally as a detective, you want to like keep it like, you want to be as efficient as possible. So like going down and like getting sidetracked in terms of like someone who's actually innocent, like even from the detective side, must be a very thing here. And it might seem minor and all this kind of stuff, but this is how like small the detail can be. Is the fact that no forced entry. You know what I mean? Which is how I'm pretty sure they got the husband. I'm getting the warning. We might have to force. Ah, fuck. Are we still live? Are we still live, folks? God damn it, man. Oh, this is from the same channel. Maybe I'm letting it play too much. One sec, let me get this. Yeah. Let me know. Are we back? Are we back, baby? Are we back? Por favore. Por favore. Okay, we're back. We're back. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, no, like, because this is what I don't understand. Because with the first one, we didn't have any issue. But the second one, we did have an issue. You know what I mean? Which leads me to believe that I might need to change the third case. Right? So what I'm gonna try to do is to let me think. Let me think. This is gonna be difficult having to. Okay, right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I just play the audio. Is that going to throw us for a loop? Right. So let me know if you can still hear. Yeah, girlfriend got him. The girlfriend got him, boys.
The hammer, which is consistent.
I think I have the interrogation footage here. Alright, but again, you're gonna have to play it by ear. See if this is gonna stand.
Oh my God, what could I have done? If I was with you, this wouldn't have happened.
Here we are. So what I want to ask you is, are you the kind of person who is a monster and randomly kills people? Or are you the kind of person who has had a hard life and has their best friend begging them to do something It shouldn't have done.
911, what is your emergency?
I'm at a friend's house. He's out of town, and I came here to check on his wife, and she's dead on the floor.
On June 29, 2015, police in Bonita Springs, Florida received this chilling 911 call.
And there's a hammer at the side, and she's bashed in the back of the head.
A co-worker had just discovered his boss's lifeless body in a half-dry
We've gone through that. Let's get to the interrogation.
No, not likely. You know, he says, you know, she might be running a few minutes late, but I don't, you know, she was always on time to get to work. So now he's trying to get a hold of her. I'm trying to get a hold of her, texting her and this and that, and we're not getting any answers. And he's already in tears. He didn't know what had happened, but he's already in tears thinking.
This is the Mark Seaver's mother. Right, so this is the husband's mother.
The worst. And I'm saying, Mark, you know, you gotta be calm and collected. We gotta see that there's gotta be a rational reason for this, you know.
Hoskins was worried and asked Mark if she should check on her. But his answer was even more suspicious.
Not to go to your house, but I don't know what's going on. And his words were, do not tell anyone doctor is dead.
Eventually, one of the co-workers
Give us the good stuff.
Come home now, fast. And I guess he must have told her that she was dead. And then we both were up in the yard screaming, crying.
As the investigation was
And since the wood was on, I don't know if motion detectors were done or not. But when I left, because he said you don't have to set the code because he's concerned about the motion with the thing, so I didn't set it.
This was Saturday?
Sunday.
Sunday?
So I really feel that it's my fault.
You cannot blame yourself.
Should have said it left in the afternoon.
The interesting thing here is that her son instructed her not to set it, knowing full well that his wife would return at night to go to the house. Speaking of...
I'm not happy. You girls. Straight. Okay.
Mark Sievers was a Christian man, grief-stricken and broken as the realization of raising his two kids dawned on him. When Teresa ran the Restorative Health and Healing Center, Mark was working as an office manager there. His responsibilities weren't that much around the office, which allowed him to be a stay-at-home dad most of the time. Of course, all the cries in the world won't stop the detectives from investigating this as a possible uxoricide case. And to do that, they have to ascertain what their married life was like, and whether any suspicious acts were committed by him. We know that he wasn't there when the killing happened, which exonerates him to a certain point, but in this 4-hour-long sob story questioning, the detectives will try to get as much personal information as possible to understand the dynamics of their marriage.
Teresa, I keep hoping this is just a dream. I'm gonna turn around, go in the door.
Now, do we think that this is like... Could be a couple things, actually. Do we think that he's playing up to the camera? Or do we think that, like, he's genuinely, like, shitting himself because he's in an interrogation room? And maybe he's just trying to, like, hide that fact. Because the fact that he's done the same thing to his mom, when he clearly knew that the murder was going to take place, would indicate that, like, this is just like a habitual thing, you know, to hide guilt. Or is it a thing where he's okay, like this is part of the process. I've anticipated this. I know this shit's gonna be filmed. I got to make sure I get my act down. All this kind of shit. That's where I'm at in terms of this.
I wish they had breakfast. I'm gonna wake up with you in my arms.
Okay, just got to make you aware that it's going to be a digital recorded statement. Okay, well done. Just going to get some more. Just got to get your basic information from you again. Case number there. So it's 314-239-0173. Mr. Stevens, I represent myself today to you as a law enforcement officer, is that correct? Yes, and you do realise being a law enforcement officer in the state of Florida, I'm empowered to take a sworn statement from you? Yes. Okay, with that in mind, do you raise your right hand for me, please? Sure. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, you can lower your right hand, sir. Just for the record, state your name one more time for me. Mark Severs. And what is your relationship to? Sounds good. Okay, take your time.
Even the slightest mention of her name unleashes the waterworks. But during all this, we have to be objective and maintain our stance on him as a possible suspect, unless there's evidence that says otherwise.
Now, just going to go over your timeline again, very briefly, because I know we have discussed a lot of it. What day did you fly up to LaGuardia Airport? Friday morning. Okay, when did you fly up? Your family. Okay. And what airline did you fly up with? Delta. Delta. And where did you fly to? LaGuardia. Okay. And you rented a vehicle, is that correct? We did. Oh, okay. We rented a car from Payless. And what sort of vehicle was that? A four-door, white silver car. Do you know the model or anything? I don't know. Okay. I can get that information. That's okay. Well, you drove to where, sir? We drove to New York, to the house we were staying at for the weekend. Do you recall the address then? It was 80-something. It was 80, and then LaGuardia was here. Yep. The house was here. Connecticut was here. So it was north of the airport, but south of Connecticut. So sort of midway between the airport and Connecticut? I believe so. Okay. And how long does it take you to drive then? Maybe 3 hours. We had a lot of traffic. We stopped at the grocery store. Okay. Did you drive all the way, or did I drove the whole way? Okay. And was anybody else in the vehicle? Did you meet with anybody? My wife and kids. No one else. You didn't meet with anybody else at the airport that came with you that flew in from other destinations? No, we were the only ones flying in. Okay. So you drove and you stopped. Do you recall where you stopped? If I knew we were going over these, I would have looked all this information up. Some health food store or organic place. It was something green. Okay. Evergreen. It was just a couple of miles from the house we stayed at. Okay, so you're probably about 2.5 miles, 3/4 miles into the journey? No, just from the house we were staying at. So it was hours into the journey. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's about 2 and 3/4 hours. Oh, hours, yes. Just, I said miles. Okay. Yes, something like that. And so we had our talk with him on the way to the airport. And when she called me, when I called her, she's like, how are the girls? And I said, they're great. And she asked about the last interaction. I'm like, they're fine. They know that our talk was based on love, that we tell them they need to listen. Yeah, I know it's put the chair in, you're listening. It may be down.
That key thing there is like they know that our talk was based on love. You know what I mean? Like, think about, probably Bricky's a good example. Have you ever heard Bricky, like anytime like he's asked about his wife and all this kind of stuff, like he's not like the one to say, oh, like it's like I love her, like professing his love and all this kind of shit. So methinks the lady doth protest too much here. You know what I mean? In terms of like this whole aspect of, that's why I say it's typically kind of like the minor things. Typically it's the minor things that kind of like reveals the whole thing. The fact that it's like that's even a thing, it's like it's implied, right? If we were going to, what would be a good example? Like if I came up to you and I was like, "Oh, let's go on a trip to England," right? You're American, I'm Irish. Well, even just say, let's say Germany, right? You're American, I'm Irish, right? I wouldn't then need to reiterate and like say it's like, well, you got to make sure that you get a flight from America to Germany. It's already implied. We're going to Germany. We're planning a trip to Germany. You know what I mean? Same thing with the situation here. It's already implied. I could have probably thought of a better example, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like if someone's talking to you about your kids, and then like first thing out of their mouth is like, and I love my kids. You'd be like, are you sure? Kind of imply that you love your kids. You know? Talking about the implication. Used Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme.
You don't know what's going on. Maybe stop, a car's coming. You have to do what you're told immediately without having to say, but watch. And so she left on that positive note where the girls knew, she knew the girls loved her, and that they took from our 2-hour conversation off and on just the love. And then we did our nighttime prayers in the car, passed the phone back to put her on speakerphone, and we did our nighttime prayer together.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you could probably get the picture of her that I have from the airport. I was so annoyed. My little daughter is so stoic. She doesn't hug that much. And it's like, hug your mommy. And she hugged her, but it was kind of like a halfway hug.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, mom, you know, and it was her hug.
Right. Yeah.
We always preach to our girls about knowing your surroundings, being aware of your environment. She was no different. She would preach to our girls about that too. She would leave work at night, coming down the stairs by herself at dark. I would tell her, you have to be careful. There's a little air conditioned area, big wall. You know, you got to be aware of your surroundings. I want your mate. Did she have her keys on her hand? Oh shit, she had my keys.
So your keys? What sort of keys were they?
I don't believe this. She had her keys. She has Mace on her key ring. I tell her, whenever you're leaving, going in dark at night, always have your finger on it. Your purse doesn't do any good. If you carry a gun, you have your hand on it. It doesn't do any good if it's not accessible.
Based on Mark's perspective, the detective should be looking at a grieving this story. How they were
she never said, I'm going to get divorced.
Mhm.
She never, but you can hear in her voice that she was in a place with Mark where she really felt like, I can't even rely on him for the bare essentials. Someone to take care of my girls. Teresa made it known to Mark that divorce would not be an option, but how the hell am I going to live with you? You're driving me crazy. I also know that she came to a place where she told me, and I believe she told Mark, I'm no longer afraid to get divorced.
If this is the kind of...
And this is another piece of advice, gentlemen. Girls tell each other everything, right? To try and do this whole act that dipshit over here is trying to do. Bro, they're going to talk to the girlos. They're going to talk to the girlfriends. You know what I mean? Trying to make out that you're the perfect husband, blah, blah, blah. You ain't, oh man. You know? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, folks.
But there is a plausible cause that some religiously tight family members never opt for divorce, so the partners decide to do something incredibly heinous, like murder to save face. Now, while that's just a theory, it only gets validated by how close the two were in the eyes of everyone else.
Relax, stop hurting yourself. Just
I
focus
just
on your
trying to
breathing.
focus, that's why I did this.
Okay. Now, talking about your relationship, have you guys been contemplating any kind of separation or divorce? Has there been any marital problems?
No.
How about 6 months ago?
No.
How about a year ago?
Oh, she would talk occasionally. She gets mad. She has her temper. Sure. Which is not temper. She just yells. Your office looks like a mess. Our whole house is chaos. Clean your office. You know, this is the kind of thing that's going to make it happen.
You know, he was not your guy. So he was comfortable. He seemed to be comfortable playing the Mr. Mom position. But let's face it, he's a man. Teresa did say, I wish I could get somebody else to do the office, run the office finances, which Mark did not do during the day. Mark did it at night. He was not physically in the office during the day. He was taking care of the girls during the day, running them back and forth to wherever they had to go. And at nighttime, he would go and he would take care of either work in his home office, which if you saw his home office, it looked like somebody took 15 garbage cans worth of paper and threw it everywhere.
Mhm.
Teresa was disgusted. She had to keep his office door.
The divorce, you know, or the office working.
Like I said, man, this whole thing, like gender roles are important, ladies and gentlemen. Gender roles are so important. It's the same thing with like the man-child case, that the first case we're talking about with the whole man-child thing and all this kind of thing. It's like, what are you going to do? Like, what is your role? You know? You know? Telling you, man, a lot of this shit in terms of like what we hear about in terms of like the culture war, like the whatever podcast and all this kind of stuff, like they're prescriptions for a reason. You know?
Together, having everything commingled, not having a personal life. We're at the office together sometimes. We're always talking about work at home. It's hard for us to have our time.
Closed. So she did say, I wish that Mark didn't have to be here, but Jesus, then I got to pay somebody $85,000 a year, and I don't have it. But I know she had she told me that she was going to sit down with Mark and was going to talk to him about, why don't you go to school? Why don't you do something for you? Let's figure out how we can transition you. That's one less thing we have to argue about, the business. She called me up, hysterical, couldn't understand a word she was saying, was convinced something horrific happened, got her to calm down, but this is just to paint the picture of how she literally was so blown away by how this happened, what it meant in terms of her faith in Mark to be able to do the one and only thing she knew he was good at, the finance.
You know, and she goes, this is the kind of thing that can cause marital problems. And she commented about divorces. I don't joke about the D word. I don't throw it around. I take our vows seriously. We have vows for 75 years. People say they'll be together forever. We're like, well, let's be real. 75 years is good. We put on our wedding vows, 75 to go.
You guys are funny.
So on our anniversary, on our 10-year anniversary, it was 65 to go on our anniversary card. You know?
You guys are funny.
We are changing our relationship in the office. What she does to help patients is changing. Where she's going in her practice with Leica, with the TV show, with the book she's going to write. With everything we were gearing to do.
Was shifting that dynamic to where it would have created more personal time.
But it was also at the same time when she was like about stressing us. It's like, don't worry about us.
Right.
We are solid. I'm not going elsewhere. You're not going elsewhere. We have no issues. We know you have to focus. She was concerned she didn't have sex as much as I wanted. It's like, I never give you a hard time over that.
Right.
I could play with and try to, get her going and stuff and say, leave me alone. I've got to go to work kind of thing. And I had done that for years. It's like, I respect you. I try to do that. And it's like, we're good. Whether we have sex once a week, once a month, or 4 times a day. It's not your measure of love for me.
No. Right.
And I know that we have, guys, we have other outlets. Like, that's not.
Were they involved in anything
What?
kind of out?
Oh my god, man! Like this whole kind of like aspect of like even something as like a dude getting with a chick who earns more than him. You know what I mean? And again, it's that like there are exceptions and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like depending on when you meet the person, all this kind of stuff. Like where you are is not where you'll always be, and all this kind of thing. But like from that position of like her, like was kind of mentioned there, like her having faith in you being that dude to get that shit done. You know what I mean? It's like she seems like a very busy woman. She's got a TV show. She's got her. She's a doctor. She's got a practice. She's writing a book as well, apparently. As a dude, you gotta kind of like know where you're at in terms of like your ambitions, your goals, and kind of like your speed, so to speak. And what I mean by speed is like clearly the chick here, she's like high pace. You know what I mean? She has her book, she has this, or ambitious would probably be a key word. You know what I mean? So think of like equally yoked in terms of ambition. You know, that's a key aspect in terms of like, again, like a guy kind of like setting the standard, setting that kind of boundary in terms of like expectations, goals, things like that. You know what I mean? Are you a man of your word? It's not that you have to have some like some wild, grandiose dreams and all this kind of stuff. But when you set yourself a goal, are you getting it accomplished? And you know, yeah, like like shit happens. You know what I mean? Nobody's perfect. All this kind of stuff. But bro, like if you're not a man of your word, if you're saying all this kind of shit and then you're not getting any of it done, that is a recipe for disaster. You know what I mean?
The ordinary as far as having different partners or outside of relationship, anything inside or outside of the relationship?
When I came into the life,
yeah.
When I came into the life, that's when you see a lot of shifts. You can kind of put that together. She had, she lived on the edge in every single way. She was very aware of that, and she was trying to change it. And she had addictions, obviously, and this and that.
What type of addiction?
Addictions with her self-image, this whole eating, and it's actually called some kind of it's actually a disease with that when you're controlling her food. Then she had, she had an issue with pod. Then she had, the sexual orientation. Then she had, if you would know her, she had such an excess energy that had no outlet out there, and so I know she was depressed. I know that she had a medication on depression that was written on Mark's name, because she didn't want to have a paper trail that she was taking it. She was a very explosive person. Like I said, living on the edge, she lived on the edge. And I don't know if you got that from just watching her on TV and stuff, but one thing maybe I should have tell you is that I felt that she never had a sanctuary to go to. This was the place that she worked, and this was stressful, and then she came home and it was stress there. He drove her crazy. Because
my personal opinion is she would take her personal life into work, and she would go crazy because something was wrong. I think she was too stretched out. Our mother's home, 2 or 3 other organizations that she was working with, and her time was just shortened. So all the craziness that she had at other facilities or whatever, she took it all on. Doctor was very strong. She ran the business. She ran her home. Mark took care of the kids. Mark homeschooled the kids.
Wait, is this bitch a lesbian? I'm trying to piece together like that sexual orientation.
He would come
let's
in,
continue.
Bring her lunch, and come in after hours to do the books that he was supposed to do. Mark had 2 personalities. He would have the personality when
Oh boy. Anytime we hear the 2 personalities or people have multiple personalities, compulsive liar, I'm telling you.
He was in back office and he'd be chit-chatting. But when a female would come in, if it was a marketer or anybody who was kind of like an attractive, like Mark, he would go out there and say, "Hey, my name is Mark Stevens. I'm the office manager here. Who are you?"
See Shant, unbelievable. Although I do got to give props that you're tying it back to the intro message at the start of the stream. Got to give you props for that one. But see you, Shant, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm just here like trying to enjoy the video we have, keeping an eye out that the stream doesn't get fucking taken down again. Unbelievable. Admit. Terry X stands 10 tones down. Hey, it is what it is. Is he a Hale kind of guy? Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Next, you know, like German music's gonna start playing, you know? I couldn't even understand what the hell Steelborn was saying. That's what I'm saying, man. You gotta work on the accents. You gotta work on the accents.
Kind of, you know, all of a sudden you go from this to this, you know, like, go figure, right?
Is anybody power of attorney? Power of attorney over any of her accounts, businesses?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm guessing me. I don't know. We have
apart from you.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
So no one's got access to her funds.
No one have it. Nobody. I mean, I spoke to our financial advisor, who's a really good friend. It's like a father. He's also telling me what I need to do. He goes, stop crying. Stop doing this. You have to take care of your girls. You have to do this. You have to get this stuff to me. You have to do all these things. Like, I know it's just, I'm doing as much as I can as people are telling me. And I feel so, I guess I feel pathetic. But at the same time.
No, comrade. You don't feel pathetic. You are pathetic. You are pathetic. Time and time again, we see this shit where it's like these people say, oh, like I'm constantly taking care of the kids. Or like shit like that. Or like the one from a while back was just like, oh, I cleaned the house. And then we looked at the house and there's usually like flies. There's usually the house was that, oh, it's more like a trailer. The trailer was that dirty. There was usually flies in the fucking living room. And this dude saying, oh, I have all these things. I cleaned the house. And I was going, you don't clean shit. You know what I mean? And typically when you see like this kind of like type of behavior from dudes, it's like they use the kids as like a cover. Like they kind of like feign interest and they over exaggerate all the kids' needs and all this kind of shit. Purely because it's like, oh, I can, like, because it's easy. It's easy to, I wouldn't say like deal with kids, but like it's easy to masquerade as though like, oh, the kids are so important, all this kind of stuff. I have to do all the things for the kids. When really, like, it's just a way to kind of like, it's like an escape of having to be an adult. You know what I mean? Like we've seen this with, what was it, a couple of days back with the dude that like wiped out his family. He was like saying, oh, I was buying stuff for the 2-year-old and all this kind of stuff. I was constantly taking care of the 2-year-old and all this kind of shit. Bullshit. You know?
There's so much going on. But it's hard. I feel that I could have stopped this from happening. How do I get over that? She had so much to offer the world. Mm-hmm. She was really, everyone says this about their wife, their kids are special. My kids are phenomenal. Sure. I should have been home.
Bro, he's acting like a woman. That's what this is. He's acting like a woman.
For the world. Mm-hmm. She was really, everyone says this about their wife, their kids are special. My kids are phenomenal. Sure.
Like, look at that. Look at that. But what kind of a man does this pose? A gay man, maybe. He's acting like a fucking woman. Holy shit. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
I should have been home.
Well,
she really is on track to change the world. She's on TV show. She's going to take healthcare to a whole other level.
And she was your golden ticket until she said that magic word divorce. And you're like, oh shit, my gravy train's about to end. I need to do something about this. I'm telling you.
My daughter said.
Hey, Shantae, I don't pose like that. I pose like this. I pose like a man. A retarded man. You know? A victim of Tylenol. But I pose like a man. Okay? Let's make things clear for the audience, okay?
Daddy, she shouldn't have to go through life without mommy. Like, but you're...
Right? None of it's... Kids are amazing like that. Kids are amazing like that. I have an 8 and I have a 14-year-old, so they're amazing. They're gonna help you out a lot, and you're gonna be good for them too.
I'm not gonna say I'm sorry. I say it instinctively, and everyone's telling me to shut up. I just, I'm trying to control it because I want to be able to get through this. So I get to see our doggies. I want to see our doggies take pictures and bring them home for my babies because they miss their doggies.
On how? Jesus. Like, I actually do feel for women in these scenarios. Where like your husband literally turns into a fucking woman. And now all of a sudden I think the whole sexual orientation comment from the, didn't catch the name, but the blonde bitch, which was like the sexual orientation thing. The lesbian thing might make sense. I'm just saying, man, but holy shit. Man, child, and feminine men. Unbelievable.
Sure, absolutely. Or we'll make sure that happens.
While Teresa was profiled by a local magazine and bestowed with various awards and achievements, her personal life was crumbling as she was about to call it quits with her sloppy husband. Also, in Lisa's conversation with the investigator, she picked up an important detail about Mark's hysterical crying, which compels us to believe that all this crying is just for show.
She said before Mark even knew she was dead, after he got the call that she hadn't shown up, he was absolutely hysterical crying. I was with him on the front lawn.
Mm-hmm. Which, to me, it seems a little odd because I know my family and wife, it's common sometimes your phone doesn't get charged. It's not a big deal that you're running a little bit late. Why are you so hysterical before you find out something horrible happened?
Exactly, and having been in the same situation, I think we all have. I mean, you may even go as far to say, I've got a really bad feeling about this, because let's face it, your gut is your gut. Teresa was involved in so many charitable things, and she was so saintly in her ability to just drop at the drop of a hat. Even if she had to make patients wait, she would run. Now, would she have called the office to let them know? Of course she would have, but you never know.
Sure. But you never know, like I said, you never know. Well, did she forget to charge her phone? Did the phone break? You never know what could happen. That could be
lose her
totally
phone, which
innocent.
happened all the time. Did the car not work and she didn't have her cell phone because she left it at the airport? A million things.
How could Mark get so incredibly hysterical over just one call about her disappearance? His mother was a witness to how he immediately broke down in tears as if he knew that something bad had already happened to her. Now, based on his alibi, we know he didn't kill his wife, but what if he knew it was happening? That's the link we need to find out together, because so far we know that, one, their marriage wasn't working out, wanted him to get a job. But is that enough to murder your wife?
Okay. Life insurance. Do you have life insurance on yourself or the kids, or do you have life insurance?
We have no life insurance on the children.
Okay.
We talked about it for years, haven't done it.
Yeah.
I have life insurance on myself. They asked me about that at the funeral home. Mm-hmm. I completely forgot about life insurance.
How much do you have on you?
2.5
million?
Yes.
And how much do you have?
I have to look. I have to call him. I actually spoke to Frank this morning, like her surrogate dad. He has all the records. I think it's going to be.
Excuse me. Say that again. And what relation to you guys?
He's like a surrogate father. He is an amazing man. He has a wealth finance company.
Insurance? Okay.
No, he's wealth. I mean, they talk, lecture together. He's like her daughter. She's like his daughter. Father's Day cards, that kind of thing, and go swimming together. And so her dad died a few years ago, and
so he's definitely.
They have such a loving environment. Right. They adopted our daughters, you know, and he would have all that information.
Yeah, he also. Do you guys have a personal accountant? Or someone, you said, or is he the one that helps you with like your taxes?
He helped us with that. He helped us get an accountant. We have to, and this morning, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And he goes, well, you got to do the life insurance. I go, I don't, you have that stuff, you know. So he's going to go through that stuff and do what has to be done.
Mark who is a man who is on top of.
You know that question that it's like a meme? Like, what exactly do you do here? You know what I mean? You're supposed to be the finance dude and the office is a mess and you can't even do that shit right. Unbelievable, man. How many leprechauns in here? This is the Leprechaun Guild. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We pick potatoes on Tuesdays. No, it's good. It's a good barrel of laughs. I'm not gonna lie. You know.
Numbers,
Mm-hmm.
and that's his thing. You don't forget
Exactly,
a number
Shantae.
like that. So then when I finally find out, and I believe it was my brother Frank, that it was $5 million, I said, "What? How the hell could he say I have no idea?" You could say, "Well, I know it's a lot, at least $1 million."
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have no idea when it's $5 million. So when Mark told Frankie it was $5 million, my brother Frank said, "Oh, so you checked with the insurance policy and you found out?" And Mark said, "No, I always knew it was $5 million."
This might be the intent we were looking for this entire.
This lying motherfucker, man. This is unbelievable. Shantae says, I have Irish ancestry, but I'm a misogynist against leprechauns. Now, that's a good thing I'm a lesbian, right, Shantae? See? You know what I'm saying? See, like, all these accusations, all these name calling, come back to bite you in the ass, Shantae. Telling you, man. Too quick. I'm too quick. This leprechaun is too quick. You know? I don't even know how I got here. That's the Leprechaun Guild for you. You don't know how... That's how we hide the pot of gold. You know? Don't even know where the Leprechaun Guild is. What's the physical location of Leprechaun Guild? I don't know. I don't even know how I got there, officer. But there's definitely a pot of gold. Okay, well, where is the pot of gold? I don't know. I don't even know how I got there. See what I'm saying? The old leprechaun. You know what I mean? Crafty motherfuckers. Crafty motherfuckers, you know?
Their time. He claims he didn't know, but when he talked to his brother-in-law, he just blurted it out. $5 million. If there is a link between him and this murder, 90% chance the insurance money was the intent to kill. But there was no link made as of yet. One other possible theory explored by the detectives is whether this was a burglary. There were signs of a forced entry, pry marks on a side door, but what didn't make sense was that Mark's extensive gun collection and $40,000 in cash discovered inside the Seavers home hadn't been touched. The cameras of the house were also disabled, so whoever did it was careful and planned it. Someone with a strong technical knowledge, and someone who was linked to Mark Seavers. Nearly everyone questioned had the same story, but by July 9th, 2015, investigators received...
Bro, who the fuck... Some of these motherfuckers are wild, bro. Who the fuck sits down for an interrogation without a shirt on? Bro.
A break in the case. Chief Jeff Hamilton of the Southern Illinois Airport Authority called to say that he may have some information regarding the homicide. He said an acquaintance overheard information regarding a certain someone who was in Florida at the time of the killing and might be involved in some way.
Yeah, we know about that. Let's get back to interrogation. All right.
I asked him what he went down there for, and he said to make money. And then asked him how does he make money, and it was murdering Mark's wife.
Okay. Who is Teresa Seavers?
Yeah.
The doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say how he murdered her?
With a hammer.
And why do you think he would use a hammer?
Jimmy.
Is that his weapon of choice? Or?
Yes.
From what you were telling me, do they call him the hammer? He calls himself the hammer, or what's?
Everybody calls him Jimmy the Hammer. All of his friends back home.
And you had indicated to me that's because that's his weapon of choice whenever he has to do something?
Yes.
Maker was a...
These people are retarded, man.
Had posted
Literally
still doesn't
retarded.
tie him in any possible way to the chose not to speak and wished to speak to a lawyer instead. That still didn't...
I'd love if he actually introduced himself as, "My name's Jimmy the Hammer. I didn't kill her with a hammer."
Stop the officers from arresting him, But as they dug deep into his Facebook account, his phone records and whatnot, they found the link, the connection.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what.
You know more. I know you know more than that, okay? Listen, you have been through a lot in your life, and you are newly married, and I understand your loyalty to your husband, but I want you to understand something. Depending on how things go, and facts and truths, there's things called principal, there's things called accessory, after the fact, and things of that nature.
This was the Lee County detective grilling down on Angela Wright, the wife of Curtis Wayne Wright Jr. The two got recently married in 2015, and the person attending their funeral was none other than Mark Sievers. Turns out Wright was his childhood pal and a Facebook friend of Jimmy Rogers. And the only reason they're under suspicion is because Angela Wright told the detectives where her husband was at the time of Teresa Sievers' death.
Come on.
I don't.
You know what happened. Just tell me what you do know. What you do know for fact is that Wayne took a trip somewhere.
He went on a business trip, he said, yes.
Yeah, where did he take a business trip to?
He said he was going to, what's the name of the town? It's in Florida, but on the other side of Florida.
Where was he going to Florida? What was the business trip for?
He does auction stuff with Jerry Lubinsky. And Jerry has Titusville. That's where.
Business trip for auctions with Jerry Lubinsky in Titusville?
Mm-hmm.
You understand I'm going to talk to Jerry Lubinsky, right?
That's fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you what.
You know more. I know you know more than that, okay? Listen.
The shirtless dude is coming up.
You have been through a lot in your life, and
later on, Lubinsky would tell authorities he did not see Wright during this time.
Yeah, no shit. Let's get to this dude. Holy shit.
I'm David. We talked briefly already. You wanted to call Wayne, right? Okay. All right.
My name's Wayne. I don't wear shirts. Shirts rub off my nipples. I don't like shirts.
They Mirandized you at the scene, correct? Yeah, a form of it. Either way, I want to formally read you your rights, and that way you're informed before we speak. It's up to you. Okay. I want you to understand, and I want to answer all your questions, and I want you to answer mine. Sure. And you understand how that works. You can stop talking at any time. So it's up to you. Yeah. With these rights in mind, will you still talk to me now? Sure. Okay. All right. I work for Lee County Sheriff's Office down in Florida, and I understand you were recently down there.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about your most recent trip?
Yeah. I guess I can't remember. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. Scott, Mark Sievers' brother, Scott, called us that morning and told us they've been killed. And, you know, because I've been friends with their family for a long time.
Okay.
And so Angie and I, it really wasn't even really a choice. I mean, we packed the car up. My car's in the shop, so we went and rented a car and drove down there to be with the girls and to help out however we could.
Sure.
With the funeral arrangements and things. So. So we drove straight through. Well, she drove. I can't. But she drove straight through. And we got down there, and then we were just there. We stayed with her mom most of the time, or with Mark and Scott's mom.
Mark,
Bonnie Sievers.
Okay, yes.
So we stayed with Bonnie majority of the time, so because that's where Mark and the girls were staying.
At Bonnie's house?
Yes.
Okay.
And and I know that at different points down there, I know you guys had talked to Mark and Bonnie and them, and that's why I asked them while we were down there. I was kind of surprised you guys didn't want to talk to us, but
right.
But the you know, we stayed, you know, through the funeral, and then once the house was released, Mark had told me that they were trying to figure out if him and the girls were going to go back to the house or not. Depending on, I mean, that would be hard. So
absolutely.
Mark had asked me, before I was disabled, I used to do security work. So the cameras, video camera, surveillance, and not really security.
Like installation?
Thing, yeah. So he asked me if I could help him figure out something for the house. So
sure.
We went and picked up a surveillance system, and I installed it. Angie and I actually installed it. I can't remember which days it was, but it was a couple days it took to do it. And then the next day we left and drove back home. We didn't get home until 6 o'clock yesterday morning. So.
Even though that's not the Florida trip the detective wanted to know, it was important to note that he attended the wedding, touched base with Mark, and even helped him with something related to the surveillance camera. Remember how we said earlier that the cameras of the house were off at the time of the homicide? Might have been his doing. Another thing to note was because his car was in the shop, he used a rental to drive to the wedding. If he used the same rental to drive up to Florida for that business trip, there can be GPS information that proves his presence at the crime scene. Also, we're as clueless as you are about why he's sitting in his underwear, so let's just bear that together.
We're never going to find out why he's shirtless. He's actually in his underwear as well. This is unbelievable.
So yeah, for this trip, they were just down in Florida because Scott calls you and says Mark's wife's passed.
Yeah. Didn't really know anything about what happened.
Didn't tell you anything?
I can't, he didn't tell me anything because nobody knew anything really.
Sure.
I don't remember if.
So he's doing all I don't remember. I'm going to skip forward a bit to see. Okay, it seems like he lied about this. I'm going to skip forward in terms of this aspect because detective's leaving, so they're then going to turn the heat up and he's going to, I imagine he's going to confess.
So far, it's been all stories and no pressure. But in the past 2 hours, he's lied about, number one, where he was during the weekend because his wife says he claimed he was going on a business trip in Florida, and two, he lied about his last interaction with Mike. So, with the power of technology and the testimony of Angela Wright and Taylor Shoemaker, the detective is about to step into the room armed with evidence that refutes everything.
I want to ask you, because once you understand something, I'm here from Florida, which means there's things I know, and I'm here to provide you an opportunity now to explain yourself. A lot of questions I ask, I already know answers to. So what I want to submit to you, because you're obviously highly intelligent, is I know you use more than one phone, number one. Okay? Okay, follow me here. I know you do. I know this is a fact. How we want to go from here is really simple. You're not a bad guy at all. That's obvious. You prioritize your children. You work hard. You provide for them. That shows what kind of person you are. However, I believe Mark Sievers involved you in something that he never should have. Some ideas and thoughts and plans that never should have happened. And as a result, we now have someone who's dead. So I don't just come up to Florida on a whim. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So between the phones, the rental cars, GPS, the locations, text messages from another mother, you know what I'm talking about. It's very unfortunate. But either way, here we are. So what I want to ask you is, are you the kind of person who is a monster and randomly kills people, or are you the kind of person who has had a hard life and has their best friend begging them to do something they shouldn't have done, or they may not have done directly, but they should not have helped plan it or be involved in it at all?
Neither.
What kind of person are you?
To really step into the detective's mind, we have to know what he knows. And what he knows is that inside Wayne's rental car was a Garmin GPS. And that GPS shows us that on the morning of June 27th, 2015, Wright drove from his residence to Rogers's at around 7 a.m. And after the stop at Wright's house, the new location was 27034 Jarvis Road. En route, they stopped at a gas station and were caught on surveillance tapes. Wright and Rogers arrived at the Sievers' home at approximately 6 a.m. on the morning of June 28th. They entered the property and disabled the security alarm before leaving and taking another drive. The men were caught on surveillance tape at a local Walmart store where they purchased trash bags, wet wipes, black towels, black shoes, and a lock-picking kit. They then returned to the Sievers' home and waited for several hours until Teresa returned, and that's when the two did the unthinkable. Deputies had gathered, through subpoena, phone records of Wright and Rogers, which further confirmed their involvement. And while there's not much of a paper trail that ties Mark into the equation, the detective has his suspicions based on the insurance angle and the divorce angle. But for now, let's focus on the suspect at hand.
Here's the deal. In Florida, we have different degrees of homicide. We have first degree premeditated homicide, where we can actually show planning went into it. People intentionally went out of their way to set up communications with each other out of the sight of the normal public, as well as law enforcement. Then people made travel arrangements that were convenient. And then people made other travel arrangements that were convenient, so they thought. And then they go to a house, they take someone's life, and then they make it look a certain way. But then the police aren't stupid enough to believe it. And then we find the evidence during cleanup, when people are repositioning things and trying to make things go a certain way.
And like this is like an effective strategy where he's basically kind of saying like, listen, I know. They might not know the whole story and all this kind of stuff, but it kind of like plays into it a bit. Where it kind of says like, you basically have two options here. You're either going to be the monster and you're going to go down for this and all this kind of stuff, or you start talking, and then maybe like I'm going to be very understanding, and you know, you mentioned as well, it's like, oh, like you've had like a rough life, you know, I'm sympathetic, etc., 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 just to get this dude talking.
So, through all of that, and then independent information from other people, further research, and what's so crazy is the amount of cameras in the world now, in neighborhoods, that you can't ever really plan for unless you literally stalk out a neighborhood, as well as the corner gas stations, and then all the, you know, tags and license plate readers because of federal government, Big Brother type shit. So, it all kind of comes together, and through a lot of painstaking hours, we're able to present a picture and show who's involved. So, again, I want to ask you, before I move forward without your side of the story, what kind of person are you?
Yeah.
Does anything I say right now make sense to you?
Well, what you're saying makes sense.
Wayne,
I understand the logic.
Wayne, I have your own family putting you driving down to Florida in a rental car and leaving your phone behind, which I know you have another phone. So
and again, like the detective kind of senses that he's still not playing ball, and he's like, okay, right, now I'm going to slowly drip feed you what I got. So I got your own family saying that you were down in Florida during this time.
Left that phone behind because you knew if something like this happened, we would look at your phone records. But we can look at multiple phone records, just so you understand. Technology has evolved to the point of where the public doesn't know everything, and that movie weird shit that you see, that you think that isn't real, it has become real. And the cool part is through federal task force and agencies and resources, little guys like me at the sheriff's office get to touch those things because the feds want to be able to have their hand in it. So there's all kinds of stuff I know, which has led me here. And I brought a SWAT team to your house for a reason, okay? So, again, the best thing I've ever seen from my experience in working these cases is when people get in front of it and say, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight, I didn't mean to do that. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have done it, or I would have done it, and here's why. Because they did this to me, and that should have never happened. Or they did this to my loved one, and they should have never done that, and I made it right. Or maybe that's not the circumstance. So I want to ask you again, listen, are you the kind of guy who helps plan a cold-blooded, premeditated homicide that deserves to have a needle with a lethal injection put in their arm, or old Sparky electric chair, or are you the kind of person that got involved because of a best friend and his lack of maturity and life choices had him in a failing marriage that he was about to be booted out of, but conveniently there was a lot of life insurance money and it worked out?
My understanding was that, those two they were an incredible couple.
They were. However, their passion, because both of them were so passionate people, it didn't work out. As wonderful as a lady as she was, from what I understand, she was a ball buster. And not just up front to patients. That patient has to deal with her for a limited window. 15 minutes to an hour and a half of their day. Because like you said, she took the extra time. She cared enough to help people, and she kind of worked people one way or the other. Like, this is crazy, or I love it. She changed my life, and I'm going to come back to her because she's real. However, they don't live with Teresa. They live day in and day out to have someone break your balls about how little cleaning you do, how screwed up your office is, how your paperwork's building up, how dirty the damn house is. What do? What is your purpose, Mark? You raise the kids, that's great. I love that because you are Mr. Mom and you'd be hard to replace, but about to kind of go a different path and take her show on the road, get her own TV show, turn her business into a traveling practice after she met other co-workers out in the field that did the same thing, and she saw how well they were doing. She said, shit, this is real. We're already homeschooling them. All I got to do is get out of my house and get out of this business, which they were close to doing. But part of that, I think she was about to get out of Mark, too. Because as wonderful as a father is, that's fine. I think you do, because Mark and you are best friends and you talk all the time, which I have records to prove.
Yeah, we do.
You're aware of all that. Mark were very much the sexual Magellans, and they explored and they experimented and did all kinds of things. And I know you knew about that too.
We don't talk about his...
Mark talking about that shit very easily. He loves talking about the different girls that he wants him to go out in bed. He said that to me himself.
Okay.
You're his boy. You're his best friend. You know this stuff.
Now, this is the twisted side of the relationship, which Wright knew very well about. According to the 1,000-page document released by the state attorney's office, Mark had jotted down sexual encounters he had with his wife on a calendar. And in some of the text messages, he revealed to Wayne that she fantasized about him. They had a serious line of sexually explicit messages, which later turned into frustration. As time progressed, the fantasy started becoming more explicit, and on one occasion, Mark wrote about Wright being in town to work on the computer network in the office. Teresa told him that Wright had whispered in her ear, "Maybe next time," and she laughed. As of now, Wayne is at the point of no return because he's caught red-handed from every possible angle. So his only choice now is to calmly confess and tie the loose ends on how the three orchestrated the crime.
Well, here, let me lay it out for you. Because this is where we're going. Your own wife puts you out of town when you said you're in bed all weekend. I know you were out of town. You know why I know you're out of town? Because I have records to prove it. But then I have the corroboration of your own wife, okay? Who actually thought she was covering for you and lied about how you went to Titusville.
I was supposed to go down there.
But she did.
So he's like a cook as well. Bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know. But I suppose like all this shit is starting to come out in the culture and all this kind of stuff now. And it does have to get worse before it does get better, you know what I mean? It's always dark before the dawn, as they say, you know? Fuck! Oh my god. It is what it is, Shanta. It is what it is. Like I said, we're gonna give maybe a couple more minutes of this. Hey, my thoughts exactly, Baron. We're gonna give it like another couple more minutes in terms of this, because, like I said, it's pretty clear. Dude's literally, he's roasting here. He's down to his underwear. The truth is as naked as this dude is. You know what I mean?
You went somewhere else.
No, I mean, I told you I was planning to go down. I said,
Yes, you were planning, but you weren't feeling well, so you stayed home, is what you said. I stayed in my neighborhood. I didn't leave Missouri. That's a lie. You do a little twitch and you give yourself away when you do. So this is what I'm asking. Are you the kind of person that helped plan the cold-blooded murder, or you get wrapped up in something that you didn't mean for to happen, and you were there to talk to someone and explain to them how they need to appreciate your friend and make better life choices, and then she came at you and things just unfolded?
No, nothing like that happened.
Why were you down there in Benita Springs?
I wasn't.
Where were you at?
This is obvious that I thought I was coming here to help you.
You are helping me.
Welcome
So where do you
back
go
on
in
Scraps.
Florida?
I guess I'm done talking. You're not gonna. You don't have to believe
I'll be
me
quiet.
that I'm telling
I'll
you.
be quiet. Tell me when.
I'm done.
You're done what?
I'm done talking then. I guess.
So you want to let your DNA and fingerprints tell the story then?
Yeah.
Okay, and the photographs of you? Yes or no?
If there's photographs, yeah.
And GPS.
So.
Okay.
I mean,
we can do that. Listen, I traveled from Florida, and I want to clarify. If I'm done, because you continue to engage me and talk, will you continue to talk to me or not? Do you want me to be quiet and listen to your explanation?
No, there's no explanation. So, no, I can't. I thought I was here to help you, and you weren't, to give you information, and that's why I was more than happy to do that. But
where were you that week?
Obviously believed that I had something to do with this, and
tell me you didn't.
There's no. I told you I didn't. I don't know anything about this.
Do you really?
I was at home on Monday when they called.
Do you really believe that Mark's going to stand on this? Do you really think he's not going to turn it around once we get him?
I don't believe that Mark had anything to do with it. So, if you
listen, whether you want to claim it's because of your head injury or financial issues or someone attacked you and you defended yourself, which is probable. It is probable because you went down there and your family, friends. You've known Mark how long? 9th grade? That's a long time to know someone. So that means you love him like family, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You care a lot about him, okay?
Which is family.
You are his family. And I have that friend who is my family. They're damn near closer to me than some of my family. I would go talk to their wife for them. But again, Spitfire, I could see her getting out of hand real quick. And that makes sense that you would have to defend yourself.
And again, like giving him kind of like more kind of like what if we went at this angle? You know what I mean? Like give him all these kind of possibilities. But shout out to Pseudo Master Chef for the $5 over on the Ko-Fi. My man. And play a clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you, Connie, sir. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. I didn't do it, bruh. Yeah, he might as well have done this. You know what I mean, at this stage of the interview, you might as well. I didn't do nothing. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't answering none of your questions, officer. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, let's close off this one, and then we go on a short little quick grift break. Then we get back into the final case of this evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've walked through the investigation, exactly as evidence emerged, we can lay out the complete picture that the jury ultimately accepted. Person of interest who first provided the detailed account was Curtis Wayne Wright Jr., a longtime friend and associate of the victim's husband. He and another man, Jimmy Ray Rogers, that's the hammer dude, traveled from Missouri to Florida in late June 2015. He carried out the attack on Dr. Teresa Stevers in her home using a hammer. Wright eventually cooperated with investigators, leading them to the weapon and providing the timeline of the planning and execution. The third individual at the center of the investigation was Mark Sievers, the victim's husband. Prosecutors proved that Sievers had arranged and paid for the murder of his wife due to marital problems, financial pressures, and the prospect of insurance proceeds. Communications, financial records, and the absence of any credible innocent explanation for the patterns of contact with Wright established his involvement in the planning. Sievers was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The murder was committed in the early morning hours of June 29, 2015. Wright and Rogers entered the Sievers home and attacked Dr. Teresa Sievers with a hammer, inflicting multiple blunt force injuries that caused her death. The attack was personal and sustained. After the assault, the two men left the area and returned to Missouri. Sievers had arranged logistics and payment in advance. The motive, as established at trial, centered on the deteriorating marriage, ongoing financial disputes, and the potential financial benefit to Sievers from his wife's death. The plan had been discussed and arranged over a period of weeks through coded communications and financial arrangements. The investigation succeeded because of the convergence of multiple independent lines of evidence. Cooperating statement from Wright was corroborated by cell phone records, travel documentation, forensic links to the hammer, and financial trails. The case against Sievers was built entirely on circumstantial evidence that became overwhelming when viewed in its entirety. No single piece was a smoking gun. Pattern of behavior, communications, and financial activity could not be explained by any innocent scenario. From a deductionist perspective, the case rewards close attention to the small, ordinary details that investigators followed. Timing of the travel records, the content and frequency of communications, the financial movements that did not match normal patterns, and the inconsistencies in initial statements when placed against objective data. Each fragment alone might have been explained away, but together they formed an inescapable web pointing to one person's orchestration of the murder and two others' execution of it. Dr. Teresa Sievers' family and colleagues received a measure of justice after years of legal proceedings. Her memory is preserved through the convictions and through the careful, methodical work of detectives who refused to accept surface explanations and instead followed every lead across state lines until the full truth was assembled. Thank you very much for following along to this case, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go on a grift break, okay? Very short one. Like I said, we're pushed for time with this stuff. Also, shout out to Shantae for posting the links. We got the Rumbles, we got the X, we got the Discords as well. And also YouTube and Apple take over 50%. So if you do have any spare change, please use the Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi is pretty easy to use. You don't have to sign up. You can even do it so anonymously as well. But like I said, folks, now's the perfect time. If you've got any spare change, you get the grift going, because I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. Let me put the curtain up. Let me put the banner down as well. We're going to be going on a grift break. It's going to be a quick one, okay? Going to do one song. Like I said, refresh your drink, stress your legs, get the circulation going, maybe grab some popcorn. Last one is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the music. I shall be right back.
Nothing in green. Got a rainbow for around me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you? Fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have late fee grifts that's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold? Make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold? Make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin P, fill me pot.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again, as they say. Beautiful imagery. I do have to say, beautiful imagery. Shout out to Pseudo Master Chef again on the co-files. My man, let me play you a clip for that one, sir, for the $5. Thank you very kindly. And we have breaking news from CNN, aka Shante News Network, saying, Tarek, the song says you trading selfies for some coins, you all effing. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is blasphemy. This is blasphemy right here. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. I thought you guys were supposed to like amp me up. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, forget the top. Yeah. Thank you very kindly, Shante. So, change this to this. Bada bing, bada boom. And we should be finished at around 2 hours. Like I said, I'm gonna have to do like a hard cutoff at the 6 hour mark today. I am kind of tempted to go late, but I am also hungry as fuck. I'm hungry as a motherfucker right now. I'm starving Marvin right now, you know. Shanti says, I will never. Oh, I think you're talking about the things. It is what it is. Leper porn. Unbelievable. So you got... Yeah, well, keeps the ego honest. Keeps the ego honest. But, ladies and gentlemen, we close out today's episode by traveling to Ocala, Florida in June 2023. The Central Florida city in Marion County is known for its horse farms, rolling pastures, and suburban neighborhoods where families live in the modest single-family homes with yards and driveways. The area experiences warm, humid summers with frequent afternoon thunderstorms, lush green landscapes, and a mix of rural and residential character. On June 2nd, 2023, the usual rhythm of one such neighborhood was shattered when a dispute over children playing escalated into a fatal shooting. A Jake A.J. Owens, a 35-year-old mother, was shot and killed at the front door of a neighbor's home. Police responded to the scene, secured the area, and began what would become a closely watched investigation into the circumstances of the shooting. The response was swift and methodical. Officers arrived to find Owens deceased from a gunshot wound. The shooter, a 58-year-old woman who lived in the home, was present and cooperative. Stated that she had fired in self-defense after Owens banged on the door and she feared for her safety. The home was processed as a crime scene, evidence was collected, and the woman was taken in for questioning. The interrogation that followed was recorded and later featured in network coverage of the case, providing a direct window into the investigative process. In the Deductionist Files, we treat interrogation footage as a primary source of document. Every question asked, every response given, every shift in tone or detail, and every piece of evidence presented to the person being questioned becomes part of the larger puzzle. The footage we examine tonight captures a sustained effort by detectives to obtain a clear account of the evidence leading up to the shooting. Detectives explore the background of the neighbor dispute, the specific actions on the day in question, the moments immediately before the shot was fired, and the woman's state of mind. They present information gathered from the scene, witness statements, and any available recordings or physical evidence, noting how the responses align or diverge from those independent sources. The setting of the Ocala neighborhood in early June 2023 provides important context. Warm temperatures, typical Florida humidity, and the sounds of children playing outside formed the backdrop for a dispute that had apparently simmered for some time between neighbors. The homes were close enough that minor issues over property lines, noise, and or children's activities could escalate quickly. When police arrived after the shot, they found a scene that required immediate preservation of evidence and careful documentation of the door, the trajectory of the bullet, and the positions of everyone involved. The interrogation that followed took place in a controlled environment where detectives could methodically explore the woman's account while cross-referencing it with the physical evidence already being processed at the scene. As we move into the outline, we will walk step by step through the interrogation session itself, the evidence presented within it, and the broader investigative context that surrounded it. Every detail matters. Every response carries potential weight. The game, as always, is one of careful observation and logical assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. Let us outline it. The investigation into the shooting death of Ajike Owens, aka AJ, began on June 2nd, 2023, after a 911 call reported a shooting at a residence in an Ocala, Florida neighborhood. Officers arrived to find Owens deceased from a single gunshot wound. The shooter, a 58-year-old woman who lived in the home, was present at the scene and stated that she had fired through the front door in self-defense after Owens banged on it and she felt threatened. The scene was immediately secured. Crime scene technicians documented the position of the body, the location of the spent casing, the condition of the front door, and the trajectory of the bullet. Preliminary observations indicated that the shot had been fired from inside the home through the door. The woman was transported for formal questioning while detectives began canvassing neighborhoods and gathering witness statements about the ongoing dispute between the households. The recorded interrogation session that followed forms the central document of this case. Detectives opened the interview with background questions designed to establish the woman's relationship to the neighborhood, her history with the victim, and the nature of the dispute that had led to the shooting. She described ongoing conflicts with Owens and her children over children playing in yards, noise, and perceived trespassing. Detectives listened without immediate confrontation, allowing her to establish a narrative of events leading up to the afternoon. She characterized the relationship with the neighboring family as strained and expressed frustration with what she described as repeated intrusions onto her property. As the session progressed, detectives shifted focus to the specific sequence of the events on June 2nd. They asked the woman to recount her activities that day, her observations of the children playing, and the moment when Owens approached her home. She described hearing banging on her front door, feeling threatened, and retrieving a firearm. Detectives inquired about the exact nature of the banging, whether she could see who was at the door, whether any words were exchanged, and whether she had any alternative options such as calling the police or retreating further into the home. The woman provided a detailed account of her fear, her belief that Owens posed an imminent threat, and her decision to fire a single shot through the door. She stated that she did not intend to kill anyone, but acted to protect herself and her property. Detectives then introduced information gathered from the scene and other sources. They asked the woman to address the condition of the door, the location of the spent casing, and the trajectory of the bullet. They inquired whether the door was locked or unlocked at the time, whether she had looked through a peephole or window before firing, and whether she had any prior knowledge of Owen's intentions. The responses included explanations of her actions and assertions that she had felt immediate danger. Detectives noted the consistency or lack of consistency between these descriptions and the physical evidence recovered from the scene. Throughout the interrogation, the demeanor of the woman being questioned remained composed. She answered questions directly, provided narrative explanations, and engaged with the evidence presented to her. Detectives used standard investigative techniques, including open-ended questions, followed by more targeted inquiries when specifics were needed. They presented facts already known from the scene and from witness statements about the prior neighbor dispute, observing how the responses aligned with or diverged from those facts. When points required clarification, detectives revisited them, asking the woman to reconcile her account with the physical evidence and the statements of other witnesses. The interrogation also explored the broader context of the neighbor feud. Detectives asked about previous incidents, any complaints made to the authorities, and any communications between the households and any warnings or threats that may have been exchanged. The woman described a pattern of behavior by Owens and her children that she found disruptive and threatening. She expressed that the incident on June 2nd was the culmination of ongoing tensions. Detectives inquired whether she had considered other responses, such as video recording the activity or contacting law enforcement instead of arming herself. Her responses framed the shooting as a necessary act of self-defense in the moment. As the session continued, detectives returned to the precise moments immediately before and after the shot was fired. They asked about the position of the door, whether it was open or closed, what the woman could see or hear, and what she did immediately after firing. The woman described retreating into the home after the shot and calling 911. Detectives noted her account of the sequence and compared it to the physical evidence, including the location of the body just outside the door and the condition of the door itself. Any discrepancies or points requiring further explanation were noted for additional development. Parallel investigative work outside the interview room strengthened the context for the questions being asked. Witness statements from other neighbors described the history of the dispute and the events leading up to the shooting. The condition of the front door and the bullet trajectory were documented through forensic examination. Any prior calls to police regarding the neighbor conflict were reviewed. These elements were cross-referenced with the information obtained during the interrogation. The extended questioning allowed detectives to test the self-defense claim against the physical evidence and the broader context of the ongoing feud. The interrogation footage captures a methodical, evidence-based approach to questioning. Detectives allow the woman to establish her narrative of fear and self-defense while persistently presenting scene evidence and witness information that required reconciliation. The session focused on the reasonableness of her belief that she faced imminent harm, the availability of other options, and the consistency of her account with the physical facts. The woman's responses, demeanor, and interactions with the presented evidence form a complete record that investigators could later compare against the scene documentation, forensic findings, and statements from other witnesses. In the days and weeks that followed, the information from the interview was integrated into the larger case file. Forensic analysis of the door, the bullet path, and the positions involved was complete. Additional witness interviews were conducted. The case proceeded through charging decisions with the interrogation footage serving as key document. The woman was charged with first-degree manslaughter. The footage remained available for review as the legal process moved forward, providing direct insight into the statements made and the evidence presented during the investigative interview. The outline of the case file therefore centers on the recorded interrogation as the primary window into the investigative process. Every question asked about the neighbor dispute, sequence of events on June 2nd, the nature of the threat perceived by the woman, and the physical evidence from the scene contributes to the deductions that can be drawn when the footage is examined alongside the forensic reconstruction, the witness statements, and the legal standards for self-defense. The composed demeanor of the woman while describing the shooting through the door, combined with the detailed account of her fear and their prior tensions, formed the foundation upon which investigators built their understanding of what had occurred at the residence that afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Okay, so I'm gonna
brief summary before the interrogation and an up-to-date summary of where it is today after.
1 sec.
This case brings us to Ocala, Florida in June of 2023.
Skip forward.
Children at play in a neighborhood had caused the case.
You already have a water? Is there anything else we can get for you right now? You're doing okay? All right.
Let me just go to the speed.
Again, if you remember Detective Stiff.
I'm Detective Bender. I haven't got a chance to meet you yet. I'm looking forward to being able to speak with you. I work with Detective Stiff. We work together. I was learning different things. So, anyways, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let him cover what he needs to do, and then I'll get a chance to meet you then, okay?
So, Susan, obviously when we spoke the other night, there was kind of a lot of things going on still. A lot of the pieces of what happened were still trying to be put together. Since then, we've obviously talked to a lot more witnesses who were there. We've gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So
oh shit, I didn't see. Sorry, Shante. Shantae saying she's heading to bed. Have a good one, stream. Night Terry, night chat, night Shante. Have a good one. Appreciate you as always. So boys, make sure you're on your best behavior. Okay. Like I said, we got that was about over an hour worth of this interrogation. Like I said, have a good one, Shante. Appreciate you kindly.
During those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you and try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today. Obviously, just like last time, I want to make sure that you understand your rights and everything. So before we get started, I just have to read you the same thing I did last time. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the right to remain silent. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now?
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then. Has there been anything that you've thought of since you and I had last talked, in person at least, that you can remember that maybe at the time, because there was a lot of emotions and,
I don't know what else I could tell you, honestly.
Okay. So nothing that happened that night that you didn't remember at the time, or you just, like I said, there's a lot going on that you maybe didn't think to say?
I don't know what to tell you because I thought I told you everything.
Okay, all right. So some of the things, like I said, we were just trying to clarify because we were in the room together for a while talking, and we went over a lot of different things. So one of the things I wanted to clarify with you is and try to understand better is when Ajika was at the door, when she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, who's there?
Okay, how did you know someone was there initially? Was it because...
It was a huge banging.
Okay.
Just pounding at that door.
Okay. So initially, there was no words, it was just the pounding? Yeah. That's what started the interaction there?
Yes.
And where was the pounding at initially, where it first began?
The front door.
At the front door?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did she... But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think she went away?
No, well, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
Describe that. When you say screaming, describe what does that mean?
You're not supposed to speak to my children this way. Why did you, and then she was saying, I'm going to kill you. And I'm like, holy shit, and that's when I...
Well, you said there was like the initial barrage of the pounding, and you said, who's there? And she said, what you said about not talking to her children that way.
Yeah.
And then you said it got quiet. So there was no banging, there was no words being said.
Because I thought she went away.
That's what I was asking, basically. I'm sorry if I...
No, it's okay. I thought, all right, she's just going to do whatever she wants to do.
And you said that was like 20 to 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And then did she start yelling again first, or was there more banging?
It was banging, it was yelling. I thought she was just going to break down the door.
Okay.
So, my heart was pounding, and I was like, she's really going to kill me.
Okay, so...
I felt.
When she first came up and where were you when she started the beating? The very first time? You were in the bathroom when she started beating? And did you come to the door?
Well, I was approaching the door, and then she started screaming, and I knew who it was.
Okay.
I said, "That's it. I'm not opening this door."
Okay.
And because I figured if she came in, she would.
And when the banging and the yelling started again, where were you at then?
I think I was in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
And then she just kept banging and yelling. I'm like, "You need to leave. You're trespassing. Get off my porch. Get out of here. I'm not talking to you. Leave."
Okay. Who else was outside the door besides Ajika?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Where were the other kids? Because I know the kids had been over there prior to her coming over.
Yeah,
Or?
they were right by the, where the fence is, and then there's a sidewalk. They were right beyond that sidewalk, inside where it's supposed to be no trespassing.
Okay, so they were outside of the fence while she was banging on the door?
No idea.
Oh, you're not sure?
I have no idea.
Okay.
And you asked me when the kids were there earlier.
Right.
So, and the kids finally, I went inside. I figured they left.
So you didn't know who else was out there at that time? Okay. So you went to the kitchen and she was still pounding on the door and yelling. And I know we've kind of gone over this a lot, but I want to make sure now we're getting more like in order of things, because the first time we talked, it was kind of just like it all came out all at once. And now that you've had a little bit of time to kind of think about things that happened again and try to get it in a good order that things happen, because it's very important to be able to say, okay, this happened first, this is what happened next, so that we don't get them confused or anything. Okay. So after that initial silence where, well, no, I wouldn't say silence, but it got quiet, you find your phone at what point?
After I shot her. I just started searching the house frantically until I found it, and I wanted to make sure that I called and said, I shot, because I heard her go, ugh.
Where was your phone?
I think it was in my computer room.
In the computer room? Okay.
So, let me just understand this a little better, because I'm not really sure. So, the woman that got shot, what is her name?
AJ.
AJ. Right, it's AJ.
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you? Help me understand that.
A year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, year and a half and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys been able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
Okay, all right. So maybe the better word would be communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it's shit on the sidewalk. And
Yeah.
I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Of all the places you can walk and take your animal, you're going to come here. And
Sure.
She said, it's the only place my dog will go to the bathroom.
Okay. So,
no, I don't think so.
okay, so you guys would have a disagreement regarding that, some screaming regarding the dog pooping where it shouldn't. What else would you guys communicate about in that 2 or 3 times?
Then one time she was talking to the neighbors and she said, oh, that bitch over there is crazy. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to, sorry. I walked over, I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. I have never heard someone scream like this woman. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, she exploded. And I'm like, oh shit.
How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
2 months?
2 to 3 months ago. And then she was saying I called her kids all kinds of names, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And the more I said no, the more irate she got. Finally, I'm like, let me just back off, say yes, I'll apologize. And
what's the bet? And she dropped a couple of N-bombs. I didn't know nothing. Like I said, I think it's going to be one of these cases, boys. I think it's going to be one of these cases. What's the betting that she dropped a couple of N-bombs? I don't know if he's picked up on that, but like she hasn't. Well, we'll see if the detectives confront her on that. But the whole kind of like aspect here, like she's already calling her a bitch and all this kind of thing. But this is kind of like the initial. This is what, like 10 minutes in, maybe. You're just kind of like letting her kind of like tell her story, all this kind of stuff. Don't want to be kind of you don't want to turn the heat up too soon or too quick, kind of thing. I'm guessing it's gonna be something bad. You know what I mean? I just hope McGregor ain't the junk they're removing. It is what it is. You know? It is what it is. It is what it is. Hopefully McGregor puts on a good show, but him speaking about Ireland is the main thing for me. You know what I mean? So either way, win or lose, he's still a Still a champ. Still a double champ in my book. You know what I mean? Might drop a bitch or two. Going with BS self-defense. Yep. Because like no, like at the beginning as well, she turned around and she was like, "Oh, like why didn't she just call the cops on me if I was being a thing and all this kind of stuff?" But like between 2 to 5 minutes, and even the detective says, "Wow, 2 to 5 minutes," you know. And remarkably, she couldn't find her phone, and then all of a sudden, when she did shoot her, she found the phone real quick. You know what I mean? But I reckon she called the kids. She dropped the N bombs on the kids, and again, I'm like that's my own personal opinion, all this kind of stuff. It's speculation. What we shouldn't be doing. Let's hear more.
Scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
That I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and
Oh my god, bro. Like I said, detective, right? Like I just paused at the beautiful moment. You know what I mean? As soon as it's like, yeah, come on, detective. There's no what names you call the kids?
apologize and scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
That I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and that's never happened. I mean,
Never happened. Boys, do I call it or do I call it?
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Oh god. I got the gift. Did he not tell you? Did he not tell you? What was the betting? What was the betting, boys? How much you owe me? How much you owe me? Telling you, man. Got a 6 cents for this shit now.
when she said, "Oh, why don't you stop already? Stop lying," you know? And I was like, enough. What? I did call them retards once because they just kept coming and coming. I said, "Are you retarded? You can't read the sign."
Okay.
You know, how many times do we have to tell you you're trespassing? You know.
Now, all these kids nowadays, they have tablets and phones and stuff. Are you? I mean, you can tell us the truth. I mean, it's just us in here. I think we were looking at the different videos, and people were telling us about. We spoke to everybody in the neighborhood separately. Was there other times when you got frustrated or something with these kids, and you've said something else that we're not talking about? I mean, have you said other words to them, or something about middle fingers or something? Tell me about that.
It wasn't at the kids. It was at the gentleman.
Who's the gentleman?
I only know him by his name, Sapito.
So okay.
So he's a guy. He gets all the kids together, so they're screaming and yelling, and they're doing all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, stop already. And I asked him. I said, please stop. I don't like the yelling. I just, I'm starting to break down.
No, take your time. What is the crazy stuff that Sapito has these kids doing? Tell me about that.
He used to ride a four-wheeler. And he would come around the house. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Then he'd have the kids on the back, no helmets, no nothing. And I'm like, stop already. The one time I went out there, he almost hit me. He's like, missed you. Jesus Christ, really? And I'm like, I just can't deal with it. I have an injury right now. I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery. If he hit me, he'd kill me.
So was it on last Friday that you were kind of giving him the middle finger then? Is that what I was understanding?
I may have given him the middle finger because it's just out there, and I took a picture, and he's like, oh, go take more pictures. I'm like, because...
What other kind of crazy things is he having these kids do? Is it something where
he would have them exercise and scream and yell, and the kids are like, we're tired, stop, we're tired.
Is he like a coach, or do they play sports
I don't
or something?
know. I have no idea. And he's like, come on, you weenies, get moving. And the kids are like, no, we want to stop. He's like, you can't stop.
Is he the father of one of those kids that live?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
I don't know who he is. I just know that. And I asked him, I said, please. I said, one of my friends was murdered when I was very young. And she screamed. She was bound and gagged, and the guy thought he killed her, and she screamed. And so every time those little kids scream, I keep thinking of my friend Elizabeth.
Tell me about that. Whoa.
So, and I asked him, I said, Sapito, please, these kids screaming like this, it's triggering me. I don't want to hear this, And he's like, you're full of shit, you're a liar, you're this, you're that. I'm like, really? I'm like, why would I tell this story and it's not true?
I know this is kind of not really related to what we're talking about, but what happened with your friend? Is that when you were very young? Or?
14.
Oh my God.
So a guy came and he raped her and he beat her and he thought he killed her. And he bound her up. She was at Schulten factory, the Old Spice factory in Jersey.
Oh, wow.
And next to it was a children's playground. And he buried her there in a shallow grave. and she wasn't dead. So when the coroner said that there was all dirt in her lungs because she kept screaming and screaming and screaming. So every time those little girls screamed, it just kind of, made me think of Elizabeth.
Have you ever been a victim of any violence?
Oh, yeah.
Describe that to me.
I was raped and beaten.
Did that happen here or in New Jersey?
In Jersey.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
Started when I was 4, it didn't stop until I was like 20.
Okay. And was New Jersey police or whatever be able to help you out with that, give you justice or anything?
No.
Was that ever reported to law enforcement?
No, because I was starting to be killed.
Okay. So that was something that wasn't reported. And was this from a known family member or something? I worked Special Victims Unit for years. Okay. So this was from a known family member. Have you ever been a victim of some kind of violence from a random person or something like that?
Yes.
Describe that to me.
I was dating a gentleman, a doctor, up in Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And we were going to, move forward with the relationship and everything, and he got super drunk one night, and he started beating me.
Uh-huh. So that sounds like domestic violence, someone else that you were associated with, and they did something bad to you. Was that, were you able to report that to New Jersey or whatever it may be? Were they able to arrest that man?
That was up in Michigan.
Michigan. Were they able to arrest him for anything?
I never said anything. I was so embarrassed.
Sure.
Sure,
that's common.
I'm an adult,
Yeah.
I should know. I mean, as soon as he finished and he passed out, I left.
Okay.
I just got out of the situation, never spoke to him again.
Have you ever been a victim of anything like robbery or anything like that before?
In Jersey, yes.
Okay. Were you like robbed like at a store, a gas station, or describe that to me?
We were selling tools out of the back of my car for some company. And we stopped at a stop sign. It was myself and 2 other girls who were doing it with me.
Uh-huh.
And they entered the car and just took everything.
Who's they? Who did that to you?
I can't remember. It was a bunch of guys
Okay.
that were in the neighborhood.
Were you able to get them reported, and they were
We reported it, but they never found them.
Okay. Did those guys ever harass you ever again or anything like
No,
that?
because
Bro, I don't know if these detectives are a lawyer or what's going on here. It's almost like they're trying to make the case for us. Like, tell us about when you were a victim. Give us more victim stories. What the fuck?
Wasn't where I lived.
Okay. Have you ever been a victim of violence at your home that wasn't someone you knew, a random person coming and hurting you or something like that?
No.
Okay. Anyone's ever broke into your house before in New Jersey or in Michigan or in Florida or anything like that?
They broke into the house when we lived in Pompton Plains.
Where's that? Is that in New Jersey?
Yeah, that's up in Jersey.
And when you said they broke into, describe that to me. What happened?
It was a bunch of young kids that my brother knew.
Uh-huh.
And he had a dirt bike and everything, so they stole his dirt bike and they stole some other stuff.
Sure. And were you home when that happened?
I believe so.
Okay. When you say you believe so, did they like sneak in the night and they went in the garage?
It was in the end of the night and they went out into the shed.
They went out into the shed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Scott, I'm trying to understand. I know what happened to you this time. We just talked about that. Last time she yelled at you a lot. Did you ever, I worked as a patrol deputy for years before becoming a detective. Did you guys ever get in like a fight in the street or anything like that? No, nothing like that.
You gotta be kidding me. I'm sorry.
I gotta ask because I don't know you that well.
No.
Did she ever brandish a weapon or anything like that or something?
The only thing she ever did is she picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at me and hit me.
Okay. And I know that the police came out a lot of times. Did the police ever come out for that time when she threw the sign?
Yeah, and then everybody in the neighborhood said, oh, we didn't see anything.
Okay.
So it was a he said, she said, so they said they couldn't charge anything.
Sure.
I'm like, all right.
And obviously you have a firearm. I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. Now, is that a gun that you've had for years? You just had it for a couple weeks? Help me understand that.
No, over a year.
Okay, over a year. And where do you normally keep that secured in the house?
That's usually next. It was in a garbage can next to my bed.
Okay. And is it like?
Now that was the Remington that you're talking about that you got over a year ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we were at the house, there was the other one, the 22 was a Ruger.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you had that firearm?
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah, not very long. And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, with the 380 rounds?
The 380,
expensive,
way more expensive. So I got the little plinker, just target practice and stuff like that.
Are you experienced with firearms? You got 2 guns, and it sounds like you have the little plinker, and you know about the price of ammo. Are you well versed with them?
I used to be terrified of firearms.
Uh-huh.
And then a friend said, you really can't defend yourself. He said, you should think about getting a gun.
Okay.
So,
When did you first get a gun? Was it just, or did you have other guns historically?
no, I never did.
Okay.
I first bought a 9mm, but it was just way too much gun for me, so I sold it.
Uh-huh.
And then I got the little 380.
Okay. And did you go to any kind of training for those using guns, like going to the range, or tell me about that?
Went to the range, watched videos, all the other stuff, just self-educating, and I was going to go take a permit to carry course.
Sure.
And I didn't get around to it.
Yeah, okay. So you were self-training yourself, you had plans to do that in the future, but it didn't come to that. So thank you for helping me understand that. And describe to me, AJ, you've only had these arguments with her a few times, but what I'm confused about is that we're talking about her banging on it 3 times, and then there's a pause, and there's everything else you just described to Detective Stitt. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you?
And she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she was verbalizing it. She would say, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
That's how, it's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me.
So I'm trying to get into your mind, and I'm trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom, then you were in the kitchen. I mean, I know that she's saying something, and you're inside your house, and she's on the other side of that wall and that door. Were you able to ever see her to see if she had anything in her hands?
There's no peephole or anything.
There's no peephole, thanks. Okay. Were you able to look through a window or anything to see if she had anything in her hands or anything? Okay. So you don't know if what's going on, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
And you said that she's hitting the wall hard enough that, was it the door?
Mirror.
That the mirror's moving? Yes. And she's hitting the door?
She's hitting the door.
Okay. There's no peephole or anything like that. You don't know who all's out there, but you can hear her voice?
Yes.
Okay. What made you shoot that spot on the door? It sounds like you had some experience with the gun, so bring me to that moment where what happened?
I grabbed the gun, I was shaking like a leaf, and the more she pounded, the more she screamed. I was like, stop, 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 go away, move away. She wouldn't move away. Finally, I'm going to kill you, and that was the last time, and I just fired the weapon.
Okay, was there a spot you picked or something like that?
I just kind of, there was the door, I knew she was at the door.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house. We, did the stuff inside the house as far as photographing, looking at where everything is at related to where the door is. And you said you had shot from the kitchen. So when you come in, it's like a
table.
Kitchen table.
The table that's there, the 2 seats with the table.
Okay.
That's where I shot from.
That's where you shot from. Okay. Like right next to it?
Yes.
Or like further back?
It was. I remember the table being there.
Okay. How were you holding the gun when you fired it?
Like
With
that.
2 hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were initially in the kitchen when, well, you went to the restroom and then you were in the kitchen looking for your phone while she was pounding on the door. And you said that you believe it was between 2 and 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Was that total time from when the first pounding started to the time that you fired the shot, 2 to 5 minutes? Or do you think it was shorter time than that or longer?
To me, it seemed like 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes total.
Well, by the time I shot the weapon, at least 5 minutes.
Okay. Did she ever try to open that glass sliding door or open the door handle or anything like that, or was it just the pounding?
I just remember her pounding and pounding and pounding.
Okay. So you said that you kept the firearm in the trash can in the bedroom, so at some point, did you go?
Yes.
So you thought about it and said, I might need this, or?
Absolutely. I mean, I got terrified. I mean, I was so terrified she was going to come in and kill me.
Okay, so you left the kitchen area?
Yes.
And that's when you went to your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the other gun at that time? Do you know?
I thought it was right there.
The Ruger?
I thought the Ruger was right there.
I mean, we found, yeah, it was, but you said that you used the 380, right?
Yeah.
When you fired the gun? Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that gun inside the other one? They were both loaded, right?
They were both loaded. I was just the one that picked up.
Okay. Did you handle the other gun at all?
I don't remember. Honest to God, don't remember.
Okay. Because the reason I asked is when we went in there, the 22 was actually on top of the 380. So, I'm just trying to figure out how it is that you went in there, took the 380, fired the 380, went back, and you would have put it back in there, but then the other gun was on top of it. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe, you're just moving stuff around when after things happened or something fell? I'm just trying to understand.
It may have fallen off the bed. I don't know. I just remember looking for my phone, and I just remember I put the gun back in. So, there's all kinds of papers in there, so it could have flip-flopped.
Is that an actual, like, do you use it for trash, or those important papers that were in there?
Those were papers that I keep.
Okay. All right. So you said it was about, let me ask you.
What's the lead up? Yeah, basically domestic call. She shot a woman on her porch. I called the N-bombs and all that kind of shit. She even brought up slavery. Big mistake. You know what I mean? But, like, at least I'm glad the detectives weren't, because I was waiting for the pushback to come. You know what I mean? Because, like, initially they were kind of like, it seemed for a second that they were like playing lawyer for the woman. You know what I mean? Detective could learn a thing or two about having a calmer, a stern demeanor. These borderline spur. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like they're excited that like they're trying to feed her. It's like, yeah, like you're a victim, right? You're a professional victim. You know? Duda says they're trying to establish motive. The motive they're trying to establish, she's a Karen trying to be a vigilante. Keeps the gun in her bra and locks the front side every 5 minutes. Saying, make my day. Make my day. But that's what I'm saying. This is 5 minutes. You ain't got a hope, lady. You ain't got a hope. Yup. We'll get into that's why I'm letting it play a bit more. Because it's like you gotta slowly kind of like draw these details out.
And you say anywhere from, you believe from 2 to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there and I just want to be clear, 2 to 5 minutes from the first time she pounded to the time where you felt in danger enough to pull the trigger?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times, I know this is, how many times do you think she was hitting your door during that time frame that you believe is about 2 to 5 minutes?
She just kept pounding it. Just kept pounding it and pounding it.
Just more than 5, more than 50?
God, it had to be, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I just remember her pounding and pounding and screaming and yelling.
Okay. And did you call 911 immediately after?
As soon as I found my phone.
Okay. How much time do you think after you fired the shot?
A few seconds.
So within a minute?
Within a minute,
and you
yes.
immediately called 911?
Yes.
Did you call anyone else before?
No.
Did you call anyone else after?
No, I don't think so, because you guys were here. I mean, you guys came right away.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
What's with the racial statements that everyone's saying that you made? I mean, have you ever used the N-word and they're using it against you? Have you said it in passing or something?
I have no idea. But it could have been I was speaking Hungarian and instead of English.
So you're native Hungarian? Is there?
My father was Hungarian, my mother was Polish, so we spoke mainly Hungarian in the household.
Okay. And is there, have you ever spoke Hungarian to these kids or anything like that?
Yeah, and they looked at me and they said, stop making up your language. I said, okay.
So let me ask you real quick. You know that we had your phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a judge actually signed an order to allow us to go into the phone and look over certain things that would assist in trying to identify the time frames of things that happened. And during the interviews where we were out there talking to other people who live in the neighborhood, they told us that there's been times where you go out and either create video, like record with videos or take photographs of what the kids are doing in your area out there.
Yes.
So you know how anybody can have a phone or a device that's recording. So you would imagine, I'm sure the kids have phones out in the neighborhood. A lot of them have tablets that record video. So when we talk to these people and we talk to them, they tell us something, but we have to kind of verify that. So we ask them the same questions. Do you have any video, audio, anything that would document as what you're saying is true? So when he's asking you questions like that, sometimes we have to ask questions that we already know the answers to, and it's not to try to trick someone. It's just to try to see how credible they are and how reliable their statements are. So when we ask them something that we already know the answer to, and if they answer us and it matches up, then some of the stuff that we're still trying to learn and put the pieces together to, we have more credibility and believe in that. Again, he was referring to some of the racial statements that have been alleged. Where does that come from? And like, is there something more, like, did something happen in the past, or is that how you were raised, or is it just something because these kids are just always like
When I was 12 years
antagonizing
old,
you?
they're forever antagonizing me. When I was 12 years old, some girl in middle school thought I was some other girl. And it came down to where I was stuck in a phone booth, and at least 35 other people were around, all blacks. And so they ended up calling the police, and he had to disperse the crowd.
Okay, and what wound up happening then? I mean, anything?
I had to leave school early every day. I couldn't be around. I couldn't do any extracurricular activities. I just had to be very careful at school.
Oh, wow.
And so it's just, you know, it was craziness.
So, I'm sorry, how did that, I mean, you're kind of describing it, I can take a guess, but I mean, how did that make you feel towards your classmates? Did you have friends at that school?
Yes.
Okay. So you had people that you could confide to and be friends with. But you said that you had to be escorted to the bus or something like that?
No, I left 5 minutes early every day.
You had to leave early every day. Okay. Are you, and how old were you when that happened?
12.
12. And I mean, it sounds like there's been some issues that, I mean, is that something that's caused problems with you for the rest of your life?
No.
No, that doesn't, okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So we're just trying to figure out where some of these, you know, we heard that you said the F word and the B word. These are what the kids are saying.
I definitely dropped F-bombs.
Okay, and what are you saying the F word to?
Pick your fucking shit up.
Referring to stuff on the ground or something? And when we say the B word, what are you referring to that? Who are you talking to? What are you saying when you use that language?
B word.
Yeah, which I'm assuming is bitch, but I don't really know.
Okay.
Have you said that word to them?
Remember.
Or is it bastard? Possibly bastard?
I don't know, could have been either one.
Yeah.
Are those words that you've used when you're outside around the kids or something like that?
If they're, I guess if they were really annoying me, I may have let one slip.
Okay. And how would they really annoy you? Like just
screaming? They would scream.
The screaming, and that would maybe let one slip. Okay.
But the girls would do something so stupid. I've never seen anything like this before. They would go face to face with one another and see who could scream louder.
Yeah. 5
feet outside my door. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, why? We want to see who screams louder. I'm like, take it over to your house.
Sure. Okay. So Detective Stith has been talking to you about the timeline, okay? And some of the work we've done. Now, this is a picture that I draw. I'm not an artist at all, but when I tell you some of the work we've done, we spoke to all the people over. This is your house, by the way. Okay, this is. We'll put an S for you. We spoke to everybody in these buildings. We spoke to them all in these buildings, and we talked to anybody that had cameras that would see different areas. These cameras, they hear things. We're able to hear audio. We're able to hear things like that. And everyone that we interviewed, I pretty much got the same, Detective Stith, I think we all got the same statement from every single person we interviewed. We lined up, well, we didn't line them up. These people were interviewed in different locations. Some of them were interviewed in different buildings in different places. I interviewed them at different houses, and all these people provided me similar statements, okay? No one that provided these, now these people could hear her talking. Okay, because she was talking loudly. You said that you could hear it through the wall, and I can agree with that. Okay, she made a statement, something to the effect of, "Why'd you take my kid's iPad?" Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know what this iPad is about.
A tablet or something like that.
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Was she? Maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have? She
could have.
Okay. You seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door. Did she say, you're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her rants.
Okay. So she's saying these things. The thing is
it's not adding up. None of this is adding up. And even like with the whole like racist comments, like, oh, I was raised in Hungarian. This motherfucker.
Everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not, I'm sorry.
Come
That's
out.
not what?
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so you can,
Well, I know. I mean,
seriously.
What she's learned, what I'm learning, what these people said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
Okay. You said you were so in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, early in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know. I don't remember. It was one of her sons, but he was there. He's like, "I'm going to make sure you get killed. I'm going to make sure that you know." And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever shown you a weapon or anything like that?
No. But, I mean, the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over, and she's banging and screaming. And
Now, I asked you this earlier. You said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times.
Mm-hmm.
What means does she have to harm you through the wall?
Like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving.
Now that house,
which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
That was my next question. So it's a cement block house, and the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt was activated,
okay.
Right? And you just didn't have the chain lock?
I was going to say, I remember I didn't have the chain. I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chain, is from what I recall. And you said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed recently?
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time when she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced, I said, "Whatever you want, I'm so sorry." She followed me a foot behind me up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that incident where she followed you? What was the conversation?
She said, "Oh, you called my kids." I can't remember. I think or something stupid like that. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. And I finally said, I'm going to leave this alone. I don't need, to get killed in the street.
Did she tell you if she had recordings of you saying that?
I have no idea.
One of the kids?
I have no idea.
But you apologized and she continued to follow you anyway?
Yeah, she followed me anyway.
How far did she follow you?
Like right up to where I go in by the wood.
By the fence?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
She finally just went away.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
That was like a month or two ago.
Okay. And was that an incident dealing with she had the dog and the kids were over there?
No.
No, that was something different?
Something different.
Okay. And I think that was, I want to say, was it April? Does that sound right? With you had called because again the kids were over there, the dog was over there. Does that sound about right? Okay, but that was a different incident than what you're talking about.
Yes.
And where were you at when you had that conversation where she started following you? Where were you?
I was in the street.
Okay. Like by the mailboxes or?
No, I was close to her driveway.
Close to her driveway, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she make any threats of physical violence to you then?
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
She was following you and that made you feel creepy, right? Or creeped you out, I think is the word you said?
Yeah.
Okay, but there wasn't any threats of physical violence then. And you said...
why would you, if the conversation is over, why would you still pursue someone? I mean, to me,
Was she still saying things? Was she still
no,
talking?
she just followed me, and I just felt like, you know, at any point in time she could knock me down and do something. And I was like, oh my God, and I didn't want to tangle with her anymore.
And was it only her kid that you called a slave, or was there other kids in the
I
neighborhood?
never called anyone a slave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Never.
thought you said
No,
sorry for it.
I said I'm sorry for it because I didn't know how else to diffuse the situation.
Okay, so you told her that you did say that, but you're saying that you were saying it to diffuse the situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So have you ever called any of those kids?
Never called them a slave. Never.
Never said anything about this not being an underground railroad?
Underground.
Right. Never. Come on, guys. She didn't do nothing. She didn't do nothing, guys. She never. This poor, sweet old lady. Unbelievable, man. Exactly. These coppers just trying to frame an old little lady. This is unbelievable. Oh, like she had 5 minutes. And the deadbolt was locked. You know what I mean? Danny, man.
Railroad comment or something like that was mentioned?
No.
We did so many interviews.
Jesus Christ, no.
There was a statement like that made.
All right, that's new to me. I mean, it's completely new to me. I don't know where the hell that came from.
So, Susan, I'm looking at this from the outside here, and this really is not adding up to me. You used the word reasonable and prudent earlier. That's an interesting series of words to use. That's like a series of words that we use as law enforcement officers when we try to look at things. And there's a big jump here that you're making logically that I can't seem to make the jump. I'm having a really hard time getting there. You've known this woman for 1.5 to 2 years. Your only communications were 2 to 3 times. The dog's pooping, and then there was another time where you called her, you said, I'm sorry about calling your kids some names, and she followed behind you. You thought that was creepy. She's never threatened you. She's never displayed a firearm towards you. She starts yelling on your patio area, banging hard on your door, which your door is locked, and then you're scared. Now you're saying that you're scared, which, okay, I can get to that. I can get to that point that you're scared. There's someone knocking on your door.
No, it wasn't knocking. It was pounding.
Pounding. There's someone pounding on your door. Right. There's someone pounding on your door. They're pounding on your door, and I can't get to the point where pounding on the door leads to you being hurt or killed. I can't get that.
Because I thought she was going to break the door down. The door, you could see that it was all repaired and re-repaired and all that crap like that. So I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your entire wall. There's not been that situation. So I'm trying to do the reasonable and prudent. I'm trying to come into your shoes there, and I'm having a hard jump there because describe to me, AJ, what does she look like?
Tall black woman, heavy set,
Okay. Does she have a very muscular? You've only known her for 1.5 years. You only had so many communications. I mean, is she like a muscular person that's able to, like, I don't know, do extreme feats of strength? Does she weight train in her front yard? Help me understand this.
No, I don't.
That's what I'm trying. I'm having a hard time with this.
He's just trying to understand how we got from the point of someone
creepy. But to get to, she's gonna get through the wall is where I can't get there. I don't understand. What if, and I was thinking about this earlier, what if the police officer had already arrived and she is loud and she's still yelling, and now the officer's standing in front of the door and he does some knocks, but she's still on that darn patio yelling, and you're shooting, you can't see, there's no peephole, there's no window, there's nothing, and then you shoot, and what if the darn officer was on the other side of the door? You see what I mean? And obviously she's still running her mouth, she's still going, but you don't know what's on the other side of that door.
Hopefully he would have introduced himself.
I sure hope so. I mean, and that's what some of the issues are, that I can't get there, and I don't understand entirely what was going on in your mind, and I don't see how that is entire. Were you on alcohol or anything like? I gotta ask these questions. Were there anything in your mind that would impair yourself in your judgments?
I took Belbuca earlier in the day.
What is that?
It's it was for my back.
Okay, is that a narcotic? I'm not a muscle relax. I'm guessing here.
No, it's a pain reliever.
Okay, it's a pain reliever.
Mhm.
And does that have like something on the bottle that it would?
It's a film.
Okay. Does that like don't use motor vehicles or something like that? What does it do to you? How does it make you feel?
It just makes me sleepy.
It's called, what is it called?
Belbuca.
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 Okay.
Does that have to do with your artery issue in your kidney?
No, I had a car wreck. So I had a fusion on my lower back. I'm sorry, fusion in my neck, and then laminectomy in my lower back.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got this thing that goes backwards. So I have some issues.
Okay.
And I have a torn rotator cuff.
Okay. And do you have issues with any kind of previous, from the car accident, I have to ask, a head injury which would impair your memory or affect your memory or anything like that?
I don't remember. I think I hit my head on the steering wheel from the accident.
Okay. Do you suffer time and spatial memory issues where you can't remember certain amounts of time and things like that? And the reason that I ask that is you have indicated that this was somewhere between like 5 to 10 minutes or something. Am I getting that right, Detective Sniff? Okay. From the cameras that we've looked at in the area here, this incident did not last for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, from the people that we spoke to, there's aspects of this that I can agree about. She's talking loud. She's banging on that door. We're going to agree with that. But the actual number of knocks, you did 3 knocks, and then you said there was a pause.
Well, I never said 3.
Well, you said bang, 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 and then she stopped, which I counted 3. Now,
okay.
if there was something different, you can tell me. I was remembering earlier. You said bang, bang, bang. There was 3. Then she stopped, and then she continued to, and then what happened happened. Mm-hmm. Nothing has led me to believe as an investigator that it was like 5 to 10 minutes, okay?
Okay, maybe it just seemed like it was longer.
Okay.
Probably because, the adrenaline rush and just getting so upset.
Sure. Whenever adrenaline comes in, it can make things seem like they stretch out. From some of the other statements we've got, some of the things that we've learned, it sounds more like there was 3 knocks and then there was 3 more and then she was shot. It sounds like this was very quick. It sounds like this was like within a span of less than 20 seconds is what I would say. Is it possible that your time is off on this?
It could be.
Okay.
Because to me it felt like forever.
Okay.
So
if this is like what's being described as a 20-second, this is a brief encounter. It's a brief encounter with loud banging, with loud yelling. The statements that some of the statements that you're saying occurred, like I'm going to kill you and those kind of threats. No one else has heard you, and no one else has heard her make those statements.
Okay.
Okay. I'm worried that some of the prior experiences you've had in your life that we've talked about today, they are traumatic experience, sexual violence against you, when you were a kid, all those people coming and trying to get you, that there's something going on in your head. Are you not sure about some of the things we've talked about today? Regarding some of the things you're saying that you heard, is it possible she never threatened you at all?
No, I swear to God, I thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's why I just panicked. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to kill me.
Okay. And how did you imagine yourself being killed? Remembering that there's that block wall, that door, how was she going to be able to do that? What makes you think that she was able to do that?
She was still pounding, but that she could have come right through that glass wall. I mean, the glass door.
Well, we talked about pounding on the door. Did she ever pound on the glass wall? Was it a window or wall? Help me.
It's doors. It's sliders.
Glass sliding door.
Yeah.
Did she pound on that?
She may have. I don't know. Well, I kept thinking that she's going to gain entrance. She's going to kill me.
And that's why I asked you earlier if you recalled if she tried to. Was that door locked? The sliding glass door?
Yes.
Was that safe? Do you have like anything?
I had I think there was a wood piece in
the slider?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall if she tried that door?
I just remember lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding.
Just to me it was just an enormous amount of pounding, screaming, yelling, and I felt like she was going to come through that door.
And I think Detective Pender touched on it. Like in your head, during the panic, during all these thoughts, what did you feel that was going to happen?
And she's going to come in there and beat the shit out of me until I was dead.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I felt. I mean, I don't understand why she came over my house. If there was all these issues and problems, why didn't you just call somebody? You know, that's, to me, that's what you would do if you're normal. You know, that's a normal thing to do. If something happens to me, I call the police, you know. Like, okay, you know, the kids are being run or she's banging it, you know. But when I couldn't find my phone and everything, I was just like, shit. You know, I honestly, I felt she was going to kill me.
Okay, so during that time, you had hung up with 911. You still estimate approximately 10 minutes before the banging started.
Yes.
And then you're saying anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes or longer that the banging and the yelling lasted. However, as Detective Pender mentioned, we've reviewed video. We've talked to multiple people out there who all kind of give the similar. I mean, everybody's perspective is different, and that's why I asked you this same question a couple of times, because people's perspectives, we could be both looking at the same thing, and later on you asked me you asked us the same question, we have different reactions, different answers, because we focus on different things, we remember different things. That's why everybody's unique, and that's just the way that. But to be that similar in some of the specifics of what we're really looking at. We're talking about a very tight, a much more tighter time frame of this incident that happened at your front door before that shot was fired. So is that possible? Is that feasible that it was a shorter time frame?
To me, it felt. I mean, I'm giving you what I felt and what I thought it was.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Now that you're out of the moment, I mean, do you think that she could somehow get through that wall now that you're out, now that you're not in the house anymore, and that
I still feel that fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry. It's what I feel.
Okay.
I've just, you know, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot and hopefully, you know, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm having a really hard time making this jump here, that this unarmed person on the other side of the wall is somehow gonna get into your house and kill you. I'm just really having a hard time getting there. I've been doing this job as a homicide investigator for several years, and I've seen houses that are made out of like pretty much would be paper mache, okay? Doors that are so thin, like walls that balsa wood you could just push through. And this is a block house with a solid door. I've seen cases before where there is an angry spouse and let me back in the house, you can't throw me out, and they'll kick the wall as hard as they can, and they're not getting in some of these doors open inwards, outwards. I don't know which way your door opens. Which way does it open? It opens outward?
I think it opens out.
Okay. So it
opens inwards.
It opens inwards. Okay. So they work on these doors and they're not even able to make entry, and they just give up. And I'm really having a hard time understanding like how you. If you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Did you take it back and I don't know, wait however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Do you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I felt. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was sheer terror.
So I went out to the house that morning, you know, when I met you out there, and I tested the door. First of all, I looked at the door. We processed the door just to see what areas might have been touched by AJ. I looked at the door frame where it had been repaired. It looked like there was a type of putty or something used where the wood frame had been separated. I examined the deadbolt lock. The strike plates were in there pretty fastened, pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock. And even with the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see. And I pounded on the door pretty hard. And that was with the door unlocked completely. There was no lock secured, and that door was very sturdy. And I'm not trying to take away the fears of being scared and everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're shooting at, that's a big jump. And I think that's where Detective Pender is.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
But it was her standing there. I mean, I heard her voice.
Sure, but some people don't talk. They're more quiet.
Regardless of that fact, as I was saying, to go from that, and I didn't even have any locks, and I'm pounding on it. And yes, there were our forensic technicians were inside looking, and yes, things were vibrating, but they also stated the door didn't seem like it was going to move, and it barely budged, even with the door unlocked. So, and that's why it's important for us to go through these things to try to determine, to try to put ourselves in your position, in your mind at that time as much as possible. But to get that, help us try to understand that a little bit more, to get to that point from a fairly secure door, because like he said, it's true. We've gone to some of these trailers where you could pretty much push the door open, and
that's not your house. Your house is pretty secure. That landlord did a good job, I guess, keeping everything secure. It looked like everything was good. So you've never had a break-in there before, right?
No.
Okay, no break-ins there. There's the rod in the track. Did you have, I know that you still spoke to this woman 2 or 3 times before. Did you speak to her earlier that day on Friday?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk to her earlier that day, Friday. There wasn't, did you have any conflicts with anybody in particular on Friday at all?
Just the kids when it wasn't a conflict. I just told them, come on, stop trespassing, move along, take it. The kids kept putting things out. They had marbles by my truck. They put their skates out. I tripped over the skate one morning that I had to leave very early, and I'm like, crap. And I'm like, stop leaving your freaking toys here. I'm not the most stable person, with my knees and stuff like that when I'm walking. If I fall again, who the hell knows what's going to happen between my back and my knees and, the other injury. And I don't understand why they just keep leaving their crap there. And I'm like,
that sounds frustrating.
It's extraordinarily frustrating.
You said there was a skate. Was there something that happened with the skate on Friday?
When the kids were there, yeah, they keep leaving the skates really close to the house. I'm like, stop already, because when you go around and you do stuff and you're bringing packages in, sometimes I bring the truck up. I'm like, I don't want to walk over your skates and shit. I'm like, pick your damn shit up. So
where were those skates when you picked them up?
I want to say they were maybe 5-6 feet of the sidewalk.
On the grass?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a photograph of that with your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a video at some point. It looked like you were taking a picture or a video through the screen from you being inside to them outside. Is that around the time frame that you shot them the bird or something along those lines? Maybe not. Okay.
Probably.
Okay. Because it looked like there was a bunch of them kind of further out in the field, but there was a lot of kids playing out there, and I guess
the screaming. You heard how much they were screaming over the TV.
Okay, so when you went out there, and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that time frame was where that tablet situation came up. So is there any reason?
I don't know what this tablet thing is.
It's like an Amazon tablet, electronic tablet.
I never saw the tablet. Never. He kept saying, "Where's my tablet? Where's my tablet?" I had
Oh, so he did ask you about it, but you didn't have it.
Of course not.
So you never.
I never saw it. Never picked it. Never touched it up. Nothing.
Why would he make that part up if
I have no idea.
Because he said, and it really doesn't change.
Doesn't change.
It doesn't change anything. I'm just trying to understand. He said that he was going to the basketball courts after they played in the field, and he's like, I forgot my tablet, and he comes over and he sees you holding it, and he says, put it down, and you kind of tossed it down, and then that's when you threw the skates and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot or something like that?
No, because they were standing here and I threw it with my left hand.
Okay.
I made sure that I just threw them over to the other side. Never
And that's when
touched
you
each
told
other.
him to fetch or something?
Yes.
You told him to
I
fetch
said, you
it?
can go fetch it over there now.
Okay.
Because he said, give me my skates.
Mm-hmm.
Get your skates. I'm like, here, go get them.
You already had them in your hand at that point? Or
I
you said
think
give them
so.
to you? Okay. What were you going to do with them?
Just throw them on the other side. Just get them away.
But you don't remember the tablet or anything
There
like
was
that?
never I never saw a tablet, never touched a tablet, I don't know where the hell the tablet came from. So I have no idea.
And then the situation with the umbrella, I know we had talked about it a little bit before, but do you remember who that was out there when, was that when, excuse me, was that when the older, AJ's older came over? What was he saying to you?
That's when he has said, I said, you guys need to leave. He said, I don't need to leave. I can be anywhere I want. It's, I have, I forget what the hell he said. Just something to the effect that I have no limits where I can go. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but he wasn't the one that was there when you tossed the roller skates into the yard? It was the other child?
It should have been both boys.
Were they both there with the roller skate thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you came out, the umbrella that was behind your door, was that the one?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly happened with that? Because that's another one of those things where we were talking to people who were right there, kind of, they already heard some yelling and back and forth, so they're kind of watching, and... I
may have been talking with my hands, so...
Swinging the umbrella?
Yeah, just, come on guys, leave, and
okay.
Gesturing. So
how far away were they when you were doing this, and where do you think you were at?
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then they were at least 5-7 feet away from me.
Okay.
They weren't even close.
What did they do when you were swinging it around?
Nothing.
They didn't do anything?
No, there was no reaction.
They didn't say anything? They didn't back away?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
It didn't rain on Friday. Why did you have an umbrella?
I thought it was raining. We had precip, and I thought when the kids got quiet that it rained finally and they went home.
So that's why you had the umbrella out?
Yes.
So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on with the kids that day. It sounds like you're taking videos, and then there was a middle finger towards this guy. It sounds like the skates are in the way. You had to throw those because she says, "Give me the skates." You throw the skates, and then you're swinging the umbrella because they're not getting away. There's a lot going on with the kids. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are the kids yelling that day?
Oh, they were screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling. Okay. It sounds like there was things going on with them, and then one of the kids' moms comes up to your house and knocks on the door. Is that right? Did she say what she was knocking on the door about? I don't remember if we covered that.
The AJ? Yes.
Yes, AJ. Was it about the umbrella or the skates or something different? Because I
want to speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons.
Okay, so she bangs on the door and she wants to, because we've talked about all the things that happened that day. She's banging on the door and she wants to address you regarding how you're talking to her sons.
Yes.
And there's already been that prior incident in the 2 or 3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking to her sons and you're saying like racial things like that, racial slurs.
I didn't say racial slurs.
She said that you did.
She said that I did.
Okay. So it sounds like she has a reason that she wants to talk to you, and she's banging on your door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But she's enraged, she's screaming, she's not acting to me what would be like a normal, average, everyday, reasonable person. I mean, to me, that was someone who was really angry.
You're for certain that when you went to retrieve your gun, that's where you keep it in that trash can, that's where it was at? I'm sorry, did you remember what you were thinking about?
Susan, real quick here. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues, depression, bipolar disorder?
No.
Have you ever had to go to a mental health facility?
No.
Have you ever sought therapy for anything?
Yes.
What have you sought therapy for?
For the rape.
For the rape, okay. And is that something you attended as a child or something you've attended later on in your life or something like that?
I was like 20 years old.
Okay. And when you were seeking therapy, what were you trying to heal? What were you trying to fix? Aside from the sexual abuse, was there something psychologically that happened to you?
I just shut down.
You just shut down?
Yeah, I wasn't feeling any emotions or anything like that.
Okay.
I just had no emotion whatsoever. It was just flat effect.
Okay. Did therapy help you with that?
Yes.
And then later on in life, you had a friend that was buried and the breathing in the dirt and then the screaming
That
and then
happened before the therapy.
And then I remember one of the words you heard was that causes you to be triggered whenever you hear screaming.
And the reason why I say triggered is I worked at the guest house. They do therapy and stuff, so just picked up some of the words as I was working there.
Sure. So when you say triggered, how does that make you feel? What does that do to you?
It just makes me feel horrible.
Horrible. What does that feel like? What is that feeling? Is it a feeling inside your body? Describe that to me more.
Just absolutely horrible, like I'm sick.
The screaming makes you feel
Yes.
sick. Okay. Does this sick feeling, does this triggered feeling ever make you do things that you wouldn't normally do? Say things you wouldn't normally say, act in ways you wouldn't normally act because of some trauma that you had?
I was going to say, I don't know.
You're not sure? Do you ever sometimes feel as if you get so upset about something, crying, angry, or something like that, that it overwhelms you? That you get overcome with emotion? Does anything like that ever happen to you?
Just trying to think. The only time was
AKA, do you ever get angry? You know? So anyways, I just started blast. You know what I mean? But like, this is a thing that as well, like women obviously do this a lot and all this kind of shit, like the whole play dumb and stuff, but like old people especially, you know? Damn. Buck 'em, Lou. Buck 'em.
But I figured that was normal emotions.
Sometimes whenever people get picked on and they get yelled at and they hear yelling and things like that with you, they say things and they do things they don't mean. They see red. That's what some people say. They see red, and I wasn't myself detective, and they say things like that to me. And I'm trying to understand if some of these kids have triggered you and made you do things and say things that isn't you, is not Susan, is not the person that's sitting in front of me. Do you ever feel like anything like that ever happens to you?
The kids definitely just make me feel, sick. I mean, they just, they call me grandma. They call me Karen. I'm trying to think. They said horrible things. The other thing was, I'm trying to think of some kind of stupid infection. I can't remember what the hell it was.
Do you say horrible things back that you wouldn't normally, that you're not proud of?
Absolutely. So I just, stop. It's like, stop.
I didn't ask you this before, but I saw inside you have like it's almost a home office set up. Do you work from home?
Yes.
You do? So you're pretty much, you're always there and you're always having to be susceptible to whatever they do. And now it's summertime.
Yeah,
Everyone's
it's
in
a
school.
nightmare. But I'm very pragmatic. I'm like, if you see the stuff up here and this is my front door, why do you keep coming by my front door screaming and yelling? And they're like, doesn't matter. You don't matter. I had a little black kid come up to me and said, you're white, you're old, you have no one in your life, you're not worth anything. So I'm like, great.
What did you tell that person?
I told him we're always alone. Guess what? You come in the world alone and, you leave the world alone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when you say that, it sounds like you handled that well. When you say that you've said things before that you're not proud of, describe that to me.
I shouldn't have called them names. I shouldn't have said bitch or fucker. I should have reined it in a little.
Okay. And then when we talk about racial slurs, have you made those not to anyone in particular? You've just spoken to the air, you've spoken to other people, because there's been multiple different ways that we've kind of been learning about you saying these things. Describe that to me and specifically.
In regards to?
Words like the N-word that you've said. Describe that to me specifically when you've said that.
I can't remember if I said it or if I didn't say it.
You sound unsure.
Whether it's out of anger or,
I don't know.
Someone's calling you names and you could become kind of overwhelmed with, you're having to hear this kind of thing all the time. And like he said, you might say something that you normally wouldn't say.
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
So I've noticed there's been some gaps in your memory, and that's why I've asked you about your memory, because some of the specific things that I ask, specifically this, you say, I'm not sure, I don't remember. And that's happened a couple times while we've been talking today. So I'm trying to better understand that is why you don't remember some of these things specifically, of what's going on. I don't know if it's something you feel shameful or embarrassed about. I don't want you to feel that way while we're talking. I'd rather you just be honest with me. But that's why I've been asking you some of those things. Is there...
Again, Dad was Hungarian, Mom was Polish, and it came up in the conversation, so they asked me to go to my friend Sheila and ask her, what does the N-word mean? And her mom said, no, it just means that someone who doesn't work, someone who is not productive, someone who is not, acting normally, lawfully.
Sure. Okay. And in the times that you...
I'm sorry. There's, I think, there's just like a lot.
Yeah, Baron, like, the clearly went overboard and all this kind of shit, but it's like not really conducive to like a healthy community. You know what I mean? With all this stuff going on, but like I was saying, man, she's trying to play dumb. She's trying to I was afraid of my life and all this kind of shit. She let out the hard R. Not gonna lie, I took one look at her, I was like, and then as soon as it was like, there was words said, I was like, that bitch let out a hard R or two, A
lot of other words that are, I believe, out there to describe those things as well. I mean, what is it in particular about that word or slave boy?
I never said slave boy. I never said the word slave. Never.
Okay.
So I don't know why you keep coming back to this.
Well, that's just what
someone had mentioned, and like I said,
never uttered the
that you used the word slave or
absolutely not.
Something like that. Is there any reason why anybody would have a video like that? Is there any reason why that would exist?
No, there shouldn't be. Shouldn't be anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean...
The Underground Railroad comment, again, remember there's people out there...
I never made an Underground Railroad comment.
Okay.
So I don't know where the hell that came from.
Well, I kind of want to go through my notes real quick, make sure that we covered everything. We covered a lot of things. Can I get you another water or anything while I go through this? Okay. Yeah, let me go through the notes and make sure we didn't miss anything here. And we'll be right back in.
Is there anything else that you need right now? Use the restroom or anything? Use the restroom? Okay, give me just 1 second. Make sure the restroom's clear.
Okie dokie.
We go to the bathroom? Yes. All right. So while we were in there going over everything, and my supervisor came in, he's actually kind of been listening in a little. And something that caught my ear, like when we were talking earlier, you had mentioned the words, and I asked you to repeat it because I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had mentioned terminology like reasonable and prudent in reference to how AJ was acting at your door while she was trespassing and everything. Where did that come from, that terminology? Is that
watching TV?
Watching TV? Okay. Like documentary stuff, or like what do you...
Probably just crime shows and stuff.
Crime shows? Okay. And I have to ask you this, have you done any research on like the laws as far as like in Florida, as far as self-defense and things like that?
I looked at it today.
You looked at it today?
When I was on Facebook.
Yeah, I could see that as well, Baron. Like it was definitely building. You know what I mean? Like tensions were building, all this kind of shit, but again, like knowing what she done, justice is justice no matter who's who kind of thing, But I do agree, it's like this shit's going like both ways kind of thing, and like we're all kids as well, like pissing off neighbors, Baron probably trash. Many of these are just bad people interacting with other bad people. True that. You too. Wait, what are you trying to say, Pseudo? What are you like justice for racist grandma? What are you trying to say, Pseudo? They're obviously antagonizing her for being white, which is why Slade comes up to fight the lady having no history with slavery. Was saying she could also be lying about what they said. Possibly. And like she is kind of like, you know, like I was gonna mention, like playing the whole like playing dumb. It's like, oh, why I'd never say anything like that, you know? Yeah, we're only seeing her interview. True that, true that. We don't know for sure. Even if so, it doesn't excuse what she did 100%. Like I said, apparently there was witness to her like saying the dropping the hard ore and all this kind of stuff as well.
Some things that, you know, they had it up on Facebook.
Describe that. What did you, specifically, what you were reading about and learning about?
They said self-defense, and I'm trying to think of the hell else I looked at today. So much crap. Mostly emails. But I just remember saying self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that.
So, prior to today, even the last time that you and I spoke on very early Saturday morning, you had used some of that same kind of terminology in describing the situation that occurred at your front door. Prior to today, had you ever done any kind of research like that? And before
that within 2 minutes, because we know it's 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, this person came over and they were able to put down a series of statements such as, and you said this, that they came right up to and they want to have a discussion with the way that you were treating their kids that day. You said that they were able to make that sentence. I want to talk to you about the kids. I'm banging on the door. I want to talk to you about the kids. They're making statements like that. We've interviewed other people that it was a very brief interaction, and then you shot them. Now, this wasn't a long siege. It wasn't a castle siege. It didn't last for 20, 30 minutes. It was 2 minutes. So you're trying to tell us that a reasonable person would shoot somebody for less than 2 minutes of making statements outside. That doesn't make any sense. So that I have to look on the scale here. Where is Susan? Did she plan this? Is she a cold-blooded killer that plans things? Was this an accident? Or was this something that got out of hand? Is it somewhere in the middle? That makes more sense. Not what Susan's telling me. Is it somewhere in the middle? Because I know that I talked to Detective Stiff. We kind of went through times during our interview also. You have these, I don't remember. There's been a couple times that you don't remember. And these are important things to remember. And you're not able to remember them. I believe that you do remember them, and that worries me. That makes me feel like you're not telling us it because you are that you are Susan, the person that is planning. I'm just trying to figure out who's sitting in front of me here. Is it over here? I've been planning this. I picked up the gun and I was waiting for her to come over because it was very quick. It was 2 minutes, or it was I had the gun in my hand and I made a mistake. But now I've dug my heels in and I've made these statements so far to Detective Stitt about a mistake I made, and I feel like I can't go back. I don't want to feel like you're at a point that you can't go back. We are all human. And I'm going to tell you this, 99% of the people that sit in front of me in this room, they do not tell me the truth like the entire time. But then we get to a point where I show them that everything they're saying actually doesn't make any sense. And I always tell them, I say, look, we want to go the path of least resistance. We don't want to go down the path of embarrassment or humiliation or I made a mistake. They don't want to do that, but I show them everything. And they say, you know what? And I don't hold it against them. I don't take anything personally. If you had said something before that was not true and you felt like you had to go down that path to protect yourself or whatever it is, but it's not true, this is your opportunity to tell us. And I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to say Susan is a jerk or a liar or anything like that. I'm going to say what Susan's saying now makes a little bit more sense for me and Detective Stiff. And this is that opportunity. If something is different than what you originally told us, I might be able to make sense out of it because I know your history now. I know that you were a victim of some kind of sexual trauma. I know that there was things that happened to you when you were in school. I know that you have gone through hard experiences, and maybe that influenced why you said the things you said before. But I can tell you right now, what we've learned, what we've discussed all leading up to this, it doesn't make any sense.
The first time that we talked, there was a point where I informed you that AJ had passed away. And I wasn't sure if you've been aware of that or not. I know they transported her in an ambulance
Yes.
from there.
No, I
But
saw
one-
them doing CPR.
Yeah. So when I informed you of that, you showed emotion. You showed what appeared to me to be at least somewhat of a remorse for what had happened. So do you feel bad for what had happened?
Absolutely.
You feel bad for the children?
Christ, yes.
So, and I think, Detective Pender we're trying to give you the opportunity to try to explain some of these discrepancies in the story, the things that don't really add up or make sense. And you maintaining that you were in fear for your life.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you, everybody processes things differently, so I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least, for what had happened.
Oh God. It just makes me sick. I don't know I can't take it back. It's transpired. It's in the past. I don't know what the hell to do. It's just probably me shutting down again.
Okay. Do you think that's a trauma response or something? I know you said you had gone through a lot of
Probably
flat
because
affect and things like that in the past.
I mean, it's a horrible.
That's all fake. She just doesn't actually feel remorseful. And pretty sure this bitch planned this shit out. Especially once you pair that reaction there. It's like, oh my God, I don't think you're remorseful and all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh my God, I feel terrible, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? In like a monotone voice. Grandma going to jail.
Situation. And inner conflict is horrible because, it goes against my faith. I broke a commandment. I just did I feel horrible for what I did.
Okay. So, looking back on it now, and do you think that she was actually going to get through that door? I mean,
I
be honest
honestly
with us,
thought she was coming through the door. As God is my witness, I thought she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, it's just what I felt.
So, I mean, at this point, like, we've talked to you, we've talked to a lot of people and gone through the evidence. We've discussed all of this with the state attorney's office as well. After talking to you for several hours on Saturday morning and then today, I feel that there was a level of fear, but from everything I've seen, it doesn't rise to the level for you to justify shooting through a closed door and with a firearm. Okay, and I think that wasn't reasonable what you did.
I felt so terrified. I just felt so terrified. Here she comes again. Again she's screaming, she's yelling, she's acting unreasonable, and
that's all she wrote. Free racist grandma. No, actually, in terms of this whole shit, man. Let me know your thoughts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Personally, I think it was premeditated, man. I genuinely get the feeling. I think that bitch premeditated it. And the whole like, oh, I'm just a grandma. They won't suspect me. Reality check. Yep. When that reality sets in, this is what the whole thing is like. You gotta live the honest path. Because reality is like gravity. It eventually comes for you. You know what I mean? A lot of motherfuckers think that like they can fucking float through life without gravity. Man, damn you. Kill someone, come on, lady. This is part of the process. Yep. You heard it here, folks. She'd rather die than face accountability. 100%, man. 100%. Her wish could be my command. Screw this idiot. It is what it is. She did nothing. Did nothing. It is what it is. That chair breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, damn. Pseudo's roasting the fuck out of racist grandma. All these guys try to All these guys tried the Jedi mind tricks and failed. Well, true that, true that. Rear, let her go out blasting. Hey, it is what it is. Justice served. Exactly, Don Wolf. Exactly. Oh my god, you're killing me with these comments. What can I say, man? That's why I love my chat. My chat are like, roasting aficionados. You know what I mean? We serve and protect justice. W detectives 100%. Ain't buying none of that shit. Mary had a little lamb and it was always grunting. Thank you very kindly. Bone Voyaro. Bongiorno. I'm gonna call you Bongiorno from now on. You're not gonna arrest me. Face the wall, Debbie. Face the wall. It is what it is, But hey, let's close out the case. Because I'm hungry. I needs to eat. You know what I'm saying? Is there anyone we can raid? Anyone we can redirect to? Misunderstood is online, so let me get that going. But let me read off the final script, as they say. Ladies and gentlemen, the complete evidentiary record establishes that on June 2nd to 2023 in Ocala, Florida neighborhood, 58-year-old Susan Lawrence shot and killed 35-year-old AJ Owens by firing a single shot through the front door of her home. Owens, a mother, had approached the home during a dispute involving children playing in the yards. Lorenz claimed she fired in self-defense after Owens banged on the door and she felt threatened. Physical evidence showed that the shot was fired from inside the home through the closed through the closed door. Owens was struck and died on the scene. The interrogation footage captured Lorenz providing a detailed account of the ongoing neighbor dispute, her fear on the day of the shooting, and her belief that she faced an imminent threat. She described hearing banging on the door, retrieving a firearm, and firing a single shot. Detectives presented scene evidence, including condition of the door, bullet trajectory, and the position of Owens' body just outside. They asked Lawrence to address whether she had looked through the peephole or window, whether the door was locked, whether she had considered calling the police or retreating, and whether the level of force used was reasonable under the circumstances. Her responses maintained the self-defense claim while providing explanations for her actions. Broader evidence developed independently of the interview established a history of tension between the neighboring households over children playing, noise, and perceived trespassing. Witness statements describe prior incidents and the events leading up to the shooting. Forensic examination confirmed the shot was fired through the door from inside the home. The absence of any immediate physical threat inside the home once the door was closed, combined with the availability of other options such as contacting law enforcement, formed the basis for the determination that the use of deadly force was not justified as reasonable self-defense. Susan Lawrence was charged with first-degree manslaughter. Her case proceeded to trial in 2024. The interrogation footage was available as part of the record, allowing assessment of her statements and responses to evidence. After trial, she was convicted of manslaughter. She was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Conviction and sentence reflected the jury's determination that the evidence did not support a finding of reasonable self-defense under Florida law. Cross-referencing all publicly available records, including court records from the Florida judicial system, trial coverage from Law and Crime Network and local Florida outlets, and forensic reports referenced in news reporting, confirms the consistency of the core facts. AJ Owens was shot and killed on June 2nd, 2023 at the front door of Susan Lawrence's home during a neighbor dispute. Lawrence admitting to firing the shot but claimed self-defense. Physical evidence and witness statements did not support the reasonableness of the claim under the legal standard. Lawrence was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 25 years in prison. All details presented here have been verified against official records to ensure accuracy and completeness. The Deductionist Files presents this file as an example of how an interrogation session can serve as a critical record when self-defense is raised. Footage captures the detailed account provided by Susan Lawrence, her demeanor while describing the events, and the way the detectives test that account against the physical evidence from the scene. When combined with the forensic reconstruction of the shot through the door, the history of the neighbor dispute, and the legal standards for the use of deadly force, the interview contributed to a clear understanding of what occurred. The case stands as a documented example of how evidence from multiple sources is weighed when determining whether a claimed act of self-defense meets the legal threshold or justification. Susan Lorinsk, I think it's Lorinsk, remains incarcerated, serving her 25-year sentence. And ladies and gentlemen, as they say, that's all she wrote. And yes, we're going to be going into Misunderstood. Before we go, we like to end the exact same way every single show. Ladies and gentlemen, to all the Americans out there, I'm a leprechaun, okay? I'm a leprechaun, okay? But I know my rights. Free racist grandma. No, I'm a leprechaun, okay? I understand I'm a leprechaun, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not asking you to trust me, because I'm a leprechaun. You know? We're sneaky fuckers. You know? We be doing like shit with the pot of golds. Then you look over and then all of a sudden we're picking potatoes. You know what I mean? But we're just like you. We enjoy our coffee. You know what I'm saying? We pray. You know what I mean? We do some sign shit and all that stuff. We do a bit of, deducing and shit. You know? But at the end of the day, we're leprechauns, okay? And I understand a lot of people say leprechauns can't be trusted. I understand that. Because I'm not asking you to trust me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm simply asking you to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you next week for a week-long special of Wheel and Madness, baby. Have a good one, folks, and a good weekend.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we